G'day and welcome to Speed Sport Live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship from right here in Crandon, Wisconsin. Presented by Toyota. Let's go places. I cannot wait. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Do not adjust your set. There's a strange talking man sitting next to a beautiful woman from Michigan. That's the kind of thing that can happen here at Crandon. Boy, Erica L. Reed, I'm really looking forward to my first full day of competition. I've never been to this event before, but oh my God, it's amazing.
Absolutely, and we're both first-timers, Wade, and I can, after watching this online for so many years, I can proudly say that it's lived up to all expectations and all of the hype.
Isn't it great? You know, the major sporting events throughout the world are known just by one word: Wimbledon, Indy, Daytona, Crandon. This place is the greatest show on dirt, on air, on dirt, on air. There are some phenomenal driving abilities and some cool trucks and cars.
Absolutely, and I think our other broadcast partner, Ken Stout, says it best when he says that this is the dirt of dreams. This is the place that every single driver wants to win in front of the crowd at the big house.
You're not going to see shoeless Joe Jackson come walking out of a cornfield onto a baseball field, but you are going to see a guy called CJ perhaps wrap up yet another world championship. I don't like saying that about drivers. I always put the commentator's kiss of death on them, but there's a lot of expectation there, Erica.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's really hard to bet against him, especially after the speed we saw him go at yesterday during the Pro 4 race. But I was talking with him, and he said it is a big challenge to go through the pack of the Pro 2s because they are so competitive, and that field is very, very stout this year. And but he said as long as the Pro 2s don't race each other and the Pro 4s don't race each other, and they can just try and go through the pack and go at it class to class, then it should be a good one.
Oh, so that's all he's worried about. If everybody just stays in their lane, behaves themselves, I'm sure that's going to happen, Erica.
Oh, absolutely, with the crowd we have. But he did say that the Pro 2s are very feisty, so he's looking forward to this one, and he's not sure what to expect.
I know he wants that, but I don't. I just want mayhem. But that's what we've seen the last couple of days. This is truly an incredible event. If you're watching us online, you need to get to this event. You need to be standing at Crandon. That's the only way to watch this event, Erica.
Absolutely. Like I said, from watching it online to now being in person, I don't think I could ever go back to watching it online again.
Going to be an incredible event, no doubt. We are set for a huge day of competition. I know that Ken is up there at the moment trying to warm Cameron up and get ready to go. There's a lot of festivities to get through this morning before we even crack open the throttle, but then a full day of competition. This is Crandon. It is an amazing event. Sit tight. Hang on, you are set for some truly remarkable competition here today from Crandon, Wisconsin. I hope I said that right. Let's go to the booth right now where Ken is lurking with Cameron. The boys are ready to fire up. Let's go, Crandon.
Thanks a lot, Wade. Nice job down there, Wade and Erica. They'll be at the live from the Speed Sport Live From desk all day long, so we'll work them in and out of the show. Of course, we will also have our brand new IBOC Winners Circle. We'll have that. Of course, we'll see all of our winners down there as well. Look forward to seeing that. Ken Stout with you. Cameron Steele here sitting right alongside. We are excited for this day as we watch the Northwoods Color Guard unload here. They will present our colors in just a few minutes as we get going here with opening ceremonies. We're also going to have our Parade of Champions. It's a big day, Cam.
Absolutely, and what I love is the ceremonial style, the fun, the excitement, but also the tradition and everything that comes along with Crandon. And being here and seeing the energy over the last couple days, I can't even imagine where it's going to peak at today. And seeing Wade and his excitement, Erica starting to talk about, let's rev this fever pitch up. And hey, guess what? We're going to start right away with Pro 4s. Well, after Color Guard, National Anthem, and all that. But, I mean, we're coming right out of the gate swinging with some big horsepower and some big fun.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's what's beautiful about this day is we start off big, we end even bigger. So it'll be fun to watch the Pro 4s come out here. Of course, they had their points race one day ago, came out here and threw down, and all of these are 900-plus horsepower trucks, so they'll be slinging them around here all day long. We're excited to get things going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to send it down to the Northwoods Color Guard, and we'll get our opening ceremony started here. Color Guard Commander, Mr. Bob Smith.
prep. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you, everybody that showed up here to this awesome Crandon International Speedway. We're just so proud to be here and so blessed to be here, and we're looking for an exciting day. We know this place is packed. All the fans here, just keep all the fans safe. All the racers, keep them safe. Everybody in the pits, let them have a safe day today, and we're just praying for a great day of racing here in a great place, the Big House, Crandon, Wisconsin. And that's what we're praying for today in your awesome name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And as always, a great big Wisconsin. God bless America.
Color guard, KS. Port, arms. Present, arms.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous line o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Port, arms. Ready. Aim. Fire! 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 Port, arms. Left. Hey. Forward. Arms.
And once again, we want to thank the Northwoods Color Guard. Jake Creasel doing a great job along with Bob Smith, the Color Guard commander there, with our national anthem as well as we kick things off here. The opening ceremonies at the Big House. We've got the Parade of Champions coming up here next, and a number of our sportsman competitors, people that were out here battling just one day ago. So it'll be exciting to watch them make a lap, and then, of course, we'll get the Pro 4s lined up and we'll turn them loose.
Nothing better than starting with a little America, a little bit of, just the ceremonial fire and feel of it all. And right now to have the wind blowing and the Stars and Stripes blowing straight out is just absolutely beautiful from here in the announce tower. In case you guys are wondering, it's a beautiful early day here in Crandon. A little bit breezy, a little bit less warm than we thought it was going to be, but we're hearing possibilities of temps up to 90 degrees today.
Yeah, before things are all said and done. By the way, happy Labor Day weekend to everybody here. It's a holiday weekend, and of course everybody knows that it's synonymous with Crandon's big Cup Day as well, the most prestigious race in all of short course off-road racing. It'll be contested here at the end of the day. So a full day of the absolute best going at it. We are excited as we hear the cars are rolling here for our Parade of Champions. Coming down that front straightaway, if you will, from the Land Rush start, that is anything but smooth, which of course makes it all the better to watch as they come sailing down through there at speed, the better part of 100 miles per hour through turn number 1 here, and they'll fan out 3, 4, 5 wide. But getting as level a spot as you can find there off that starting line is important.
Well, it's definitely a tricky place to pick your starting position, right? It depends on the level. It depends on the holes. Also going to depend on the watering and what happens in between races there. So certain drivers will pick different ideas. And as we're looking at the track, as we're getting ready to have the parade come through, you can see they've been working on the track. There's some moisture in the ground. When it gets to be crwarmer and breezier, you start to get a drier track, which can sometimes make it for a harder surface. And here comes the pace truck, Crandon pace truck coming around. And, you know, when we talk about ceremonial, we talk about all the things that go along with Crandon. There are so many different classes racing here, Ken. It's impossible to get everybody on the track in one day. Give everybody that due in Sunday. And, of course, during the Cup race weekend, we got to make sure that everybody gets their bit of fame and glory. And how about a round of applause, you guys, for all of these great drivers coming through, everybody winning in the sportsman classes and doing it for their teams, raising it to their highest level as they grow inside the sport.
And my understanding, I believe, driving the pace truck for us today is Mr. Kurt Leduc, winner of the 1994 and 96 Cup races right here at Crandon. Of course, legendary himself, and great to have him out here. We had him with the Hall of Fame ceremony that happened on Thursday night. It was a beautiful event. I think about 13 Hall of Famers, if I'm not mistaken, were in the house, and I'm sure most of them still here today. So great to have Kurt Leduc behind the wheel of our pace truck, our Crandon International Raceway pace truck. And yeah, you talked about the sportsmen that are out here, all the people that maybe they have dreams of getting up into the pro ranks. Maybe they're just happy right where they're at. We've seen a number of competitors find a class that they're comfortable with. It's a class they can afford. It's a class that affords them the time to chase it in a proper manner. And these are all the sportsmen that have come out here and enjoyed some success here this weekend.
Well, back talking about Kurt Leduc, I feel like he really embodies everything that Crandon is all about. The passion for racing, the passion for family, the passion to share with the fans, and the personality to go along with it. I mean, just seeing the smile on Kurt's face to any time you catch him around the track tells you the story about how he feels about Crandon. And, you know, of course, his son Kyle, who we've been talking about quite a bit, battling cancer, and we will miss him here this weekend. But everybody's thinking about him, and the thing that I love is seeing all the shirts and everything all the support that's going on around Kyle.
Yeah, we have a show on it's called The Skinny, and we had the pleasure of having Kyle on, who is hitting that straight on, as you would expect. He's such a scrapper, such a fighter. We know he's listening. We know he's watching here today. We wish you the best, brother. We know how strong you are, so kick that thing's butt. We love you to death, and we're all behind you. And, of course, his father couldn't be any prouder of his son. And actually, his brother is out here, too. Todd is spotting for Adrian Cheney, so great to have the Leducs out here.
Always got to love that Leduc energy, right? No matter which one of the Leducs, Valerie included, the sister. I mean, the whole family has just that personality,
Absolutely.
That big smile. Everybody's stoked. Everybody's happy.
And Valerie raced for a bit.
Yes.
She was in a pro light truck there for a bit.
Absolutely. And seeing the parade of the sportsmen coming through here is a great way to start the day. Looking forward to this Pro 4 race that's going to be kicking us off here shortly. It's the energy that goes along with that is beside nothing.
By the way, for the fans that are watching here, take a look at some of the vehicles that are out here in the sportsman categories and down to the youth categories as well. If you want to go racing, there's something here for you.
100%.
Stock truck, single buggy, super buggy. There's side-by-sides.
Carts for the kids.
Carts for the kids. I mean, it's a great family atmosphere. You teach them a great work ethic. They're around positive people, competitive people. So, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities out here. If you've ever been thinking about going racing, maybe this is something that will fit your budget or your starting line procedure, if you will, if you don't have a lot of experience.
Absolutely. And I can remember being a youngster getting my start in Baja Bugs and just that energy, even though you weren't the biggest class, it was still awesome to be out there.
Oh, it doesn't matter. If you're racing, it's a lot of fun. How about a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our sportsman champions here this weekend? Good stuff. Great to have them out there, and congratulations on your success here at the Big House. Track looking good here. A couple more things to take care of, and the Pro 4s will get lined up here. And, of course, we'll let you know when that's going to happen. In the meantime, we're going to send it back down to the podium where our Erica Allreed has a very special presentation. Erica?
Thank you so much, Ken. Joining me is none other than Wolfert Eibach, who flew in from Germany just for this race here at Crandon. Wolfert is a big part of the preeminent spring industry in the world and is a big part of that. And Wolfert, I'm so happy to have you joining me. Just like me, this is your very first time at Crandon, so what do you think of the Big House?
I'm just overwhelmed. You know, I'm in this kind of motorsport since 4 decades. I have been on all continents in racing, but this is absolutely overwhelming. And I know there are some people, also really heroes in the industry. I know Selfish, he's considered the godfather of off-road racing. He is here, and he's overwhelmed like I am. So this is what you have created here, is the top of off-road racing.
Well, we are so happy to have you and a lot of other big names joining us here this weekend, but your springs have single-handedly changed the game in motorsports and in the off-road industry specifically. So how has that challenge allowed you guys to develop and be at the top of the industry?
It's total dedication. That is the first thing. Then driven for quality. And we did one thing that I personally did nearly 4 decades ago. I created the double spring setup, which means a stiffer mainspring and a softer top spring, with which you can create your own suspension characteristic. And that's, I think, the most important part for off-road racing.
And Wolfert, it's from my understanding that your management and Crandon got together to put together a special surprise for you. So I would now proudly like to announce that this is the Eibach Winner's Circle. And it's here for you. Now, folks, Wolfert had no idea that this was happening, so we're kind of putting him on the spot here. But Wolfert, can you give me your reaction to this?
It is unbelievable. Yes, I'm so long in this business. I'm working 65 years in this company now, from 3 people now to 700. This is the crown of my career.
Well, Wolfert, congratulations. We are so excited to see which drivers can come down to your winner's circle. So thank you again for joining us. And guys, back to you.
Thank you, Erica. And Wolfert, I have to say on a personal note, being friends and someone that's a part of the Eibach team, he is the most humble, most outgoing and personable person you'll ever meet. He will shake hands with everybody on the team and everybody he meets. And one day I ran into him the first time I met him in 2018. He was looking at my race truck at the Baja 1000, had an Eibach sticker. He's like, I appreciate this. We went out and won the race, and so it's been a great relationship with Eibach. But he is just a genuine and humble human. He is absolutely aces.
Great to have him here, and great to have the Eibach Winner's Circle, so we'll keep that in mind throughout the rest of the day as well. Pro 4s are pulling out onto the starting line, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. They are rumbling, so they'll put a little temperature inside of those things, and we'll get back here and touch base with our Speed Sport live from desk, and then it's time to go racing. Stay with us. We're at the Big House on Labor Day.
I watched my first race yesterday.
You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, new guy. Let's get you up to speed.
Lunchtime. Your workspace is ready.
Looks like you got a corner office.
Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, we take the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Oh, you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Crandon, we are here at the Project X Ridge where the party happens during the Ultra Cross on Friday and Saturday night. Our friends at Project X are giving away one of their 41-quart Blizzard boxes to keep all your beverages and food cold for the trails and for partying on the Ridge. Make sure you stop by their display here on the Ridge to sign up to win and check out their game-changing off-road products.
You'll be able to check out some of the exact same products that we won on our championship-winning Ultra 4 truck, as well as the Fun Runner LT Bronco, the Ghost Box, the HP 85, all the game-changing Project X products. Come by, check it out. It's going to be a cool party.
Well, it is starting to warm up here in Crandon. It was a nice, cool morning, but, baby, you can feel it starting to heat up now. The Pro 4s aren't too far away. I didn't mean to call you baby, by the way, Erica. That was a general reference point. If this is your first time or if it's your 54th time, welcome to the big house for what is going to be an epic day, Erica.
Absolutely. The fans are already crowding in. All of the chairs are almost full, and we've got a packed hill over here, so I'm excited to get down to some racing.
I'm not sure what would be more scary, competing in Pro 4 or trying to move somebody's lawn chair today.
Honestly, I think it might be moving a lawn chair.
I think you're right. People really fiercely protect their patch of turf. This is going to be an incredible day. We're going to see the big bangers up here very, very shortly, the Pro 4s, and I love it when Ken and Cameron get after it as well. Some fantastic food around the place. What's your food of choice?
I mean, I feel like I would be doing it wrong if I came to Wisconsin and didn't get some cheese curds.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even the cheese with the pretzels is really good as well. This is a great little team here in Crandon. Of course, we kicked off the weekend with the greatest rock and roll band of all time. Kiss played here on Friday. So we are going to rock and roll all night and party every day for the rest of today. There's a big party coming up at the end of the day. Did you know that?
Is there?
Yeah, apparently. I think it's a party all day anyway. This is going to be an amazing day of competition. Of course, the Red Bull Cup is coming up later on today. I can't even imagine what that's like.
I can't imagine either. And talking with a lot of the drivers, I'm like, are you going to hold back during these other Crandon World Championship races to solely make it to that Cup race, make sure the car is good? And they said, it's World Championship Day and it's Cup Day. They're going for both of them. So there's no holding back in any of these races here today. So it'll be a sight to see.
Any trophy you get today is absolutely worth it. I'm kind of hoping we can get these fans up and about and get a bit rowdy, Erica, because all day yesterday and throughout the day at the parade and everybody just wants to get in amongst it and be part of it. So later on, I want to send a wave up and down here. Look at all those fantastic people. Could you just stick your hands up for us, Crandon, and get a bit of a look at you wherever you are around this circuit? Give us a wave because we are sending you out all over the world at the moment. And what you want to do is stick your hand up and go, we're here and you're not. And why aren't you here? Because this is going to be a tremendous day. I want to start to work this crowd up and get some waves going, Erica. I feel like it's that kind of crowd.
I feel like the thing that's going to get them up is this Pro 4 race coming up.
Oh, man, just the sound of the things. I went up to the start, to the Land Rush yesterday and checked out the start and checked out Cowboys Corner, and boy, the gravel trap or gravel pit down there as well, and everything about this track. I really like it when they just toss them in. I mean, I know the speed is good and the air is good too, but when you can bang some fenders.
It's definitely a spectacle to see, and like you said, when they hit the track, the place goes nuts, and understandably. But, you know, you and I were talking about C.J. Greaves earlier and how it's really hard to bet against him, but we can't forget R.J. Anderson. He's won that Cup race before. He's very strong and dominant and a well-known name in motorsports.
The best part about an elite competition like this, Erica, is anything can happen, and it absolutely will. I said yesterday, this place reminds me of a Walmart without the roof. You walk in, you go, I didn't know I needed that. I didn't know I needed that. That person definitely looks like they're walking around in that place. It's an amazing event. It's going to be elbows up and spurs on for the Pro 4s. Please stay hydrated. Now, for those adults, that means margaritas, Bloody Marys, and Red Bulls and vodkas. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. But try and drink some water as well. Try to keep the sunburn cream on as well. We're going to head upstairs in just a moment. Ken and Cameron, I'm pretty sure they're limbering up, doing their calisthenics, and getting ready for the Pro 4. Hey, Crandon, can you make a bit of noise for us? It's time for your Pro 4s.
Thanks a lot, Wade. Yeah, we're excited. By the way, you nailed that. Cameron Steele just pushed out 30 push-ups up here, man. We've got a ton of energy inside of this booth. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Labor Day weekend here at the Big House, Crandon International Raceway. It's time to go racing. We couldn't be more excited. The Pro 4s are on the line. Let's talk about them for just a moment. 18 inches of travel in the front, 20 inches of travel in the back, a minimum of 4,000 pounds, 48% of that total truck weight on the front axle. Of course, these things make monster power, 950 plus horsepower, all four corners digging, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to talk about the players inside. C.J. Greaves leading the point, looking for another championship. He already has 10, leading the pile, looking for 11. Of course, he has a bunch of cup wins as well. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the day. Jimmy Henderson is definitely keeping the pressure on. But back to C.J., 98 career wins from Pro Light, Pro 2, and Pro 4 alone. He has a chance to hit the magical 100 here today. We'll certainly keep our eyes on him. He added to that just one day ago, of course, whenever he won the Pro 4 race. Jimmy Henderson has been on fire. He has definitely been the guy to watch here this year. He turned that program around, formerly underneath the Greaves tent, by the way, but they dug in deep, and he certainly has some speed. Adrian Chinney, fresh off a win at Bark River, his first win since 2018. Estero Beach. How about that? So incredible stuff here. Let's talk about our starting grid. There is C.J. Greaves. We mentioned R.J. Anderson before, a cup winner, a champion out here as well. Jimmy Henderson, as we were just talking about, and Adrian Chinney. Of course, legendary Johnny Greaves back in the house.
Johnny.
Woo, Johnny can get it done. No question about that. Kyle Chaney, Cole Mamer, Andrew Carlson, Johnny Holcher, new to the category, and Ben Passa. So we are looking forward to this, baby.
And the number one star of the entire event, the Land Rush Star.
Absolutely. The most exciting turn in all of motorsports, and we're going to send the baddest trucks in the land down through it. Lined up side by side all the way across, 10 trucks strong on the Steelett starting line. They'll all aim down for turn one. Of course, that Forest County Potawatomi turn one.
It is so exciting. If you haven't seen it in person, it is something to not believe, but watching it here online will also be incredible. Watching the starter, trying to get clues from the starter, there's no clue. There's no way to jump that start.
They put him in a box. You can't see any body motion.
It's so stealth, and everybody has to try to be preemptive, but don't jump the start. Don't get yourself in trouble.
And, of course, this is where we have to remember Cowboy. Cowboy used to walk in front of all the trucks, get a thumbs up from everybody to let them know that they are ready to go. Hence Cowboy corner down there, so great stuff there, and we'll never forget Cowboy.
Absolutely not, and they've deemed, of course, one of the corners there in the back, right near the start line, the Cowboy hairpin. Down in 10 down there, and a legendary member of our community. And speaking of legends, so many legends in the making on the line, and a few that are actually certified already. Who do you like, Ken? What do you think?
Well,
CJ, I mean, watching Henderson race yesterday, he looked so solid, never put a wheel out of place.
And Henderson won here earlier in the spring. He drove around the outside of C.J. Greaves. You can probably count the amount of times that's happened in his career on one hand, have fingers left over. So, but C.J. Greaves, Johnny Greaves, they came out here and tested out their Bark River. No doubt they found a little speed. He showed off yesterday. Man, that thing looked good. Looking for see the red box there. We'll look for our starter here in a second. He'll come up inside of the box. He'll slide that back to yellow. Once it goes to yellow, they've got to be ready to go. He can throw the green flag anytime he wants. Now you see what we're talking about whenever we say he's in the box. You can't see any movement. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on your feet. We're racing at Crandon, Pro 4 style, Labor Day weekend. Let's go!
Woo, contact with Chenny and Henderson. Chenny gets shuffled back to look like R.J. Anderson and C.J. Greaves battling for the front.
They fan out 3 wide. Here we go. Looks like the early lead's going to go to C.J. And R.J. with a beautiful run there, nose to tail. 3, 4, 5. Chenny with some contact, and Johnny. Jimmy Henderson with a good start here as well. Jimmy Henderson gets up there into second place.
And this is what we're talking about yesterday. Henderson looked so smooth, so good. Look at it, trying to get a run on CJ. CJ has a bit of an explosion as they come into that finish line turn. CJ gets a couple of car lengths on Henderson. R.J. Anderson just behind, and then of course it's going to be Johnny Greaves and Adrian Chenny rounding out your top 5.
Now Henderson did work his way up to second one day ago, but keep in mind he had to start in the back of the pack because he had an accident in qualifying, so he had to start deep. But with that said, CJ right there through that right-hander as they head back to Argonne Corner. That truck launches, and look at the distance he's put on Jimmy and the span of just a few yards.
Currently sitting at about 6 truck lengths lead. You can see CJ using the middle of that turn, and Henderson going a little bit further out. R.J. Anderson down to the bottom a bit more, so a couple different choices there. And you can see the water they put on the track has dried up a bit. The wind and the temperature are going to play a factor in that, so we're going to have a little bit of dust, drier conditions here. And I love CJ's setup here as he goes into turn 2. I feel like his setup is so smooth and clean going there. That's what makes it hard for people to put time on him, because he has each one of those lines set up exactly the way he wants it. When he has clear track behind him, 2, 3, 4, 5 car lengths behind him, he can pick the line he wants, which is generally the fastest line.
Yeah, no doubt that truck is really switched on as we watch this battle here. R.J. Anderson and Johnny Greaves. Of course, Johnny Greaves, a 9-time champion of the Pro 4 category, over 100 wins, and he's right there on the back. Now, keep in mind, he was in a vicious wreck earlier this year, has been picking his way back, but Johnny Greaves back in form now, ready to rip.
I was stoked to see Johnny on the track after the accident and see him back in the seat. And yesterday, I saw the aggression. It looked like something might have happened to the truck later in the race. But right now, it looks like he's spot on, trying to chase down the 37 of R.J. Anderson.
C.J. Greaves, Jimmy Henderson, then it's R.J. Anderson, Johnny Greaves, Cole Mamer. Cole Mamer's had a ton of speed here, relatively, actually really new here to the category, but getting it figured out here just a couple of years behind the wheel of a Pro 4. Of course, R.J. Anderson, a champion and championship-winning driver. That is the son of Hall of Famer Randy Anderson, crew chief for so many years for Walker Evans.
And you can see that setup, R.J. Anderson a little wider there in front of the stands. He goes out on the turn, out on the jump just a little bit more than C.J. That's one of the spots that I see where C.J. really has a more direct straight line than quite a few of the other drivers.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, man. The fact that CJ could drive away from this field the way he is it's just hard to put into words. They found something here. That he has not had the fastest truck this year. Jimmy Henderson has really had the truck to beat. But clearly, CJ and Johnny, when they came out here to test, found something. And boy, they are applying it all.
They've been finding something for decades,
yes,
buddy.
They have.
Let's be honest. I mean, CJ, the prodigy of Johnny, I mean, the two of them working together, the synergy, being able to test different setups, work on different setups, talk to each other, and look at that setup, super wide. CJ went for very wide early rotation. Looked like he wanted to get straightened out a little bit earlier. As you can see, RJ coming around, still apexing that turn a little further out. Interesting, different lines being used. The dirt looks a little bit different today than it did one day ago when they were out there racing. So I like the way that CJ is lining it up and making it as direct as possible.
Off camber, Forest County, Pottawatomie, turn 1. Down in there about 100 miles per hour or so. And we'll watch it here. Yeah, going into Cowboy Corner in the back, you can see that a bit of a Scandinavian flick, if you will, where they turn it one way and then really set up and flick it back the other way. And of course, he'll back it in here in Calamity Corner about as hard as you can flick one in.
So beautiful. Watching them drive. Now remember, later today in the Cup race, we will have the Pro 4s versus the Pro 2s, with the Pro 2s having a little bit of a head start, meaning CJ is going to have to try to work his way through the entire field. Now, how is that rotation? From one side to the other, poetry in motion, making it sing, and CJ just looks absolutely spot on. The conditions, like I said, a little bit different, but CJ embracing it and really nailed. Look at that setup, how wide he is compared to everybody else's tracks. Here comes RJ a little bit, Henderson down a little bit lower, and then RJ all the way down to the bottom, starting the rotation earlier. I think the CJ just carrying more speed than everybody coming out of that turn.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that CJ, chasing 2 championships in the side-by-side categories as well, could literally win 3 championships this year, and of course with his side-by-side career, well over 100 wins. Big moment right there for RJ.
Yeah, it looked like he got off axis on that rotation a little bit, going off that jump.
Lifting up those inside tires, I mean, that's about all you can get out of one. Driving it in hard. And of course, Spotter up there talking to him, I'm sure letting him know you have no pressure. But Cam, you know what it's like. When you get in the rhythm like this, if you get out of that rhythm, it can cost you everything. You've got to stay in it.
And if you miss a turn or come off a jump and it sends you into a different turn, all of a sudden it's going to set you up for 3 different turns trying to collect that back up. And now the competition yellow is out.
So let's talk about this for a moment. Of course, they'll make one lap here. CJ will bring them back around right in front of the crowd and restart the field. But now the track is completely different than the track that they were on when we started. And a lot of people, it looks like Johnny pulled over there for a moment to sort something out and go back to get his spot there ahead of the Baja Vita sponsored Cole Mamer truck. But now this track is completely different, and these guys, when they set up, this is what they set up for. So the ones that have set up for late in the race, whatever their tire cut may be, this is what they're planning on. We'll see if they've got anything for CJ.
Well, so far, it looks like no is the answer.
Look at the massive boulder they just picked out of turn 1 that was slung to the outside. That was a big boy. You're talking to Hall of Famer Scott Taylor. He's had rocks come through the windscreen in the front. They roll around, get underneath the pedals. They don't have brakes because there's a rock underneath there. It's hard to explain all the crazy stuff that goes on in the cockpit of one of these trucks.
It comes out of the "you never believe this" category, right? Every time I'm racing, if it doesn't go exactly perfect, you would never believe this happened.
I think Rodrigo Ampudia had one smash him in the face, right? I mean, through the windscreen or the rock screen, I should say, and then into the face mask of the helmet. So yeah, it can get pretty gnarly out here. Coming back around through Cowboy Corner they go, and CJ leading the field. So this is where Jimmy Henderson has shown some speed. He drives the truck a little bit late, a little bit differently than what CJ does. More of a asphalt approach. He is a driver from the asphalt in Cup. They used to be under Johnny Greaves' tent. They went back home. They learned how to do damper programs. They learned how to maintenance their own front and rear diffs. All the stuff that needs to be taken care of now coming back in-house. A ton of testing. Built a track at his house to learn how to set up the dampers, and he came out here this year swinging, no doubt, a ton of speed. So Jimmy Henderson has been a breath of fresh air, no doubt, to come in here. But man, he is surrounded by 2 of the best, and Johnny Greaves as well.
Here we go!
CJ Greaves waiting for that moment here in the restart zone. You can see the cones down there on the inside. Somewhere in there is where he'll hit the throttle. Boom! Let's go!
And Henderson really needs to apply the pressure now. Don't let CJ get away. Don't let CJ get the lines he wants. Put the pressure on. Drive down the bottom, but don't lose your momentum. Here he comes. Taking a look. Henderson gets a little bit on the binders. He's setting up to go down low. He stays with CJ. Not quite. in the same exact line, but very close. But look for the run. Look for the run.
He did get a run there for sure, but now we're coming into the part of the track that CJ seems to be really good at. R.J. Anderson coming up on Jimmy Henderson. This is where CJ shines. He does something in here where he drives away, and a problem for Henderson. He's out.
Henderson with a failure. He is now off track. It's going to be up to RJ. Oh, and Carlson comes around in the front.
Wow, we weren't looking at that. Something wacky happened right there. By the way, we need to talk about this. There is no love lost between RJ Anderson and CJ Greaves. So if RJ can get up there, he is not afraid to swap a little fiberglass.
And RJ, a two-time Cup winner in his own right, definitely someone to be, watch out for RJ because he's wily. He's a lot of fun to be around in the pit, but he's also very interesting to watch race. He really knows how to put the lines down, and he'll try to pick apart what CJ's doing, do something a little different. See him go a little wider there, trying to carry a little bit more momentum, gets a little bit closer to CJ, but now CJ has the run here. He is closing.
He's the only one we've seen so far close up on the back of CJ here a little bit. We'll see what happens. How much time we have? 5 of 9 complete, so a lot of racing time yet to go.
Likes a little bit wider there than CJ. Now, this is where we saw RJ have a big run on Henderson last lap. We'll see if RJ can put a run in here, try to get a little bit tighter, make it more of a competition. Look, he rotates, straightens out a little bit more. CJ opened it up just a little bit.
CJ really driving it in hard to get that truck's momentum going back the opposite direction. You can see there's a moment in time where it just kind of sits there, and looks like RJ trying to take advantage of it. Man, RJ really closing up here. RJ's got a hot rod. We're going to race for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming on.
Couple different ideas there. One thing about CJ, if you watch him around through those center turns there, he is linking them all as one, and RJ is getting the truck straightened out a little bit more, a little different as he works through there. Couple different lines being used at different times. Watch for the ideas, but the bottom line is RJ needs to find a way to get to the back. Here he goes, diving to the bottom, taking a look.
Wow, he drove up on the back of him in the straightaway. What happens there?
Here we go.
Side by side they go, and I've got to think that something happened to CJ's truck. He can't just drive around him in those areas. Something's going on.
And it looks like CJ back on it, trying to run down behind RJ, but RJ now with the lead, he's going to control where he goes. CJ to the bottom, breaking in tight, trying to give him a run. Almost looked like he needed a breath for a second back there when RJ went around the outside.
Boy, really odd there to pass CJ where he did. That's just straight up speed. And
RJ
goes wide.
He gave him the opening, goes to the outside, breaks traction. Here comes CJ. This is where we're talking about. CJ's been running these turns together. RJ's been straightening out. I love that RJ blocks just a little bit.
Unbelievable racing. This is as good as it gets. Crystal clean right here, both of them. The bottom upward for CJ once again. They've yet to touch each other. It takes unbelievable talent to see what you're watching.
Coming down into Cowboy Corner. Watch RJ. He's been tucking it in a bit. He goes rotation. More or less in the same spot. Breaks traction again.
CJ down on the bottom, and look at that truck tug out, even without running that wider line.
Wow.
Something's going on right here, though. It's almost like maybe it doesn't have high gear.
It doesn't have the high gear. RJ with a bit of breathing room, because RJ came up on him so quick, like you said, Ken. He didn't expect it. He had to dive to the bottom to get around him without hitting. And it looks like you're probably right. Missing that top gear is where this might be going, because, I mean, CJ looks bad fast, hitting all of his lines and all the other spots, of course, but that top speed, RJ's running away from him.
So RJ out front now. CJ trying to hang on. Then it's Johnny Greaves, Cole Mamer. Congratulations to Johnny Holter as well, making his debut here in the class this year, cutting his teeth. He looks great for no more seat time than he has.
CJ giving it everything he can, trying to get through this section as quick as possible to put time on RJ, but RJ has enough breathing room where he's not only taking the lines that he wants, but he's going to be able to set up exactly where he wants in Calamity Corner, the final turn, before he goes into that front straight where he is outpacing CJ all the way back around through turn 1 and into the barn turn at 2.
Of course, a Cup winner back in 21. You mentioned it before. RJ knows how to get it done here. CJ's truck, again, talking about it, I mean, so fast in the rest of the track, but clearly suffering here with top-end speed. What a shame, man. But what an impressive battle that was between these two, which they have traded paint before. So that was pretty cool to watch them do what they did.
And we talked a lot about the father-son, the family of Johnny and CJ. Don't forget, RJ's brother, Ronnie, will see him in Pro 2 in the next race, and them both in the Cup race together.
Yeah, and we've seen those two actually have massive contact between each other, so we'll see how that goes. Looks like Johnny in trouble there, goes way high in the gravel pit, and it's going to pull off of the track, or at least to the outside of the track. A lot of steam out of the back of that one, so unfortunately that one getting hot.
Is that money smoke, Ken?
That is money smoke. Well, he might have stopped it before it cost him a lot of money, hopefully.
It's fun to watch. RJ has a good, clean run going, but CJ is giving it hell on that inside of the track section where the top speed doesn't matter. He seems to be pulling back into contention, but he just can't get within 10, 15 car lengths now of RJ. RJ really has opened it up, and I suspect now on the final lap, he'll come around, calamity, no pressure from CJ. Now this is where the run has been happening for RJ with the top speed. He should be able to get away and run it clean, mistake-free, get to that checkered flag.
Yeah, that Toyota power plant, I promise you, is not suffering when it comes to horsepower for CJ Greaves. Coming in here about 420 cubic inches. They make some big-time steam, about 950 horsepower or so, so it's not the power plant, but he needs all of those gears. I'm actually surprised that the rest of it is working as good, because you know if you break one, a lot of times it can affect the rest of the box.
It starts a trickle-down effect. Everything starts to fail. Shout out Cole Mamer. Looks like he's going to bring home that podium, but R.J. Anderson bringing it around. Gotta love it, coming towards that checkered.
Final lap here through Calamity Corner. Looking for the checkered flag. It's going to be R.J. Anderson. That claims the win here. He draws first blood, if you will. Oh, and it looks like CJ's truck also getting hot here.
Might be a tell. CJ's truck has got
both of those trucks have the same issue there. So hopefully everything okay with those power plants. Didn't get too hot there. Driving it pretty hard there right to the very end.
Well done by R.J. Anderson, that BF Goodrich NOS sponsored truck. And wow, lots of steam coming out of CJ's truck now. You can see the water on the ground where he stopped there.
Yeah, it looks like, is that steam or just dust coming out of Cole Mamer's truck as well? By the way, congratulations.
There's steam coming out of all of them, I'm telling
their helmets too, right?
There's steam coming out of their ears if they're not R.J. Anderson.
We'll take the top three over there. Congratulations to Cole Mamer. He's the third one across, so he'll make his way to the podium. Jumped up to third in the points just one day ago. Was able to just sneak past Adrian Cheney by one skinny little point. So Cole Mamer having a good, solid year here as well. Unfortunately, Jimmy Henderson's truck not making it to the very end, so they'll have a little bit of time, hopefully get that one fixed up for the Cup race. What do you think, Crandon? Do you love Pro 4?
They love it. They're here. They know they love it. They're already here on top of you. They don't. you can rev them up all you want, but man, oh man, they're here for a full day of racing. Remember, everybody, at the end of the day, the Red Bull Cup, Pro 2s versus Pro 4s, lining up, and look at that, R.J. Anderson out of the truck. RJ, you know what I love about RJ? He's a great race car driver. Yes, his dad, a Hall of Famer. Actually, his dad joined us on our dirt bike trip to Cabo this year.
Oh, nice.
Got to learn a lot about the Andersons. But RJ is his own personality. RJ is fun. RJ is outgoing. RJ is personable. He will talk to everybody, and everybody loves to engage with him, and he engages well. But he is a race car driver, man.
He's a race car driver.
That
You see
kid
him
is
at the
legit.
awards banquet. They'll show up with the pink flamingo shirts. I mean, he is a fun-loving cat for sure. Cruise by his pitch, you'll figure it all out. But, man, when he puts a helmet on, he can for sure throw down, much like his brother Ronnie, no question about it.
Exciting to see RJ draw first blood today. We'll see how that plays out in the Cup race later today, but they're getting set to get to the podium. We'll get to that shortly.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. There's your winner to kick the day off, R.J. Anderson. Getting it done. That is, by the way, his 10th career Pro 4 win. Congrats to R.J. Anderson. Stay with us. We've got a lot more. We're just getting started here at Crandon.
Eibach on top of the box, baby.
But here comes the battle for the second flag. I believe it is. Ryan Timms getting the win. What an exciting way to kick off the day here, Labor Day weekend at the Big House. The number 37 NOS Energy Drink sponsored truck there of R.J. Anderson coming out here, throwing it down. Of course, CJ made him work for it. Let's bring you some highlights of that race. So much fun to watch as CJ got the early hole shot. Jimmy Henderson right there behind him as well. Adrian Chinney battling back in there with Johnny Greaves. And then we take a look at CJ, just hucking it in down there at Cowboy Corner. And definitely had some grip. He had a ton of speed, but it was R.J. Anderson that would eventually work his way up onto the back bumper. Unfortunately, Jimmy Henderson had an issue, had a mechanical, was out early. And then R.J. Anderson got closer and closer. These two put on an epic battle, an incredible level of talent. Unfortunately, it looked like C.J. Greaves might have a mechanical there as well, quite possibly lost high gear. Just not a place he would get passed in. But he showed a lot of speed everywhere else in the short sections of this track. What they did there in the span of that one lap, back and forth with each other, never touching each other, is something that is absolutely magical, and only a few people on the planet have the capabilities of even doing so. Incredible effort there out of what we just saw there to kick things off in the Pro 4 category. Obviously, track maintenance taking place here. We will get it down there to the Eibach winner's circle in just a couple of moments as they get the drivers up in there. Of course, good time to grab something to eat, something to drink here. Make sure you stay hydrated. Supposed to get up in the 90s here today. The MAV TV truck out there giving rides around this historical place. And, of course, all the graders and everybody out there prepping this track to get ready for our next battle, which will feature the Pro 2s.
I thought our next battle was going to be you and me.
You want to throw it down? So one more time, we'll get it back down there to our Eibach winner circle with Erica Allreed and Dave Aaliyah from Polaris.
Thanks, guys. I've got Dave Aaliyah with Polaris joining me now. And Dave, you guys have some special things going on today.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to thank everyone for being out here at Polaris Crandon World Championships. And, of course, we got the crew up here. You guys put on a show this morning. RJ, absolute clinic. We got a brand new Razor Pro XP for you, man.
Woo! Thank you so much, Dave. And congratulations to RJ. And now with our top three in this Pro 4 class. So Cole Mamer, why don't you come over here and join me? Cole, your patient driving was rewarded as you captured this podium finish late in the race. So can you take me through that second half from the driver's seat?
Man, the biggest thing is I knew we didn't have a truck for RJ and CJ today. The biggest thing was pressuring Johnny into a mistake, and we stayed right there with them, pressuring them. I don't know what happened to him going back in the gravel pit. I think he popped the motor. But, man, we did a full 360 from yesterday. Yesterday, we threw a huge wrong chassis change at it, and I give it up to my guys. You know, they've been busting their butts. We busted a motor Thursday in qualifying one lap in. They stayed up for 36 hours straight changing that motor. and just all the guys behind the scenes really plugging into the thing and making sure we have a rocket ship going to this afternoon, because truthfully the race that matters is the race that's tonight. So I owe this one to my guys. You guys killed it, but Baja Vida snacks, you guys are in all the concessions. Try them out, support the cause. That's what makes me get out here on the racetrack. And Bilstein shocks, Yokohama tires are hooking up today. We're going to throw a little bit different groove package at it. And Supreme Suspension, Sparco USA, Rod and Supply, Go the Lithium Batteries, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my whole family that coming out here, my girlfriend, her parents, everybody that came out here. You know, I couldn't do it without you. It's a team effort, and we're a small team. We're up here competing with big dogs. So we're coming for this cup race. We got some more left in the tank, and I think it's time to bring the rowdiness back.
Well, Cole, congratulations on righting the wrongs and taking this third place position. So next up, we've got CJ Greaves. CJ, if you want to come join me. CJ, again, congratulations. I know you're one spot shy of where you want to be, considering you led the first half of that race, but I know you have to be proud of the effort and fight you displayed in this one.
Yeah, we had a really great truck, man. We worked hard on this thing, getting the setup good, made a couple changes since yesterday, and then unfortunately right there at the caution, we lost fifth gear. So thank you, RJ, for not running me over down the straightaway. I know we're going from doing 103 to my truck's only doing 80 through the coming into turn one. So I really appreciate him being aware and not running me over, and we just tried to do the best we could and hold on there with only running fourth gear down all the straightaways. So we'll be ready for the cup race. The track was awesome. Cliff, Jason, all your crew. The track's been phenomenal all day, so hats off to them guys. All you Crandon fans for coming out here. It's amazing. It's going to be a heater, so stay hydrated so we can party later tonight. But I just got to thank all my sponsors, all my crew, Monster Energy, Toyota, Fox Shocks, Vision Wheel, Toyo Tires, Impact Safety, VP Lubricants, Luke, all his crew, everyone that works hard on these things. Thank you guys, and let's go get it at the cup race.
Well, congratulations on this second place finish. We look forward to seeing a redemption drive from you later on. And now our first place finisher, RJ Anderson. RJ, you took full advantage of that competition caution to get back up to CJ, and the rest was history from there. So at what point did you know you had the advantage and could take over this lead?
Yeah, you know, I knew I had a good truck, and honestly, we made some pretty big gear changes on the truck last night. I didn't have anything for these front runners yesterday, so we put our heads down, made a tire change on the BF Goodrich tires and a gear change, and it made a world of difference. The first few laps, I was kind of learning how to drive it again, got squirreled out a little bit over here, up against the wall. I'm like, man, I just need to calm down. Reset, started going after these guys. I think Jimmy broke, and then I was right with CJ, and I saw him have a problem here. So I'm like, I guess got to be smooth. And I saw CJ duck back in. I'm like, oh, maybe it was just a misshift or something. But when you come to this big house, you know the Greaves are going to be hard to run with. So just hats off to my guys, man. My team works so hard. And this is my first ring win. So I've had a couple wins, but this RZR's going to look good in the shop, man. So just hats off to my guys and my sponsors. And what about this crowd, man? Crandon, we love you guys. We make the trip from California just to see you. This whole crew here in Crandon, you guys are awesome. You give us this facility to all come and enjoy. So thank you guys. NOS Energy Drink, Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich Tires, so many. Couldn't do without you guys, and I'm ready to go battle with these guys in the cup race.
Well, RJ, a stellar performance by you and your team. We look forward to seeing you later on, but let's give it up for our top three in the Crandon Pro 4 World Championship. Guys, we'll be back after a break.
On top of the box, baby.
But here comes the battle for the second flag. I believe it is. Ryan Timm getting the win.
Eibach on top of the box, baby.
But here comes the battle for the checkered flag. I look at it. Ryan Tim getting the win.
Fantastic to have you here on this Speed Sport live from stage right now, where RJ joins Dave Arnold and myself. Firstly, stay away from my sleeves. I've heard about you. Is that why they call you the Ripper?
Hey,
RJ
if the sun, you have my word for now, but if the sun goes down, you might want to stay clear.
Okay. Mate, you had to be really surprised to see that monster truck have some issues. You know that the Learys present a beautiful team, that meticulous mechanical preparation, but hey, it's Crandon. You've got to take it, and things like that happen here.
Yeah, I think one thing maybe the fans at home don't understand is just how much strain we're putting on these Pro 4s. You can put every single dollar, every single amount of time into them. There's still these little things. I mean, we got 900 horsepower ripping around this track at over 100 miles an hour, throwing it in, grabbing gears, like anything can happen. When you come to Crandon, one thing's for sure, the Greaves are going to run hard. I mean, we know it. You know, they live not too far from here. They're fast here. They've won time and time again. So every time I come here, it's like, you know, we have the speed to run with them. So obviously today it would have been fun to race heads up, but he had that mechanical. We took advantage of it there. We had a little bit of a problem yesterday and put us back to third. And so today was our day. So I'm really happy for my team.
Well, one of the big questions I want to ask, too, is watching Jimmy Henderson right in front of you, and you're going there. You see CG up there. You know that's your big goal. Get to the front. You got Jimmy there. Jimmy has the problems. Then I see the side-by-side action that's happening, and you're going with CJ. Now, going into Calamity Corner, how crazy is that being side-by-side with him going into it?
Yeah, you know, I actually had a little bit of an advantage there because the first few laps, we changed some gear ratios last night, and they're quite a bit different to drive. So what that means is, like, in these Pro 4 trucks, I have a 6-speed manual transmission. So into these corners, whether you're running second high or third low, like, there's a lot of changes. So when we make a big change, it's relearning how to drive. That's your RPMs, the gears, where you want to be. So the first few laps, I needed to clean it up. So those guys started to leave me a little bit, and it gave me some time to slow down, find the lines. You know, I wasn't pushing as hard as I could, and I saw some things those last 2 laps before the yellows, like, okay, I think I need to make some adjustments here. We went green right after. Jimmy instantly had some type of issue. Jimmy runs really hard. He's been fast here also, I saw here in the spring. So he had that issue, and it was just me and CJ, and I was able to close up to his bumper, and I'm like, oh, this might be a pretty good race here. You know, we still got a cup, so we wasn't going to risk too much, but also this isn't a points race. You know, we're going for that razor here today. So then I saw him when we were coming down into one there, it's a little bit dusty, so you're kind of just following the truck in front of you, and all of a sudden I see I'm closing on him really fast, and I instantly duck inside a little bit, and we're off camber there, so it gets a little bit hairy, and I'm like, hopefully there wasn't just a yellow that my spotter missed or something, you know. So I kind of start to check up hard and look around, and I see no yellows. So then I start going, and then I see it going into gravel pit. I hear him, and then we go into the finish line turn, and he's right there, and I'm like, maybe he just missed a ship, like, it's on. And then I hear my spotter say, clear by 5, clear by 6 on the going back into the tree turn. So I knew instantly, you know, that the character of the beast, he must have had some type of gear issue. So I knew I just needed to get good runs off the corner and then protect on the high speeds because I knew he didn't have much for me there.
Jeez, I wish you could get excited about the sport. Unbelievable. Mate, you spend a lot of time in the air at this place. There's some super cool, almost ski ramp style jumps. But when you're in the air, you're not going forward, right? You need to get that truck planted, get those rear wheels spinning, or those 4 wheels spinning and get forward. How do you balance that?
Yeah, there's actually a lot going on in the air. Between us adjusting the truck on takeoffs, between gas brake, modulation, we get a lot of air time. So if you really leave all the way on the gas grabbing gears, you can float the nose here at Crandon at these big flyaway
That'll
jumps.
Get your attention.
Exactly. So we're sending these things. Some of these jumps are hitting around 90 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour into turn 1. So no lack of speed here at Crandon.
They just put on an awesome facility, man. I mean, look at these fans here. There's no place like it for us.
Is that jump just here on this main stretch here off camber slightly? Because you kind of get that thing gets all bamboozled up.
You know, we get the 1, 2, 3 hit. We come off camber, hit the first jump, go a little sideways, come over this jump right here, right in front of the fans, throw it sideways, land super hard, come around the finish line corner here, then the skybox jump and hit hard again. So it's like bam, bam, bam. Then we get it out of the way. The rest of the track's fairly smooth sailing, get our head back on straight and come back around for another run.
Well, you've run so many years here. You're former Cup winner here too. One of the things that, you know, is your limited schedule you're running in short course now. Does that hinder you a little bit, or does it make you a little bit more hungry?
It's a little bit of both, you know. I think one thing we get to take advantage on is these guys are running every 2-3 weeks. In a Pro 4, that's tough. I mean, to turn these trucks around on the teams, on the drivers, on everything, like racing is tough. We come in with a little bit fresher mindset, a little bit fresher crew, a little bit fresher trucks. So there's that, but every time you're racing, you're learning. So those guys are constantly learning. When we show up, we're like, oh man, we have to learn twice as fast because we have half as many laps as them. But our team's done an awesome job with this truck this year. Two wins in 4 races, so as well as a third. I think we've got a good truck going for this Cup.
Mate, the NOS guys do a great job with their socials, and you do some amazing things. I know Sheldon Hordenshield's always doing some sick stuff with drifting, and they put you guys in Volkswagens and all sorts of cool stuff. What a great ambassadorship that must be to be one of that team.
Man, I joined the NOS Energy family a couple years ago, and it's been one of the best partnerships ever. Me and my brother have an awesome time. We're like a family, like you said. Like we got Sheldon out in the rocks. We took him to King of the Hammers in a race. Yeah, I rode with, he rode with me, and then I rode with him. So I don't know if either of us enjoyed the passenger seat, but a great character and a great driver as well. Speaking of the Volkswagen, he put me into the wall in Irwindale pretty hard. So it's fun. Chris Forsberg.
Not that he's bitter.
No. I was in the back seat. I was just a passenger, so I owe Sheldon one for that. But a great family and a great brand to have supporting us here in the off-road scene.
Hey, man, congratulations. You got plenty of work to do later on today. Please put your hands together for him, folks. RJ Anderson doing an awesome job. We will take a break here from our Speed Sport live from stage. Thanks to our great friends at Toyota. Let's go places. Let's go to a break and back in a sec.
On top of the box, baby.
Welcome back to our Speed Sport live from stage for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. I'm not going anywhere right now. I'm staying right here no matter what the fans want. Mate, what an incredible event. This attracts so many other luminaries in other forms of motorsport, and the Mears family are a great example of that. Ralph Shaheen, of course, caught up with the guys and said, why are you here? What are you doing with this? I mean, we know the answer. Ralph found out more.
Okay, so here we are with the Mears gang at Crandon, but you guys don't really have a huge history here. I can't believe that. You, Roger, have never been here before, and Casey, you've only run here once in a super light?
Yeah, years ago.
How did this happen? How did we have to wait so long to get you guys here?
That's a good question, right?
That's a good question.
I mean, I always wanted to come because I always saw it, and of course, Flannery, met him in Riverside, and some of the different guys at different tracks, and they said, you got to come do it, you got to come and do it. And we kept meaning to, and we kept trying to make it happen with our team, but it just never fell right. Just didn't get to do it.
So here you are now, but your kid's driving. But I heard you talking over there at the truck. You're telling him what he needed to do. I don't know. Maybe we need to find you a truck, Roger.
No, I think I'm past. I'm okay.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I get the feeling, Casey, he could wheel it.
The guy with all the truck experience is sitting next to me, and I'm here with 3 laps. So
yeah,
we might need to swap out and let him get in.
Yeah, I think he could still wheel it, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, actually, we went down and did a really fun ride down in Baja, and I got to rip pretty hard with Cameron Steele and those guys, and had an absolute blast. And
we had a great time.
You got to get the juices flowing a little bit again.
Yeah, I did.
Doing that
5 days solid of just going as fast as I wanted to go. It was great.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to say is I've been able to run with him over the last few years in a lot of different things. I'm glad I don't have to race him.
Yeah.
So you talked about the IndyCar stuff, and you and I were chatting just before we started this interview here. 258 miles an hour at Fontana in an IndyCar, just mind-boggling speed. And then I think about turn 1 here and how hair-raising this thing is. Does it compare?
It's completely different, but the feeling's not a whole lot. I mean, because here you are now taking anytime you take something to its limit at the fastest speed that it can take, it gives you a similar sensation, But being on dirt, being sideways, going through a corner at 100 miles an hour in one of these trucks is a pretty awesome feeling, and I'm glad I've got to experience that.
What is turn 1 like here? Describe it for us. How do you drive it?
Well, I mean, going into it, I didn't realize how blind it was at first. Now having driven it, I mean, you're coming into this thing at 100 miles an hour over a slight rise. You can't see, the wall disappears, the inside wall disappears, so you can't really see where you need to set up to get into the corner. So it's a little bit unsettling, at first, trying to figure out where that point is, where you're going to throw the thing sideways at 100 miles an hour and hope that you did it right, not knowing what's on the other side. Yeah. And right now in my truck, I go in there wide open, throw it sideways, and it's spinning the tires so hard that I actually have to roll out of the throttle just a little bit to get to hook up. And then when it does, I can get back wide open to straighten up for that jump. But it's a super cool sensation. You get in there and it's real light, it floats in, and then when it gets in lands and it gets all that load, and then all of a sudden you feel the G's and you're in the gas hard. It's a really cool sensation going over that rise that fast.
Okay, so you're running with Ryan Beat this weekend. Tell me about the truck and the strategy, how you're approaching the weekend.
Well, I mean, this all came together kind of last minute, and I wasn't going to turn down the opportunity. And so I said, absolutely, I'll do it. Ryan's a great guy, and he's got a great program. He was quick time right out the gate. He built a brand new truck that's beautiful. But to do this, they found another team and program that had an older truck to rent for me. And so, I mean, really, for me, I'm out here to experience this place. I'm always going to go as fast as I can, but I got a lot to learn in a short amount of time. So he's been really good about, maybe making some changes to that truck that he would have done to his truck, try to get it as close as we can for me to go out there and just get laps, learn, have fun, and get the best result we can.
Well, it's always so awesome to have all these great dignitaries and racers that come here. I know we've had, like we got Tanner Fowles, Travis Pastrana. But, folks, it's time to go back to racing. So we're going to go throw it back to the booth. Back to Ken and Cam.
Thanks a lot, guys. What a great interview there with Ralph Shaheen and of course, Roger and Casey.
Yeah, no, what an honor for me to be able to spend some trail missions time. We did a trip this year in Baja together. Being able to hang out with Roger again, who was friends with my mom and dad, who are both now passed. My dad always talked about Roger and Rick as like the youngsters in the racing back in those days. My dad starting in 70 at the Baja 1000. But being able to hang out with CJ, he's won a NASCAR race. He won in a Chevrolet. He's back in a Chevrolet today with Ryan Beat Racing in the number 25. He is just one of the most personable, nicest dudes in the world. And guess what? He gave me a ride to the track this morning.
That's right.
I was hitchhiking a little bit, right? So Roger Mears and CJ picked me up and give me a ride in. But just great people, and it's great to have Ralph breaking it down, getting in there. 258 miles an hour on anything is hair-raising. But this turn 1 here, the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1 is as gnarly as anything you'll ever do in motorsports.
No doubt about it. By the way, he finished up 11th one day ago, so congrats to Casey Mears on that with a field that was in excess of 20 trucks. As you take a look at the big screen here for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championships, brought to us by the U.S. Air Force. Pro 2 Sunday final lineup right here. Corey Winter, by the way, the winner one day ago, as he is a points leader in this category, followed up by Mickey Thomas. Ryan Beat, third in the points, was also up on the podium here, along with Keegan Kincaid, who had a win here at Crandon earlier in the year.
He's pretty good.
We're about to go racing here, by the way. The Pro 2s are on the line. They are warmed up, making noise. We'll look for our starter there to make his way up into the box, of course. Crandon, get ready to go. It's going to be just as exciting. Yeah, if you love the Pro 4s, you're going to love the Pro 2s, and there's twice as many. So we'll throw it down here with some of the absolute best in the business. Dustin Grabowski getting his feet wet as well inside of this category. One podium on the season inside of the top 5. Johnny Holter with a win a little bit earlier in this season as well at ERX. So, yeah, there's some big hitters in here. And then we have, as I talked about before, Jarrett Brooks is back, former champ. Tanner Faust in the house. Casey Mears, Amanda Sorensen, a drift driver, also out here having some fun. So, yeah, we've got a stacked up field, and they're cleaning those things out.
Is it all right to be a little bit nervous?
Absolutely. What's it like? What's it like for these drivers right now?
Right now, it's go time. You're making sure that you have all your safety gear, and I'm always grabbing my seatbelt, making sure that it's tight, making sure my neck restraint is on, and just making sure that everything is spot on, set to go. As soon as I see him run across the front right there, now my eyes are on the starting flagger, and I want to be ready to go. I'm kind of brake holding a little bit, throttle anticipating. Last time he went green right away. This time,
pretty quick.
2 rows of Pro 2s going at it.
Mickey Thomas right dead center in that bright yellow truck. That is Jarrett Brooks. It looks like it's going to be Corey Winter again with another hole shot.
Oh, contact!
Contact! Mickey Thomas goes for a big ride in turn number 1. Rips the left front tire completely off. Spotter's doing a great job with all the other trucks to keep him out of Mickey. But that is a big moment. Just a little bit of touch there, and it launching to the outside. Went for a big ride. Safety there immediately as well. We want to make sure that Mickey is okay first and foremost. They are right there on top of it. Corey Winter with the hole shot. The rest of the field still racing, but no doubt they will check things up here before they get back around here to Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. Boy, scary moment, and you know that's what builds the drama at this racetrack. Is it is sketchy, but everybody is full in.
And Winter, challenge from Brooks right behind. Watch those front 2 spots. Brooks in the yellow trying to make a move. Dive into the inside on Winter. Taking a look. That's Winter in the 67.
Winter up high, but keeps a little bit of momentum and gets in that dry dirt. So he's able to hang on to it. Had great speed one day ago. I'm sure Jarrett Brooks, with one race under his belt with this brand new truck, will be working at it. And you can see the yellow flag is out. They will bring everybody to a stop. They don't want anybody coming back down this front straightaway towards this turn. Mickey is out. Big ride there for Mickey Thomas. And Mickey Thomas has been fast here all year long. We watch it here one more time up on the big screen. That's turn 1 at Crandon.
Yeah, well, Mickey was coming, watch, if we'll be able to see it again, he comes from the outside there, yellow flag racing through, so caution. He is out of the car. Everything is all right down on the truck. It is still on the outside of the exit of turn 1. They're dragging it off, missing the wheel now. But Corey Winter back under green flag racing. Jarrett Brooks giving chase, but Winter right now with about an 8 truck length lead. That's going to be tough. Unless Jarrett can find a way to get underneath him. Now, yesterday, when they were racing the Pro 2s, Jarrett Brooks did have a great run, ended up failing the truck, but he had a great run to catch back up towards Winter. As you're seeing there, Mickey Thomas getting into the safety rig. That's a tough way to go racing, and Jarrett Brooks has closed it up.
Yeah, Jarrett Brooks, a 6-time champion, of course, championships in Pro 2 and in Pro Light.
Here we go.
A run at Corey Winter. Brand new truck. They wanted to get things sorted. Great to see him back out here, no doubt, with a race under his belt from yesterday, making some changes, and now applying a lot of pressure here on Corey Winter.
I like this. On lap 1, they both went wide into that dusty, slippery, less traction. Jarrett Brooks tried to stay down a little lower at the bit of a run. He's got a charge here. Now, what does he do? He's going to go outside. He's going to do something a little bit different, trying to tuck it back underneath. And we got a drag race coming down, and we got contact.
Corey Winter doing a good job. We'll see if he can hang on here. trying to find a little bit of space. It's going to be on the outside of Corey. Is he going to tuck back in? Hangs right on the back bumper.
Berm shot, trying to get the slingshot. Here he goes around the inside. Watch, see if Corey blocks him. If Corey goes to the inside, checks the brake slightly to stay closer to the ground. Jarek on the outside. Can he make a run here? I don't think so.
Jarek trying to find that offline just by half a truck. Clear vision, of course, as they head down into the gravel pit. Corey Winter with a preferred line here. Right down to the bottom.
Jarrett's going to do it again. He's going to go to the outside, start on that fluff, come down to the bottom, try to get a run, a slingshot. Now, Jarrett has seen how that works, and he may wait a little bit later to do it, but no, he's trying to show a door to Corey Winter on the inside, coming across where they'll get the checkers a bit later. Watch this now. Remember, as they rotate right, then they rotate left. Winter went to the outside where it was slippery. Brooks stayed on the bottom where there was tracks. Let's see how they do it this time. Winter tucks to the bottom now. He's going to protect a little bit more. So
that's kind of that line he's been running and lets it drift out. It carries good momentum. It looks like he tucks in tight, but he lets it run. Here comes Brooks. Brooks right up beside him with wicked power.
Block him. Block the spot. Take the spot. Jarrett Brooks is going to fill that zone. He's going to come a little wide. Say, howdy, how you doing? Take it underneath him. Clean racing. He gives Winter the opportunity to run back.
Right back around.
He does.
Outside in, had a good run, kept his line, never flinched. That is so difficult to do, and kept the momentum.
Coming around turn one, here they come back to the barn.
By the way, we haven't talked about it. We were just talking about R.J. Anderson. Ronnie Anderson in third place, by the way, in Pro 2.
Oh, there were other cars out there?
It's unbelievable, right?
Here comes Brooks with another run. Watch him. Is he going to go to the outside and try to go outside and back to the bottom? He's going to stay all outside. Watch him rotate. He's going to come underneath the back bumper. And here comes the slingshot. Trying to run up alongside Winter, but Winter with the run this time.
And Winter has a hot run. That thing digs out. Right down to the bottom again goes Brooks. Brooks nice and clean, though, yet to get it to the side of him. Front half of the race. We'll see how things go as they continue on here. Lap 3 of 9.
Brooks has been so good in this back, setting up the slingshot. Watch for him as they come through this Boxo Tools turn. Watch the setup now. This is where Brooks has been really getting that slingshot speed. He stays lower. See Winter out breaking traction in the dust. Brooks lets it drift to the outside. I don't know if he's going to have the run this time, but if he does, I'd be a little meaner. I'd put the elbows up, put the door on him if I get the opportunity to get in there and block a little bit. Don't let Winter have that clean line to come back in. And yeah, maybe the officials won't love it, but a little bumping is okay in my book. A little bit.
Both of them almost identical speed. In the meantime, while these guys are racing, Ronnie is slowly picking away at it as well, getting ever closer. Of course, he'll use that mandatory caution to really close up the gap, save the truck a little bit for Ronnie, right?
You talk about the competition caution. Remember, one of these trucks should be set up for early in the race when it's more muddy. Some of the trucks can be set up better for later in the race. We'll see who has the best truck, but look at that. Brooks, under braking, continues accelerating, likes that fluff. Again, same move, outside to the inside. And he's got a bit of a run. Now what he's been doing, he's been tucking to the inside to try to get alongside Winter. This time he's not able to do it. He actually had a better run. Look at this, he's on the inside. This could work. Bump and bump, bump and run, bump and run. No, a little bit of contact. It's not enough.
Nice and clean. And that's the spot he wanted to hang on to. Coming to the mandatory caution right there. Corey Winter able to hang on to it. Corey's truck got a little bit tight there in the gravel pit, and he consequently had to really battle with Brooks there through Calamity Corner. So everybody making it to the mandatory caution here. What a battle, to say the least. Incredible stuff.
Does it sound like we're having fun?
Oh, man, this is huge fun. Are you kidding me?
Just think, later on, we're going to have the 2s and the 4s on the track at the same time.
So Corey Winter, Jarrett Brooks, Ronnie Anderson, Johnny Holter with a great run, along with Bob Brand, all inside of the top 5. Dustin Grabowski, 6th. Then it was Tanner Faust down there in 7th. Some big players here inside of this category. Doug Matag, unfortunately, a little bit deeper down in the pack. It's been really fast this year as well. We take a look down through there just a bit more. Casey Mears a little bit deeper down in the field. Mayan Spaccarelli, great to have him back out here as well. Has been running on the West Coast. Ran with us a number of years ago and was fast one day ago in 6th place.
And so here you are, right? You're behind the pace truck. Corey's nice and calm there. Jarrett's stepping out, breaking a little traction. It's like where are the head games here, right? Who's got who and who's head? Corey Winter's playing the head game where you're like, I don't even care if you're behind me.
Here's what I think. Corey Winter, this isn't a points race, but Corey Winter has been so close to winning a championship and has just laid up short a couple times. To who? Jared Brooks. But he's really developed. You can see this. His composure is unbelievable. His talent is unbelievable now. He doesn't get fazed by the big pressure from Jared Brooks. He's been here before, done that. So we'll see if he can hang on here in the back half. But what incredible racing again. So close, clean, no contact, massive talent.
So do you think there might be a little more contact on the restart?
I think there might. I don't know about the restart, but before the checkered flag, I bet you things get a little more sporty.
Yeah, I think Jared's done a great job showing him the door, seen a couple spots where he might be able to make the move. Now, I think if Jared gets underneath there, gives him a little bit of door, gives a little bit of competition, there could be some elbows up racing.
Yeah, and here's the thing. These two have raced a lot, and it's gotten that way before. And this is where I think Corey Winter shines. He's not afraid to throw a little bit back now, and I think Brooks understands that. So it can get really exciting here in just a couple moments. We don't want to see them crash each other, but racing hard is a lot of fun.
It sure is. How many people think Winter might have this thing handled today?
Chasing that championship.
Look at this. Little fisticuffs and stopping there. How many people think Jared Brooks is going to get underneath him? Got some fans out there for Brooks as well.
That is Tanner Faust, by the way, with the Yokohama-sponsored number 34 truck.
Just a little, hey, how you doing? I'm here on the restart in case you're wondering. And they're coming to the restart zone.
That is Kyle Cooper, by the way, as well, with the 73. So
there's a zone where the lead driver
there's cones out there.
Gets to choose when he hits the throttle. It's about 150 feet long. So
Corey's truck has been that clean all weekend long.
Look at
He got
Jared.
the whole shot a day ago.
Jared giving himself a little breathing room, steps out to the outside a little bit, which leaves an open door for Ronnie Anderson also on the bottom.
And Ronnie was catching those guys. I really think Ronnie can hang, so this might not be a two-horse battle here anymore.
Great start by Corey Winter. He's got a little bit of breathing room as he goes down to the gravel pit. Now remember, Brooks has been going to the outside just a little bit and then tearing it up on the inside. I'd look to see this pass coming once again. Watch for Brooks to try to get to the inside, make a bump, and get across in front of that finish line before Corey Winter.
Beautiful job there off of that Polaris jump.
Not going to happen this time. Winter with a great run. Jared Brooks drifted a little wide. Let's see what happens in the back.
How about that nasty roost, man, off of these Pro 2s?
Wow, huge run there by Johnny Holger. Good run, looking for that third position on the track. They're heading in the back.
Great battle going on for third as well. Third, fourth, and fifth all tied up.
Winter in another gear, shifting it up, it seems like.
You talked about setting up for the second half. Maybe that's what's come to him. Looks like the 43 truck here also completely off of the track there trying to get back on.
That's Bob Bland.
Yeah, Bob was inside of the top 5.
I said Bland. Brand. Hello. Too excited. Here we go. Winner. Jared Brooks. Ronnie Anderson.
Corey sneaking away here now. A little bit of breathing room. Doug Matag, by the way, way deep in the pack, showing some real speed, trying to scrap his way back up. But now Corey Winter's spotter telling him clear by 3, clear by 4. Oh! Up on the bike, hits a hole right there through the gravel pit, launches that thing up on 2 wheels, not phased at all.
No, but it gave Brooks just that little bit to get back into that position. Now, Corey wants to have 3 or 4 truck lengths so he can pick his line, right? If he has a little bit of breathing room, he can do what he thinks is the fastest on the track. But if Jared can tuck it in there, all of a sudden, you got to start protecting a little bit if you're Corey Winter. And Corey right now knows he's got a mirror full of Jared Brooks. Look at the rotation, very similar. Brooks rotates a little bit earlier. He's staying down lower. He has been doing this. And this is where that slingshot's been working. But last time around, Corey Winter had a huge gap.
And another one now, man. I mean, really digging out of that turn now.
As it dries out, it's possible Winter is set up for late in the race. Oh, he hits that berm, scrubs off some speed. Jared Brooks with the run.
By the way, Johnny Holcher slowly catching Ronnie Anderson as well. Johnny Holcher trying to get up in a podium position here. A great run from him.
Well, just a minute ago, Johnny was like basically up in the bed of his truck. He was right there pushing.
The number 93 Yokohama truck coming on as well as we keep an eye on the top 4 here.
Yeah, we have a bit of a breakaway with the top 4. And right now, speaking of breakaways, how about 8 truck lengths for Corey Winter? Our best battle is for 3rd, but they're starting to breathe a little bit. We'll see what happens as we wind down the laps. Just 4 more to go.
By the way, Corey Winter with 9 podiums on the season through 11 rounds, 3 of those wins. Here comes Brooks one more time.
It almost looked like Winter checked up just a little too much there. He wanted to get the truck back on the ground for forward momentum, but here comes Brooks once again.
And I think that's a great call. I've seen Corey do that a number of times. He doesn't land quite as hard, gets it back on the ground, drives away, and gets that gap right back.
Preserve your vehicle. You know where he does it really well? Right in the front of the grandstands, where everybody's on the grass there before they go into the barn turn. He checks it, scrubs just a little bit, gets back down to the ground. I saw CJ Greaves doing the same in the Pro 4.
Well, I'm telling you, through the back there, that exit out of Argonne Corner, he's got some real tug out of that truck. With that said, Brooks isn't going anywhere. No question, applying plenty of pressure here. 5 different winners in this category for this year, and now Brooks trying to make it 6.
And you see 1 lap ago, Winter hit that berm and blew it up, cost himself a little bit of time. This time he executed a little bit lower, stayed out of that big berm shot, and I think he had a bit more snot coming out of there.
So Ronnie able to stretch it back out here. Johnny Holcher unfortunately falling back just a little bit as we keep an eye on the top 2 here. King and Kincaid a little bit deeper inside of the field. 25 truck back there as well, just a bit deeper.
And our battle for the lead, Jarrett's still looking for that spot, right? Still looking for, and here comes that run, here comes the run. Does he want to get up alongside? Do you want to show him now? Now, you could go in a little heavier under braking, right? But there's a chance of contact. Jarrett Brooks has been keeping it very clean as we get 3 laps of racing remaining.
And that's always a give and take. If you drive in really hard like that, it's going to cost you on the exit. So he could lose a little bit too if he doesn't pull it off. Again, back through Argonne Corner, it's like poetry in motion. Brooks hanging right there. The brand new Pro truck that brand new Pro 2 truck that they built, he never competed in and sold it. Then the people that currently own it wanted him to shake this thing down. And again, he's pulling in. Window net was down. He's getting called in for that window net.
Yep, so he's going to have to put the window net down or he will not have an official finish coming into the pits. Is Jarrett Brooks, putting it up. And you know what I got to say? That's all on the driver, right? Someone else might pull you in the car. Someone else might put the window net up. But you always got to make sure your steering wheel's on and your net's up to stay. Unfortunately, it's going to drop him way back in the field. Corey Winter off to the races by himself. Huge breathing room over Ronnie Anderson. Tough break for Jarrett Brooks.
Yeah, Corey Winter with 5 career Pro 2 wins, looking to make it 6 here. It would be his 10th podium on the season. Really has developed into a massive threat anytime he shows up here in the Pro 2 category. By the way, of course, the history of the winners goes deep, as Dave Winter was a major sponsor for the late Rick Huseman back in his Pro Light days. So they've been in this game for a long time. Wonderful, wonderful people. One off the track, that was Tanner Faust way off the outside of the track there at the gravel pit, doing a little stunt driving. Doug Matag, I talked about him picking his way forward. He's a number 81 truck. You see the hood off of it. Doug Matag has been very fast. Anytime he shows up, he's a player for sure, but was way deep inside of this field.
And on the final lap, Brooks is back out there trying to race back through the pack, but it's all about the Vision Canopy truck. That's right, Corey Winter bringing it down. Number 67 doing work in front of the fans. Looking unbelievable. He hit all his marks. He never got nervous. Brooks could get right up alongside of him. It didn't matter. He took his line. He did what he wanted to do. Brooks even got by him one time. Corey Winter holds it together, keeps his mind together, and goes right back by.
Right through the gravel pit here one more time. And head up over the Polaris Sky Jump. Back there, Ronnie Anderson with a good run here in the 52 truck. NOS Energy backed machine. Holter there in the 3rd and final podium position by Yokohama. But across the stripe, it's going to be Corey Winter for the 4th time this season. 10 podiums, 2 seconds, 4 thirds. And of course now, a Crandon champion. How about that?
Pretty cool stuff, I got to tell you. It's impressive to see.
Crandon world champion, I should say. As the Crandon International Raceway Pace Truck will pick up our top 3. Keegan Kincaid picking his way up into the top 5. Had a good back half surge out of that truck. You're a mess here, Cam. What are you doing, bud?
Thank you. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get in your way as much as I can. But that's why you love me.
Good stuff here as we take a look at our results. Congratulations to Corey Winter, our winner. What a great last name in motorsports, right?
Especially when you're on top of the box.
Right. Ronnie Anderson, of course, Holcher there right behind him. We talked about Keegan Kincaid making a good run from the back up inside of the top 5. Doug Matag was, I want to say, if he wasn't last, he was second to last at the restart. And I mean, he threw it down to get up inside of the top 5. Casey Mears, a great run here up into 7th. 11th one day ago, now 7th. Spaccarelli back in there, lost a couple of spots from yesterday. Unfortunately, Brooks, who had a shot at this win, had that window net come down, had to pull in, took him out of contention. What a shame about that. So stay with us here, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we will talk to our winner, Mr. Corey Winter, as we'll wait for him here just a moment to climb out of this truck. But what an amazing season he is having as he is oh so close to chasing down his first career Pro 2 championship. Put your hands together for him. Stay with us. We'll be right back to talk to our winner.
On top of the box, baby. Once again, we welcome everybody back here to the 54th running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships and, of course, the 8th Red Bull World Cup. By the way, I was just taking a look at a couple of stats here because Corey Winter will bump up to 6 career Pro 2 wins. It'll tie him with some guy by the name of Jerry Welchel.
I heard of a guy named Jerry Welchel before.
I think he was a champion as well. So
solid guy. You know what?
Man, let's take a look at these highlights. It was
that is not
Thomas
a highlight. That is a low light. Mickey Thomas in the 44 has contact coming down into the Potawatomi first turn, has contact and launches it. Good news is Mickey Thomas out of the truck all right, and the racing would continue. The battle was for sure up front. Jarrett Brooks, that yellow truck, was giving him hell, trying to get a run on Winter. He actually got by one time, but Winter just drove a beautiful race. Both drivers keeping it clean and smooth.
Yeah, never flinched at all, even though he did get down underneath him. A little bit of shenanigans going on back there. Tanner Faust had a little bit of fun right here in Calamity Corner. You can see those two together. Yeah, a little bit of off-track action as well for a few of the drivers. So fiberglass blind. Doug Matag with a big run there at the very end as well. He had a fourth-place finish going back to Bark River. So Matag always fast when he shows up, a great fabricator and builds great trucks. They might need him to help fix that 44 truck because, boy, oh boy, that one's in tough shape.
It looks tough to get back together.
All right, once again, let's get it back down to our IBOC winner circle with Erica Allreed.
Thanks, guys. And I've got our third place finisher, Johnny Holcher. Come on over here. Johnny, what a drive. This
this race was filled with pure chaos. So what was it like negotiating this one from start to finish to claim your very first World Championship Day podium in a Pro 2?
Yeah, no, definitely rookie season. I learned a lot with people to trust to be around, but definitely just try to keep my nose clean, and there's a little bit of contact off the start, and that came and bit me in the end after trying to get to Ronnie, but the hood came up in my face. I couldn't see for a little bit, but I kind of moved it around to get the win to rip it off, but no, I couldn't do this without my whole crew, my team, HBI, Yokohama, Impact for keeping me safe. I had a fire yesterday, and the suit's still fresh. My family, my girlfriend, my parents, my grandparents, Action Sports Canopy, Race Driven, the whole Crandon crew. The track was awesome, and everyone else, thank you. Oh, and my buddies for coming out. They've been pushing me all weekend, so hopefully this made them happy.
A well-deserved third place finish. Congratulations, Johnny. And with our second place finisher, Mr. Ronnie Anderson. Ronnie, come on over here and join me. Ronnie, you were cool, calm, and consistent all the way to this second place finish. Are you happy what you got out of yourself in your truck, or is there still more you're searching for that cup race?
No, definitely happy, especially after my performance yesterday. Totally threw my hat out the window, so I'm super happy to bring home a podium for the boys today on the first race of Championship Sunday. And we have a little bit to gain on Jarrett and them, but just happy to be out here on the podium. First time ever here in Crandon, and it feels so good. Just got to thank my whole team. They worked their butts off last night after I totally ruined the truck, and they gave me that piece of equipment out there today to be able to do and get up here on this podium. So also all of our sponsors, NOS Energy Drink, Polaris Razor, BF Goodrich Tires, South Point, VP Lubricants, everyone who helps us out. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully we'll be back up here in a couple hours.
A job well done. We look forward to seeing you later on. Ronnie Anderson. And with our winner, no surprise, Corey Winner continuing his winning ways here at Crandon. Corey, although you got the win here yesterday and today, this one did not come as easy. So how did you manage that game of defense you had to play against Jarrett Brooks?
Yeah, man, I knew he was coming. Just spotter Jesse just kept keeping me calm and making sure I was smooth like yesterday. And man, he was out breaking me everywhere. I knew I had to work on that in the second half. And I also know the track conditions were going to go away in the second half. So I tried using that to our advantage, and couldn't really gain on me here and there, and then unfortunately had a problem. So we just had to do what we did. Man, the guys, that change from yesterday really worked out. We didn't really do anything overnight, so we were nice and lucky to have a nice night off. So came out here and backed it up, so that's awesome. So thank you to those guys, my family, everybody here at Crandon. Congrats to you guys, man. It's awesome to see them up here too. So all the fans for coming out. It's amazing. It's so packed here. So I've got to thank my girlfriend, my sponsors, Vision Canopy, Kenda Tires were hooked up, obviously 2 for 2 right now, so we'll try to keep it going. So they're dialed. Race Glass, Impact Safety, Maxima Racing Oil, Motor Gear, FK Rod Ends, Roush Engines, ATD, Dynamic Converters, man, everybody. It's so awesome. Finally put one together here on a Sunday at Crandon, so we're going to enjoy it.
Well, congratulations. Definitely on pace to put those Pro 4s to the test later, but right now I've got Dave Aaliyah with me with Polaris, and he's going to take it away.
Awesome, thank you. Heck of a drive, guys. Cannot wait to see you take on the Pro 4 trucks tonight. On behalf of Polaris, we wanted to sweeten the pot. Corey, I got the keys to a brand new Polaris Razor Pro XP for you, buddy.
Thank you so much, Dave. What a prize on top of the win. But Ken, Cam, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Erica. Appreciate that. And, man, Corey Winner,
wow.
2 for 2, baby. Yeah. Looking for a clean sweep here. It would be a big one if he could pull off the Pro 2 against the Pro 4 race here a little bit later on, of course, the Crandon Red Bull Cup.
It's going to be interesting, too, because we'll see a little bit of a different racetrack. They're going to cut it. They're going to get water into it. They're going to be working on it, but then we'll add the 4s and the 2s together. Makes it very interesting. I love the comment about under braking, how the racing is developing. Under braking is such a key part of this racetrack to slow down just enough to be able to try to dive inside, but without breaking up all your momentum. It's a tough thing to do. I mean, people talk about racing, they think about gas, but under that braking is so important.
Yeah, holding his line, holding his composure, coming out of there, not losing any ground, and getting around a former champion with someone like Jarrett Brooks is not an easy task. So, with a little bit more from our Speed Sport Live desk, we're going to get it back down to Dave and Wade, who I'm sure is having a great time now here on Championship Sunday.
Man, I got to tell you, Ken, I am a huge fan of Pro 2. I'm also a fan of Dave from Polaris. Can we shake him down? Has he got any more sets of keys or those razors he could just toss around?
Yeah, I got some room in my garage.
He's like my new best friend. Ralph Shaheen spoke to a young lady that was gassing it up in that Pro 2 event just earlier on, Amanda Sorensen. She did an amazing job, and Ralph was able to sit down with her and talk a little bit more about her love for this class and what it's like to race at this amazing event.
Well, Amanda, you've been having a pretty busy year running around the globe chasing Formula E, or Extreme E, I should say.
Yes, Extreme E.
Okay, and your favorite country so far has been?
Scotland.
And what was so great about Scotland?
It was just honestly so pretty. The weather was amazing. We've toured some places where it's kind of been more on the hotter side, so Scotland was very cool. Also, we got to technically race, it was literally 2 different tracks because Saturday it was dry and Sunday it was downpouring and rain, so it was so wet and slick and muddy and slow. Towards the first day it was very high speed, lots of traction.
So Extreme E is a very different form of motorsport. How has that prepared you for everything else you're doing?
I would have to say it's kind of reverse. Everything that I've done has prepared me for Extreme E because it's so different and extreme. Like going into Formula Drift, you don't really have a lot of seat time. There's not a lot of practice. You get 12 laps and you go out there and you race. For Extreme E, similar. We actually get 4 laps total, and then I go to sleep, wake up the next morning, go straight into racing. So as far as the readiness and being super on top of everything, I've kind of learned from Formula Drift going into Extreme E, and then also growing up in the dirt and racing, short course, you have that door-to-door action where you're just banging doors with other people, and everything really, even I also used to competitively figure skate, and I would say that was kind of what has taught me the proper mindset for motorsports.
Wow, okay. So how does precision translate over then to Crandon?
Okay, Crandon. Honestly, I would have to say this weekend, you got to be very precise. Obviously, we have 30 trucks in our Pro 2 field?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Big class.
The goal is to make it to Sunday's last race. So going out there and really just being precise through every race, I think is going to be important, as well as I'm not getting much seat time. I got 3 laps in practice, and I'm going straight into qualifying now. So now that I'm going into qualifying, I'm having to take every single lap that I'm doing and absorb as much knowledge as possible to prepare myself for the next obstacle or race that's coming up in front of me.
Crandon this weekend, strategy, Pro 2, first time you've been in one, first time you've been to Crandon, you're running with Ryan Beat and his team. That's a lot.
Obviously, I am here this weekend to prepare myself for an Extreme E race with the GM crew next weekend in Italy, but I have kind of I'm taking it race by race. Like I said, the goal is to make it to Sunday's last race, the Big Cup race, right? So starting in practice, taking those 3 laps in, that was just more of getting comfortable in the truck and remembering, that short course, those roots that I have in me that I had started out from. And really the goal is to just kind of set a pace. I don't want to go out there and light the world on fire, and I'm not going out there and being, whole shot into turn 1, but I'm definitely going to be competitive, trying to keep up with the rest of the pack, and taking it race by race. Like I said, I think everything from this weekend leads into the final, whether it be, understanding each turn and how to drive that turn and applying it every single time and being, very precise. Yeah. And then also finishing in every single race. I'd rather finish mid-pack than take myself out, and now I'm starting last again, Get the laps. And it is about seat time this weekend and really just continuing to develop myself as a driver, so.
That's great. So you live in Vegas.
Yeah.
There's a little Formula 1 race coming up. You got room for a few of us from the crew to come hang out, or?
I'm sure we could accommodate.
It's going to be crazy, isn't it?
Yes. It is already crazy, actually.
And you're going to be turning 21 on the Formula 1 weekend in Vegas.
Yep, I'll be 21 on the Formula 1 weekend.
Oh, boy. Well, have fun here in Crandon. We wish you luck with it, and we hope to see you in Vegas.
Thank you.
Look at old Shaheen trying to get himself some free accommodation in Vegas. Ever the opportunist. Welcome back to the Speed Sport Live from stage, presented by Toyota. Let's go places, and the guy to my left is certainly going places. You were born a winner.
yeah, I've heard that one before.
No pressure at all with that.
No.
Mate, I got to say, I'm a huge fan of Pro 2. They're a little bit like my favorite pair of jean shorts. Everyone loves a little tail hanging out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, slipping, sliding around a little bit. That's how these things go fast around here.
It's like lock to lock inside those things. They must be so much fun just to kick them in.
Yeah, especially through Argonne today. That was drying out big towards the second half. So you're full committed to going up against the K-rail, and then all of a sudden you hit your breaking point, nose dives, and you just whip it the other way, just like a Pro 4 actually. So, you really got to control it though with the throttle. It's when this track goes away and dries out some, that's notorious for these Pro 2s. That's the only fast way around the track is trying to find that cushion. So it's all about finesse.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the battle you had out there with Jared Brooks, and that was one epic battle for sure. And keeping that thing hung out literally looks like, you're a ballet out there. You guys were mirroring each other. It was very clean, kind of like they do in drifting.
Did you just call him a ballerina?
Yeah, ballerina. He's got the legs for it, I heard.
Hey, that's pretty smooth out there.
Yeah, he's looking smooth.
There you go. Dave, it's different.
Different, all right. Well, get confused sometimes. But, talk about when you went into Cowboys Corner, coming off Argonne, coming in that area. You talk being a little slippery there. Talk about the line choice coming in, because you're going a little bit preferred middle line there. Jarrett kept on coming down low.
Yeah.
Were you just trying to pinch him off a little bit there, trying to stub him and make him lose speed?
Yeah. Towards the first half, the track was definitely for that turn. It was right in the middle of the corner. And then as it started going away, it started going more and more up the K-rail. And when he got close to me, it was kind of my mistake. I should have moved down a little bit more just to kind of protect. But after that caution, I looked. We're going around that corner. I'm like, man, there's like 2 truck lanes worth of dirt nobody's touched on the bottom. So I'm like, man, if he's going to be there, I can actually use that. It's just some of the stuff you look at. So, but yeah, definitely the race line kind of moved up, but it's ever changing, and you just got to be on the lookout of where you want to put your truck.
I was almost flashing back to the days. I've watched all you guys grow up and back to the old bog cart days.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, well, this is like deja vu all over again.
Yeah, everybody's here, but in bigger trucks and stuff. So, it's pretty awesome.
I guess being a Pro 2 driver, if you had a business card in a nightclub, Dolphin Trainer would be the number one, right? But then Pro 2 drive would be right up there as well. If someone says to you, what's a Pro 2? Well, I drive one. How would you put that into words?
Oh, man. That's, everybody calls them a trophy truck, right? So you got to start out with that, but then you got to say, but like motocross, supercross, you're on a track, you're on a closed circuit, and we're going door to door just like they're right next to each other. So I kind of compare it to a trophy truck style, same size and stuff, same speed for the most part, but then we're just 110% next to somebody the entire time. So it kind of puts some perspective, it's kind of like motocross, supercross,
yes.
So which is where a lot of these guys they also are involved with that too. So
you're throwing a few elbows too.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you spin out one of these compared to unloading on a 250, there's a big difference.
Yeah, we're a little safer in these usually, so it's pretty awesome.
Corey, when you got the thing absolutely pinned to the mat through turn 1 and you run past 30,000-40,000 of your closest friends, do you get any sense of how incredibly BAD A55 that is?
Yeah, it's wild to think of. Out there you're focused forward for sure, but when you get up here and you're just looking out, this place, especially yesterday and today, it's a madhouse. It's packed. It's awesome to see. So it's a great job by Crandon and promoting this place and all these great sponsors and getting all these people out here, and they're so dedicated. They've been here for years, and it's just awesome to see. For sure, there's some satisfactory going by that in the lead.
Well, you got the World Championship right now. Now it's the Cup race coming up, the Red Bull Cup. You've set the momentum. You've set the tone. What are your thoughts? Any change to the truck, or is she just dialed?
We might make a little tweak, but we'll go talk about it. But it's not far off if it's anything. So we'll just try to do what we can. And that race is a little different. We got Pro 4s chasing us, but they got to make it through 20 Pro 2s. So we usually try to play nice because we know that's going to hold those guys back. So, and then kind of put it there towards the end.
Kind of like the Coyote and the Roadrunner.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, for sure.
Where's the Acme
where's the Acme plunger?
Yeah.
He's too young to remember that.
Oh, no, I know. Wile E. Coyote.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be an amazing afternoon. Congratulations to you, mate. Boy,
Thank
I
you.
can see you driving down the road in that Razor.
Oh, yeah. That's a nice plus to get in this way.
I want to come back and go run the woods with you.
Yeah, for sure.
You know the worst part about this? In a moment, he's about to go back to the pits. The only winner sitting here is going to leave us. Congratulations to your world champ. It's got a good ring to it. We'll take a quick break here from our Speed Sport Live from stage, presented by Toyota. Let's go places. Crandon, it's going to get hotter. Cannot wait for the rest of the day.
top of the box, baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again here at the Big House, 54th running of the Crandon World Championships, and also a huge day here as well with the Red Bull Crandon Cup Day. So the most prestigious race in all of short course off-road racing. Ken Stout, Jim Beaver standing right alongside him. We have some great side-by-side racing coming. That's why you have joined me here in the booth.
Yeah, we've got some big side-by-side races. I mean, we're going to crown some world champions here at Crandon today, and both Pro Stock and Pro Turbo side-by-sides have some of the best side-by-side racers from all across the United States, and a little bit of an international contingent coming here, descending on Crandon for what is the biggest day in side-by-side racing in the world right here at the Big House. Really excited to get Pro Stock side-by-side underway here momentarily as we got some track prep going on, and man, these Pro Stocks, they are getting ready to unleash on this track, and beautiful racing conditions here today, Ken.
Yeah, no question about it. A little bit warmer, but I mean, it's summertime, right? It's Labor Day weekend. This is what it's all about. Let's talk about these vehicles. You know them inside and out, all-wheel drive cars. Now, these are normally aspirated, naturally aspirated engines. We'll see the Pro Turbos come up here a little bit later on. We call these Pro Stock, and then the other one's Pro Mods, but these things are very, very quick, very fast. To put it in perspective, there's factory drivers in here, factory Can-Am drivers, there's factory Polaris drivers, factory Yamaha drivers. The factory battles are definitely on, no question about that. CJ Greaves leading in the points, 8 wins on the season through 11 rounds, and it's really win or at the back of the pack. So it's cost him a little bit of points, but not near enough to put a threat for that championship. So we'll find out if he can do it. He's also a threat. Kyle Chaney and him are battling in the Pro Mod category as well. But it's a lot of fun. These cars are very developed at this point.
Yeah, you know, and I think one of the big stories heading into today was Honda had that massive breakthrough yesterday.
Yes.
Dave Mason Jr. taking the victory in that Honda Talon.
Was a big deal.
You know, Honda now has inserted themselves into the equation where, hey, we want to come out here and play. And, you know, battles between the manufacturers, that's an amazing thing. And, you know, the Pro Stock side-by-side category, these things are very similar to what you can buy on a showroom floor. You know, the width, you know, they're limited on width, so they're not as wide as the Pro Turbos. You know, like you had said, the naturally aspirated engines are down on horsepower. So this is a lot closer to what you can buy at your local dealer. And I think that's what's exciting about this category. You know, it puts it into perspective how fast and how advanced side-by-side racing has now become in short course.
Yeah, you've talked about that. In an effort to make these different manufacturer vehicles competitive, there's a lot of different weights as well. For example, the Polaris RZR, 1,600 pounds. The Can-Am weight, 1,600 pounds. The Yamaha, 1,775, along with the Arctic Cat. And the Honda weighing in at 1,600 pounds. Also, rumors of a Kawasaki program coming out here and being making a run at this as well. We'll see how that develops as well. So good stuff here out of this category. It is the fastest growing class in the industry. It is a massive part of the market. When you take a look at all the side-by-sides, forget about the ones on the track. Just look around this park.
Yeah, well, and I'm a desert guy, and I've had factory race programs in the desert, and I think, I know Cam can probably speak to it as well, but what side-by-sides have done for not only desert racing and short course, but it's made it a gateway. It's made it an entryway into the sports, and it's giving people, with a little bit less funding, a chance to go out and race and do well and be fast, and these are a great gateway into the pro classes. We saw Pro 2, Pro 4 earlier. I mean, you've got guys, that we saw. Jimmy Henderson got his start in side-by-sides. Now he's racing at the front in Pro 4. Mentioned CJ Greaves, but I think these side-by-sides, they are a great gateway into the bigger pro classes and a stepping stone for a lot of drivers.
Yeah, I agree 100%, and really switched on. The damper programs are critical if you want these things to be fast. I mean, if you're going to go out there and compete with a CJ Greaves, you better have all the parts and pieces working. I love it that the Yamaha is a manually shifted car. You have the CVT-style clutches. We talked about these things being all-wheel drive. There's young guns inside of this category. There's some seasoned veterans. A Rodney Van Eperen certainly been out here getting it done for a long time. So, yeah, there's some diversity here, a lot of talent, and a great class to get in there and cut your teeth. And you don't have to start off in the pro stock category. You can start off in a couple of sportsman divisions a little bit lower with the same exact car.
Yeah, and I think that's what's great. They've got a ladder, to get up here to pro stock and to get into the pro turbo classes. They've got those pro-am divisions that we saw, earlier in the weekend and things like that. So really is a ladder system that they developed here in short course racing here in the Midwest, and I think it's really great because you're seeing the talent when they get to this pro stock and get to the pro turbo level really, able to throw down on track.
Yeah, and the largest classes we will see here, I mean, these things are 20 to 30 deep at any given time. So it's great to see all the people come out here and really, it's like you said, there's just an opportunity here. It opens up a door. It's a little bit less expensive, but you can come out here and compete with some of the best in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about best in the country. I mean, we've got CJ Greaves, one of the guys you got to say we've got to watch CJ here today. Yesterday, unfortunately, CJ leading and on the last lap had a problem, ended up knocking him out of the race. But you got to think CJ's going to be back with a vengeance today. Got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and today's the one that counts. They're giving out world championship rings.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, he has 8 wins out of 11 rounds. The ones he didn't win, 14th, 19th, and 23rd yesterday. So typically it's just been some sort of mechanical that has cost him. He's always out front, no question. And, I mean, it sounds like the C.J. Greaves story up here all the time, but when you're chasing 3 championships, you have a legitimate shot at all 3 of them. How do you not talk about a guy like that? And we talked about him coming up on his 100th win in Pro 2, Pro 4, and Pro Light all combined together. If we add in all of his wins from the side-by-sides, forget about it. Might be 200 now.
Well, you talk about, here we go. We are Green Flag Racing in Pro Stock side-by-side. I'm going to stop talking, and we're going to watch these guys go into turn number 1.
Great stuff, man, right off the bat. Looks like Owen Van Eperen with the 5 car out there chasing the number 22 of Dylan Marquardt. Marquardt with a great hole shot.
Yeah, we've got Marquardt and Van Eperen, and it looks like we've got one of the Hondas in the mix as well.
Honda coming out here flexing their muscle just one day ago as they fan out here.
Yeah, that is Marquardt there, and it looks like that is Kirchmeier in the Honda. Kirchmeier getting pushed out to the outside in the 75.
That's Owen Van Eperen, the number 5 Yamaha, so that's pretty cool right off the bat. A couple of different manufacturers battling up here in the front. Dylan Marquardt hanging on to that lead. Here comes Owen Van Eperen backing it in just a little bit. Trying to get around that Honda. Looks like he's going to be able to steal second.
Yeah, and a lot of these side-by-sides, this first lap, it's survival. There's so many cars out on course. Got a lot of moisture in the track. It's really slick. You want to try and just survive this first lap, make it into lap 2 when it starts drying out, and really throw down the hammer as the cars get gapped. But it looks like Marquardt's still leading there in Argonne Corner.
What another attack on the Honda there, a little bit deeper. A battle here for the lead. Owen Van Eperen trying to get underneath Marquardt. Couldn't make it happen right there. Marquardt hangs on to it, gets a nice run. They come right back in here to the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. They run a little bit shorter course here. Left front.
One pulling off of left front there, but Van Eperen putting a lot of pressure. Looks like that is Bayer there.
Yeah, complete collapse. Suspension failure there on the left front as we go back and take a look at Dylan Marquardt out front with the number 22 car. Again, Owen Van Eperen right behind him.
And Van Epperen's had a phenomenal year. A few victories on his belt on the year, and looks like he's putting a ton of pressure there on the 22 of Marquardt. Marquardt protecting that low line, not wanting Van Eperen to get around on the low side, going to make him do it the hard way.
So Cross Kirchmeier's been running at the MAO series all season long. Great to have him come out here to Crandon. He did put that Honda up on the podium there in that series as well. So certainly has proven he can come out here and hang.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. The Hondas are out here, they're playing. Gives us another manufacturer doing battle. So we watch through the Boxo arch, down into the Boxo Tools turn. Oh, it looks like Van Eperen all the way to the bottom. Looks like he's got a run on Marquardt. They're going to drag race down into Cowboy Corner.
Saw Jeff Boodle back in there as well. He's picking his way forward, and Owen Van Eperen with a nice run. He's got a little nod. He's going to get the lead. The 5 car, the Yamaha, goes out front.
Oh, and that is a scary thing. You've got Van Eperen out in the front. He likes to check out on the field. Marquardt going to try and battle back.
Yeah, we need to talk about Owen Van Eperen, another young gun inside of this category. Of course, the son of the seasoned veteran Rodney Van Eperen comes in here 4th in the points. Not a points race here again, but to give you an idea of how good he has been doing all season long. 6 podiums, including a couple of wins.
Yeah, June Crandon, Owen Van Eperen taking a victory out here. So he's already had a victory on the year here at Crandon. Just came at the June spring run. So trying to get multiple victories here at Crandon and a world championship today.
Jeff Boodle back there in 3rd place, also 3rd in the points. He too has had a great season with 5 podiums, all 5 of them 2nd place finishes. I'm sure he's tired of being the bridesmaid. Good look there back at the 15 car as well. Don't ever count out Andrew Carlson. Yeah, the same one that competes in Pro 4 and in Pro Mod. Oh, one up high. Here comes Jeff Boodle.
Yeah, it looked like Kirchmeier there in the Honda checked out up into, oh, it looks like he's back though. Looks like that car's pushing a little bit in the corners.
Jeff Boodle down there underneath Cross Kirchmeier. Andrew Carlson followed him right on through. They move up into 2nd and 3rd and now trying to track down Owen Van Eperen. Carlson having to back out just a little bit, eating a bunch of roost there from Jeff Boodle.
Van Eperen, looks like he's got 3 or 4 car lengths down, but all the way to the bottom. It's the 41 car.
Yeah, that is Jeff Boodle. Boodle right back in that position where he's finished 5 times this year. Another one up and down. I mean, he's usually right at the front of the field, but if he's not, he ends up way deep. Mandatory caution comes out here, and you'd think it was a mandatory caution looking at him. Everybody's already bunched up.
Wow, we got one over on its side. Got a picture of the undercarriage there. Can't quite see who it is yet.
You hate to say it, but it's not a bad spot for sponsors.
No, but you know, the one I'm watching, though, is, Andrew Carlson didn't get a good start. But Andrew has worked his way up through the field, and man, he is sitting pretty for this 2nd half of this race.
And Andrew Carlson really fast in the Pro Mod side-by-side category. Has not had that success here in the Pro Stock category. Does have a podium on the season as they flip the 75X back over. Elliott Cook, and just saw Elliott here one day ago. Wanted to run here on Championship Sunday, and in order to do that, you have to compete on Saturday as well. And unfortunately, things not going well for the GB Motorsports 75X.
Well, looks like all 4 wheels are on there. Maybe he can get it back going again and go to the rear of the field. But right now, getting a look at our leaders, and look at that. Andrew Carlson up there into the 3rd spot. Got Van Eperen leading, Boodle there in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, Carlson did finish 3rd at Dirt City a little bit earlier in the season. And also a couple of 4th place finishes. One in Antigo and then one right here on Sunday at the Spring Crandon event.
You know, and talking with Andrew Carlson earlier in the season, you know, he has run a limited Pro 4 schedule this year because the side-by-side divisions have become so competitive. He wanted to dedicate more of his time to getting faster in the side-by-sides. I mean, they run a first-class program that are out of the Carlson Motorsports camp at URX there in Minnesota. But Andrew dedicating more time to the side-by-sides this year, trying to notch a world championship and some more victories for Polaris.
Boy, so after Dave Mason Jr. enjoying a win with a Honda just one day ago, finds himself dead last in the category. So what a difference a day makes here. You can see the drivers fanning out around where they've watered the track. Don't want to fill the tires up, the grooves up with mud. Try to keep them clean if they can for this restart zone. Owen Van Eperen up there right now, hanging on with the number 5 Yamaha.
Now we got Boodle and then Carlson. Looks like Marquardt's going to be there in the 4th spot.
You talked about Owen grabbing that win here at the spring event at Crandon. Also picked up another one at Anago, round number 2 on the season. There's a restart zone. We keep talking about it. It will stay the same all day long. They go over this first little jump, if you will, and then there's a couple of cones on the inside of the track, and the leader is to pick up the throttle anywhere in that zone.
Look at Boodle on the back there of Van Eperen saying, you are not getting away from me. That was a great move there by Boodle in the 3rd spot, or in the 2nd spot, excuse me.
And keep pushing, right? Do we have a pass for the lead already? No, Owen's still up there. Boodle right there on the back bumper, now being attacked by Andrew Carlson. Andrew Carlson with the Polaris, the RS1 right there, the Red Bull back, number 15. Cross Kirchmeier still there in 4th place with the Honda.
Yeah, look at that. We got Carlson going to the outside inside. It looks like he's trying to set up there. Boodle going to slam the door on the bottom.
Look at those guys all make their way around right down on the bottom where there's still a little bit of dry dirt. Keep in mind, these are all-wheel drive cars. You've got to get them rotated. If not, they inherently have a push. They have to run a spool in the back of these things, so it makes the car tight. You've got to set them up and drive them so you can get these things rotated.
Well, the biggest difference between the Pro Stock and the Pro Turbos you'll see later is momentum is key here in Pro Stock. They've got a lot less horsepower than Pro Turbo cars, so they can't bail themselves out. You get out of that race line, and they lose all power.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And if you don't set it up to get it rotated through the turn, then it's going to push, and it takes all the steam away as well. They really have to be driven with precision, and the top 3 guys here are showing you why.
Look at that, Boodle putting some pressure there on Van Eperen. Van Eperen grabbing that lead early and has been there for pretty much most of the race. But look at that, all the way to the outside. Is he going to try it? He's doing it the hard way.
On the outside. So that was a line that CJ was running a day ago. Really carried good momentum through the gravel pit. Not able to get it done, but boy, he was right there. That is so sketchy to get out on that loam.
I think Boodle's got the faster car here. Van Eperen doing a great job of holding him off, but how long can he make this stick?
By the way, we haven't mentioned CJ Greaves. I'm not sure that he's in the field. A really good chance he is busy thrashing on the Pro 4, changing that transmission since this is not a points race.
And look at that, all the way to the bottom. Andrew Carlson trying to get around Boodle now. Getting a tire on him. We're going wheel to wheel.
Little tire smoking. He gets it all the way up underneath him. Has to check up just a little bit as it picks up the inside tires. But they are side by side through Forest County, Potawatomi, turn number 1.
The one that's loving this is Van Eperen. Now he's got 3 or 4 car links on the tube battling for that 2nd spot.
That is exactly right. And it looks like the Polaris is going to have a little steam on the Yamaha right there. With that said, Van Eperen took a look back at the inside. Let's see how they do in the brake zone. He's going to run the outside now and try that same move. He might get it done. Right around the outside, Owen Van Eperen trying to make it happen. Can't get it done. Andrew Carlson never flinched.
You know, those Yamahas with the gearbox, they're able to run that higher line. They can bang gears downshift. The Polarises, being that CVT, don't have the advantage of being able to drop gears.
Good news is, though, when you put your foot back in the throttle, it's right where you want it.
Absolutely. That's what I love about side-by-side racing. You know, there's different ways to go racing here, and we're seeing the Yamahas and the Polarises, both with different, bringing different knives to the fight, so to speak.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we love the manufacturer battles. And right now, Owen Van Eperen hanging on here. So one Yamaha able to stay out front, but he's felt plenty of pressure. Jeff Boodle really brought it to him, and now it's going to be Andrew Carlson. We'll see if Andrew Carlson can get any closer here. A couple of laps left to go inside of this one.
Looks like Carlson getting a run on him going down here into the barn corner.
Yeah, if they can straighten that out just a little bit. And really watching that line that Van Eperen's running, it looks identical to what CJ was running a day ago.
Carlson been taking the low line here in the gravel pit.
And able to dig out. That thing really grunts up out of the turn nicely.
Yeah, he's got that low end torque.
Van Eperen pulls the gear and drives away. That might be a problem right there for Andrew Carlson. He definitely lost some speed there for whatever reason.
Yeah, Boodle now back up on the bumper there of Andrew Carlson. Carlson making a run for first. Now he's got to start worrying about his rearview mirror in that 3rd spot.
So you're familiar with, was that a right rear flat?
Yep, something's going down. Yeah, we got a right rear flat. You're right on that number 15, Andrew Carlson.
So that explains what happened there. And, man, I didn't see him do anything crazy out there to cause that. I didn't see any hard side landings, but you can see how much speed he's lost immediately. It's going to take him out of the running for the win of this race.
You know, as dry as it is, these drivers are starting to, bring up some rocks and things like that. Ooh, is that Letourneau there in the Bikeman car possibly?
Safety there immediately once again. Local caution is what it should be. Everybody's single file through there. Watching these things go at it. It's great racing, man. It is a vicious battle from front to back here in the class.
Yeah, Van Eperen getting some breathing room now out front in that number 5.
Take a little bit deeper look here in the field. Again, Dylan Marquardt, who had that great start there, got the whole shot.
That's the 11 there of Jacob Jorgensen in the Speedworks car.
Yeah, Jeremy Houle and the gang over there definitely know how to build a race car, no question about that. Came out here, flexed his muscle himself a couple of years ago, and now has some customers.
It looks like Jorgensen putting a little pressure on Marquardt. Kind of stalking him right now.
Yeah, Marquardt able to stretch it back out there just a little bit. The Arctic Cat, by the way, talking about that, weighs in at a hefty 1,775 pounds, so a bit heavier car. Lined right up with the Yamaha. They make good power, so they tag a little weight on them.
So we got our leaders coming down through the barn corner. There's a shot there. Marquardt still getting the pressure by Jorgensen in the Speedworks car. There's our leader, Van Eperen, in the number 5.
Yeah, he's had a really clean race there. Had to deal with some pressure early on, but as of late, first and second place there with some breathing room, as you can see.
Starting to stretch out now. About 3/4 of the way through this race.
Yeah, just a couple laps to go here as they go through Calamity Corner and, of course, across that finish line.
Van Eperen just trying to settle in and hit his marks now.
So my apologies, this is the final lap. Our ticker was, unfortunately, was a lap behind, but this is the last lap for Owen Van Eperen. We'll see if he can grab a win here, make it the 3rd on the season.
It's been a phenomenal drive by this young kid all day long. Had some pressure early on. He started out in 2nd, got around. Been leading most of the way, but hadn't been easy for him, that's for sure.
And he's been getting a lot of seat time as well. He's also running that MAO series, doing a great job over there. I want to say if he's not leading the points, top 2 in the points, so getting some good seat time over there.
Gonna head into the gravel pit corner one final time.
Yeah, makes it look easy. Stays nice and calm, keeps all 4 tires on the ground. When these guys are pushing, not uncommon to see him lift the inside rear tire.
You got to give a lot of credit to Boodle there in the 2nd spot too. Had a great race, battled his way through some traffic, made his way up into 2nd. Just wasn't really able to pressure Van Eperen for the win, who is going to take home that world championship in Pro Stock side-by-side.
Yeah, and Boodle's got to be saying, are you kidding me? My 6th second place finish of the season. Man, I just can't seem to get on top of the box, but he keeps doing what he's doing. That win is coming for sure, but right now it's all about the number 5 Yamaha back machine, and that is Owen Van Eperen. Great job out of that young driver.
Yeah, what a great run by him. Pro Stock side-by-side winner here on Cup Sunday.
Yeah, of course, placing that weight around is something you always want to be able to do. The Marquardt brothers are privateers, and good to have them up in there, seeing them run with the absolute best out here in the class. And that really goes back to what you were talking about in the beginning. This is open for anybody. Come out here and throw it down. You've actually got a shot here.
Yeah, well, and that's great to see the Marquardt brothers do what they do, finding a way to the box there in the 3rd spot. Then you got Jorgensen, Letourneau. Didn't talk much about Letourneau. Had a great run there into the top 5. Eggleston, Bone, Leketic, Kearns, Dressel rounding out our top 10.
Yeah, stacked up class there as Owen has climbed out of the car. The O show, as you can see there on the helmet. Definitely a chip off the old block. Dad can still get it done as well, and he'll be up in the next race. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break. Stay with us, and we'll talk to our winner when we come back.
Ibach on top of the box, baby.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 51st running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships and the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup presented by Toyota. Packed house here at the Big House. Let's show you a highlights reel here of our Pro Stock category side-by-side battle.
Yeah, Marquardt getting the whole shot early. See him diving down there through the barn corner. A lot of bumping and grinding early on, deep in the field.
Unfortunately there for Bear, he had suspension failure. Owen Van Eperen was out front and dealing with a lot of heat, courtesy of Jeb Boodle right here.
Yeah, Boodle slicing and dicing there with Van Eperen. Then Carlson got into the mix. Carlson putting a lot of pressure there for that second spot. Dyson back and forth there with Boodle.
And then unfortunately Andrew Carlson with that flat right rear took him out of the hunt. That opened up the door for Owen Van Eperen to go ahead and for Owen to go down there and win that race. Sorry, a little bit of chatter in the ear here that threw me off. Thanks a lot, my buddy, my buddy Jared. So, all right, let's get it down there to the winner's circle here. Once again, courtesy of Ibach, the lovely Miss Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Big congratulations to our top 3 finishers. I want to bring over Dylan Marquardt first. Dylan, when you walked up here, everybody was cheering for you. It was a battle out there, obviously second, but not where you want to be right now. But overall, how does it feel to be here at the Big House, Crandon, on Labor Day weekend?
Honestly, this is just a dream. You know, I've been coming here since I was really young, and to be up here on World Cup Day is it's pretty special. You know, I really couldn't do it without my mom, my dad, my brother, my girlfriend, my aunt, my crew guys, Craig and Edo, all my sponsors, Marquardt Custom Homes, KGB Customs. Thank you, Kyle, for spotting. You kept me in that one. And Corey, thank you for spotting also this year. Revolution Industrial Services, Maxima Racing Oils, MRT, Muscle Wheels, VP Race Fuels, JP Remington. You're the man. I couldn't do it without you either. Owen and Rodney. CJ has been a huge help. It sucks he wasn't out there, but thanks to him. There's so many people I miss, and I'm sorry if I forgot you, but this is pretty special.
Well, that smile says everything for you. Nice job. Congratulations. Hop up on number 3. And taking that second place spot, Jeb Boodle. Jeb, make your way down here. Jeb, we've had the pleasure of talking many times at MAO, and we talk about seat time. Seat time is everything, and you proved it right here. How are you feeling? How are the track conditions?
Yeah, the track was like in really good condition. It was a little rough coming to the end when I was chasing down Owen. I was doing everything I could, but track was really good, and these guys were fast. It was hard to keep them in front of them, and I just want to thank everybody who helped me up, get up here. Yamaha Racing, Blue Crew, Cryptic Side by Side, Avenue TV, Method Wheels, Hoosier Tires, Ames Oil, Turner Cycles, Freedom Race Lifts, and my family and friends that came out to support me this weekend at the Big House. It means a lot, and just happy to be up here. Thank you.
Wonderful, nice job. And the man of the hour, you've seen him before and taking that top split pace, Owen Van Eperen. Owen, it's been a pleasure to see you grow up. I've seen you when you were even shorter than me. Now you're just as tall. This is the race that you always want to win. You want to become a world champion. Talking about that, from your perspective, how did the day go?
I couldn't be any better right now. I mean, started up front, made a couple passes, and got in the lead, and from there I just ran good, consistent laps. And Jeb was on me the whole race, and I was just focused on not making a mistake. My dad was talking to me the whole time. He's like, just
be consistent, don't make mistakes, and that's what we had to do to get it done. So it was an awesome race, but we're not done. We got to go get in the turbo right after this and see what we can do in that. But I just can't thank all my sponsors enough. Everyone at Yamaha Racing, Power Sports 1, Blue Crew, GYTR, Yamalube, Balin Buildings, Vance and Hines, Victory Sign, everyone at Beyond Redline, Hoosier Tires, Cars with Wheels, Fitzco did all the fabrication on our cars. They look sick. All my friends and family for coming out. Thank you.
Awesome. Take that top spot right over there. Big congratulations for the top 3 finishers in Pro Stock. And, of course, to Owen Van Eperen and back up to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Appreciate that. Great job as always, and congrats to the top 3 finishers there in the Pro Stock category. There's a good look here at the big house and the Lucas Oil Barn, of course, down there as well. We're going to get it back down to the Speed Sport live from desk with Wade, Dave, and a talented driver as well, Mr. Tanner Faust, who had a great run in Pro 2.
Yeah, when he said Wade and Dave and a talented, notice that was a separate sentence.
Yeah, I noticed. We got put in another box.
I kind of get it. Tanner Faust, how good to have you here at Crandon. Isn't the big house just rocking?
It is an awesome place. It's so unique. I mean, worldwide. I've been super lucky to go drive a bunch of stuff in a bunch of different places, but this is such a unique event. Huge crowd, some of the best fans in the world, some of the most entertaining and dynamic and exciting racing in the world, and to have it all in one weekend is awesome.
I mean, what don't you do? You're a pilot. You race little rally. You've raced, drift. You've done, off-road, and you're a stunt driver. Recently, John Wick 4, I believe, you were this, his stunt double.
Yeah, well, John Wick was interesting because Keanu does a lot of his own stunts, so I spent like 4 months training him how to do the job for me, so I didn't really drive. It was a little bit
Smart man.
shooting yourself in the foot, but those projects are awesome. You get to crash on purpose. The closest
like
thing
you, Dave.
Yeah,
exactly. I know. I may have done that a few times.
Yeah, it's maybe that's my talent then, is crashing, because the movie business is super fun to work on. I mean, my heart's always been in motorsport, and once you do it for long enough, you end up looking back and realizing you got to touch a lot of cool sports and do a lot of cool things.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Dave, because I was looking through the Wikipedia, which is where all the facts are. And, there's like Nitro World Cup, there's like Rallycross, there's drifting. And then I look back and I go, molecular biology. What the?
It's how you start a motorsport career, yeah.
Well, see, do you think Dale Earnhardt went down the same path? Like, what were you thinking, molecular biology?
And
how does that help you now, Tanner?
Oof, well, let's see. My family, with a lot of doctors in the family growing up.
So you were the disappointment.
I bailed, yeah. I did. I started in engineering, and I think if you go through some of the driver lineup, there are a lot of engineers.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
I was in Boulder, Colorado. I skied a lot, and wasn't ready.
You know what TV show was made in Boulder?
Oh, yeah.
He told us we were old because we know that, but he actually lived near the Mork and Mindy house.
Nanu.
No, you did.
Had to do it.
That's really calling awesome. That's cool. Did you ever see them? That house was sold recently, I think, for some crazy amount of money.
The fact that you know that is a little shocking. I'm just going to say. No,
I'm the king of useless information, mate.
They had finished filming that shows, I think, in the 70s. I didn't go to school there until the late 90s. So yeah. No, I'm not saying that you're old, but you might be.
Yes, you are, and I appreciate the way you did it. Well done.
He's not old. He's just got experience on the color hair.
You're moving back to Colorado, though, right?
Yeah. My fiance and I are moving back to Steamboat Springs, Colorado, where I used to live. I got my driving career started there at an ice driving school. And so I lived in Newport Beach for the last 10 years or so, and Southern California for a while, which was a great place to get involved in a lot of cool motorsport, obviously get involved in the movies. But love to be back in Colorado. We've got a little bit of land. Believe me, I've been looking over at the Polaris booth over there at some of the expedition, some of their new toys. So we're loving farm life and looking forward to it.
Well, speaking of that, let's talk a little about the livery you have over at Yokohama.
Yeah, Yokohama is really the reason I'm here. Once a year, I come out here with them. And this year they did a very cool thing. Maybe it's for Marty. I don't know, because there's a picture of Marty there.
Yes.
With him standing there in the shortest shorts you've ever seen. I think they're bright orange or something. He's got a big mustache.
Now we're going back to the 70s or 80s again.
80s. I think it's 84. Yeah, it blends with the late 70s, and he's there with all this heritage livery from Yokohama, and a very cool thing. I mean, it looks like about a dozen trucks out here. It's a little bit less than a dozen. All have that same livery. Everything from 170s with William to all the way up to Pro 4s.
So cool.
And they're represented out here. So you'll see the white trucks with the red Yokohama stripes in the back, and that harkens back to the Toyota racing back in the day in the 80s.
Harkens. I like that.
I like that.
It's a very Norwegian sounding word, Harkens.
He is quite international.
Yeah, well, absolutely. There's been a number of European countries, of course, that you've raced in and competed in. But when you look at rallycross and drift and World Games and probably even John Wick's, not ice racing, all of it still relates to this place. In some way, you are doing similar things with a race car.
Oh, for sure. This is sort of a big mix of everything that I've done in driving on steroids. So, the trucks, they've just got twice the horsepower of the other trucks that race around. The jumps are just twice the size. The speeds are just twice as much. And there's a lot to this racing. Pro 2 I find very, very challenging. There's a lot of reading the track, seeing where the cushion is, understanding where the grip is. At some point in the races, the cushion goes away, and then maybe the inside line's a little better. There's a lot of talent in the lineup. The 24 trucks or so are just stacked with the abilities of those drivers. So I really respect the other drivers, even though it doesn't look like it if I crash into them, but I do.
You know, does your fiance do the laundry at your house? Like, do you do your own washing, or does your fiance have to do that? Because we're taking a look right now at your helmet. We've actually got a shot on the screen right now.
Yeah.
And who's in charge of cleaning that? Because you did a number on... You know how to keep the helmet clean, by the way, right?
How?
Stay up the front.
Oh.
Well, I'm just saying.
Honestly, we're even now for the Mork and Mindy show.
That thing is filthy, mate.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, the mud stacks on, and they have to wet the track quite a bit to keep it from getting dusty at the end. So, if you're not out front, you're caked. And I've been using the mud muncher, which some people love it, some people hate it, but it's been awesome for me because I don't have a lot of experience with tear-offs. I look through this 50,000 people here, probably a good percentage of them have used tear-offs. I have not. So
there's a picture.
There's a
picture
photo
right
of
now
that
of
thing,
it.
yes.
I don't even know what that is. That is the absolute craziest thing I've seen. How much mud? Does your head feel a little bit wobbly with that much mud on it?
It feels good to take the helmet off. That's for sure. You feel the
start
clumps.
walking around with your head hanging off the side.
Yeah, you feel the clumps of mud sort of fall on your lap halfway through the race.
I'm missing on the Wikipedia the word sprint car. Surely that has got to be on your radar.
One of my mechanics, when I was doing rallycross for Michael Andretti's program, he raced in the Chili Bowl every year, and he was very competitive.
You would love that.
Yes. Oh, I looked into it, and I mean, that is awesome. That stuff is awesome. The cars are awesome. The racing's awesome, but I don't know if it's something just to jump into out of nowhere.
Well, people have done that.
I've actually seen a lot of people do that, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Gary Selzy did it, top NHRA superstar, jumped in and was fast, like almost right off the get-go.
Oh, man.
And then you get guys like Tony Stewart that, go out there and just still cream everybody on the track. But there's a lot of great guys like Corey Kruzman. You go to one of his schools, he'll throw you out in one of those, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Get cruising.
We're not done yet. Can still give it a shot.
You're still a young man.
Yeah, just because I've seen Mork and Mindy doesn't mean I have to stop racing.
I appreciate you bringing that up. It is so good to catch up with you here this weekend. Crandon is just off its head, mate. How good is it? So wonderful to have you bringing your profile to this too, Tanner, because you've got a phenomenal social media following and you bring a number of dimensions in motorsport to this. So thanks for coming, mate.
Oh, it's such an honor to be here. It really is. I mean, I really am not exaggerating when I say best fans, best racing on earth.
Yeah,
it is a corner of motorsport off-road is one segment, but the family atmosphere, whether you're in the pits, whether you're in the stands, or whether you're at the KISS concert. Okay, KISS concert's not that family-oriented.
Whoa. Did you make the KISS concert?
I did. Of course I did. Are you kidding me?
That was awesome.
Yeah, it was very, very cool. But no, I
we'll show
love
you
this
his tattoo later.
Yeah, I got on this side. I got Gene Simmons right there, buddy. We are going to wrap things up, but I got to tell you, Tanner, out of all the interviews that Dave and I have done, this has definitely been the most recent.
Yeah.
Good to see you, mate.
Thank you so much.
We're going to wrap things up. Tanner Faust, everybody. Big round of applause for him. So cool to have him here. We'll take a quick break here from the Speed Sport Live from Desk, presented by Toyota. Let's go places.
buck on top of the box, baby.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport live from stage here. Thanks to our great friends at Toyota. Let's go places. This is, of course, the Polaris. I say Polaris, you say Polaris. I heard Jim say it yesterday. He was saying Polaris too because he's from the UK. I'm from Australia, so we say Polaris. Dave, is that okay?
Yeah,
it's Polaris, though,
yeah,
right?
we're a global company. Yeah, call it what you want.
Hey, it's good to have you here, mate. And I'm surrounded by Daves here. You gave away 2 of those gorgeous razors before. Can you hook a brother up?
I just ran out of keys.
Story of my life. Those are
maybe
sexy rocket ships.
Yeah, man. I mean, it helps for cross-training, right? RJ's one of our athletes. He rides razors. He does a lot of events for us and a lot of racing, and you see him in you see his brother in the razors, and then them in the Pro 2 and Pro 4. It's pretty awesome. Cheer him on all day long.
We got to get some more videos from RJ. Some of my favorite, like he did in Long Beach. That was just insane.
Right, yeah. Jump cuts. I think we have a series of about 4 of those now, and who knows, we may have another one coming up.
And if you folks have not seen those, you got to check them out on YouTube. It is just insane. What those Polarises could do is just mind-blowing.
He can really push them to the test, right? Yeah, he's a testament of what they can do.
Well, one thing I did see is you pulling up in this pretty cool little Expedition. It's got doors and windows, and I think it's got AC and heat.
It does.
How cool is that?
Oh, it's cool, man. It's changing the riding experience. You know, you can be.
Ooh, I like that. Changing the riding experience.
That's right. Nothing more comfortable than going out on the trail, friends and family. You got heat, air conditioning, full JBL audio system, power windows, but it still rips. That's the best part. Is it's capable off-road vehicle, as you'd expect from Polaris, so it absolutely rips on the trails, but you can do it in comfort and stay clean and dry at the same time.
So what I love about it, I could be out in Johnson Valley. It could be 118 degrees, flip on the AC, or you come back here in the wintertime,
that's right,
cruising the snow and just turn that heat.
You're not saying you're getting soft on me, are you?
No.
So this is like...
I still got the Turbo S, man. I like the air blower on my face. I'm still rocking it.
This is like glamping for off-road, really. Then it's like, I don't really want to get dirty.
Do they make a rooftop tent for? Can we do a little...
They do, yeah. We actually have a Polaris rooftop tent, yeah.
Oh, okay. That thing's just getting awesome now.
That's right.
Dave took me for a walk through the pits yesterday, and I was staggered by just the professionalism of the teams and the involvement. But I thought, if there's ever a form of motorsport more than any other that translates to social activity on the weekends, this has got to be the most saleable form of motorsport. You can literally translate what they race to taking a scaled-down version. You're not going to take a Pro 4 out to the forest tomorrow with your kid. But, hey, what an amazing transfer of sales.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, here where we are in beautiful Wisconsin, huge market for us. You can see the crowd here. Everyone has a side-by-side. You can see the families are using them to get around. They can go out, recreate on the weekend, and then they come cheer on the athletes here in the same razors that they can buy at a dealership. So it's a pretty cool deal. We love supporting it. That's why we signed a multi-year contract with Crandon here to continue to give back to racing, give back to our customers, support the events here. We couldn't be happier to be here, and it's really fun to watch the racing and see everyone enjoying their side-by-sides on the trails.
Yeah, and of course, they always say what wins on Sunday sells on Monday, and, you can't go buy a Pro 4, but you can go buy a Polaris.
That's right. Well, we have a couple of wins in the books already. We're hoping for a few more. It's been a great weekend. Really proud of the team, stoked on the team we have. Not only do we have the Anderson brothers and the Greaves, but I specifically want to call out, we've got 3 employees that are racing this weekend have done well. Robert Loire got a third place yesterday. We've got David Gay and Andy Ives racing in the Pro Stock. And then we have 2 employees that their children are racing this weekend as well. A Razor 200 and the Youth Razor 1000 class. So
and that
pretty
really
cool
says,
family event.
Yeah, it says a testament to this, such a family sport. That's one thing is, mom and dad can go race and the kids can race all at the same place.
Yeah, family sport, and Polaris is an enthusiast company, so it's pretty cool to see the employees and the families out here.
In the last few days, just travelling around this region, I've been staggered by the amount of side-by-sides and off-road vehicles off to the side of the road, just in and out of the woods everywhere. It seems like Wisconsin has more bars and pubs than it does gas stations. God bless America. A lot of cheese curds and a lot of off-roading. Is that kind of the 3 basics, you think?
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand, except for the liquor store. We'll leave that one alone.
Yeah, leave that alone.
Afterwards, when you finish up.
when you're driving in here, the entire front is lined with UTVs.
Yeah.
That just says everything.
Yeah,
I'm going to say majority of them are Polaris.
Right?
I'm not biased or anything.
Yeah, it's inspiring, isn't it? It's so cool to see people are riding their side-by-sides to this event, and they come down and enjoy it. It's really cool.
And the other thing, too, it's not seasonal. That's the thing that blows my mind about this. When it gets cold and it snows, hell yeah, I'm going to take my Polaris out. Like, you don't just put them away in the shed and lock them up for 6 months. All year round.
Oh, absolutely. Especially like with that Polaris Expedition. It's got the heat, so you can trail ride in the summer, then you throw the plow on, you're plowing snow in the winter.
What's happened to you?
All year.
I don't know. I'm getting a little older.
He used to be a man's man. Now he's like, hey, can you just turn the heat up a little bit? My toes are getting cold. What is the best way for people to contact their local Polaris dealer, Dave? Is it as simple as Googling that kind of thing, or go to your Facebook? What's the best way?
Yeah, both. Absolutely. Google, Polaris.com has all the dealers, even inventory searches on there. Social, go to Polaris.com, Instagram, Facebook, all that goodness.
You can also, there's a lot of great Polaris factory add-ons too. That's what's so cool. There's a whole catalog of them.
Oh yeah, we've got a whole accessory line. The coolest thing, especially like the new product like the Polaris Expedition, it was designed with accessories in mind. We have over 100 accessories that literally no drilling or modifications needed. They're ready to bolt on.
100 accessories.
Yeah, some of them are pre-wired in the vehicle already. It makes it really easy to customize.
I noticed that. We did a deal with Polaris. They popped up the hood and they said, oh, you want to add your lights? There's the plug-in setup right there, and there's the mount position.
Done.
You don't have to wire anything. You don't have to drill into your frame. That, to me, the old days, I've had to do a lot of that, and this is just so nice to just plug and play.
Oh, yeah. More time riding, less time wrenching,
Yes,
right?
there you go.
Yep.
You've got all the good one-liners, mate. Have you done molecular biology like Tanner Faust? I've got to ask. That's going to be the standard question for me later on.
No, I haven't.
What
I'm
an
a washed-up
operator.
engineer, man.
He's a cool cat. There's no doubt about that. Hey, thank you so much on behalf of this event for Polaris's incredible support, because without corporates like yourselves and people who are actively involved in the workplace and in the workforce doing this, we couldn't have events like this, mate, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're really proud to be involved. Thank you to the family that brings us out here, Marty and the team. We're really happy out here. It's great to connect with the customers and the racers, and it's been a great weekend.
Oh, mate, I want to check this Expedition out. In case it gets a little cool later on.
Let's go. I do have the keys to that one.
Do they have those in Australia? It gets a little hot out there or what?
You know what? We probably do. Polaris is big in Australia too.
Yes.
We probably do.
Dude, I'm going to be in Australia in 4 weeks with an Expedition.
You're going to take them for a ride.
We're going to go shoot some roos, mate.
Yeah, let's do it.
It is what. That's a thing, by the way. They're vermin. Don't think I'm not loving animals. We love our kangaroos. So, thank you very much for hanging out.
Thank you.
Always good to see you, Dave.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Speaking
thanks,
of Dave
guys.
and Dave, and we're going to go upstairs
Dave
in just a
bookings.
moment to Ken and Cameron, who are going to save us from ourselves here very shortly. What a cracking afternoon. Beautiful weather for it. Grab yourself some cheese curds, some cold brews, a margarita, a Bloody Mary, something like that. God bless America. You can have a Bloody Mary first thing in the morning. I love this country. We're going to go upstairs too, Ken. We're going to be racing very, very shortly as we continue this incredible Polaris Crandon World Championship from the one and only Crandon, Wisconsin. Let's go.
Will somebody please get Wade a shovel so he can dig himself out of that hole he's in down there?
It was a pretty deep hole through the course of that interview.
Well, he's a big guy. You got to have a deep hole. He's a blast, man. Great to listen to down there on the Speed Sport Live from Desk. Great job to Wade and Dave as well. And certainly want to thank Polaris for all of their involvement here, what they're doing, not just here at Crandon, but for the industry as well. Super cool to have manufacturers like that involved at that level.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a Polaris athlete for 8 years, and they do go above and beyond for the sport of side-by-side racing and recreationalists, and putting on drives and rides and demos and things like that around the country, and giving everybody the opportunity to get behind the wheel of one of their awesome machines.
Taking a look at this lineup here, ladies and gentlemen. Time to go racing here one more time. Pro Turbo side-by-sides. And take a look at the names that are lined up there across the front row of this one. Some big-time players. Kyle Cheney inside of this one. C.J. Greaves in here. Robert Loire, who had a great run just one day ago up on the podium. By the way, C.J. grabbing the win. Rodney Van Eperen inside of this one. His son, Owen Van Eperen, right alongside. They have put on some great battles as you take a look at the starting grid. Andrew Carlson, who has been really hot as of late, up on the podium one day ago. Brian Waszak. We'll see Jeb Boodle again. So, I mean, it's stacked up here with some really talented drivers all the way down through this incredible class.
Yeah, I mean even 12X there, Kyle Ahrensberg. Short course people may not know him, but the owner of Vision Canopy does a lot of desert racing. He's trying his hand at short course here at the Big House. But look at that. That's going to be two of the favorites here. The Van Eperens there, the 5 and the 45. Owen just coming off a big win in Pro Stock, trying to make it perfect today.
Is it me, or does Owen's car look just a tick wider? Maybe they're trying something there. By the way, I saw Cody Martin's name down in there as well, a Can-Am factory driver, as is Kyle Cheney. Extremely talented, very fast. Probably start a little bit deeper here, not typically in the field on this side, but there's a look at C.J. Greaves. C.J. Greaves coming in here second in the points. Again, this is Championship Sunday, no points involved here, but he and Kyle Cheney have quite a battle going on, separated by just about 7 points here as he looks for another championship. Cheney's been on fire as of late, finished second one day ago, struggled in the Pro 4, yard darted that Pro 4, but those two guys also compete in the Pro 4 category. Great stuff here, man. I mean, they are stacked up. Speaking of Kyle Cheney, there's a look at the number 91 car.
Yeah, you know, you're going down this is a star-studded list of who's who in side-by-side racing, and I'm just looking at it. I have absolutely no idea who's going to come out on top here in turn number 1.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. As we take a look at you can see the 45 car there of Owen Van Eperen. It looks like also the number 41 of Jeb Boodle there. Last-minute conversation with a crew member trying to get things sorted there. They have the pumper hose that they might be trying to connect to pumper hose, or maybe it's the tear-offs that he's battling with, whatever the case may be. Pumper hose is on, that's for sure, and window net going up, and yeah, it was a stack of tear-offs there. It looks like they were trying to sort out.
Yeah, pumpers are crucial today with as warm as it is. If that pumper hose isn't blowing, or your pumper gets clogged with mud, or the filter gets clogged, and you're not getting that fresh air pumped into your helmet, your face shield starts to fog up. Fog isn't good when you're a driver because you can't see. So, you know, a lot of times they're not having to worry about that so much. Today, as warm as it is here at Crandon, not only do you have, engine temperatures running hotter, things like that, driver body heat now is hotter.
There's a look at the 52X and NOS Energy Back Machine. That is Ronnie Anderson, a championship winner here inside of this category as well. Did that over at Texplex a couple of years ago. Very, very fast in these kinds of cars. So Ronnie, his brother, RJ, of course, both extremely talented.
Yeah, drive a little bit of everything, both of them. They're not scared to try their hand at just about anything. But looking at that front row, what a mean lineup. And oh man, this is going to get exciting, Crandon. I mean, we've got the biggest, best side-by-side drivers in the world getting ready to unleash on this track.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Everybody's sailing down into that Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. Here we go. Green flag out. It's showtime.
Looks like Loire there.
Oh, contact in the back. Somebody facing the wrong direction. That's a bad moment there. Is that Owen Van Eperen?
Was it number 5? That's Gibbs.
Number 5. That's Gibbs, yeah.
That's Gibbs.
So tough go there. Gibbs, a very talented driver for sure. A couple of 5s inside of this category, and he's the second one. Yeah, the 52 car out front there with Robert Loire out of Forest Lake, Minnesota. Gets a great run there at the start.
Yeah, Loire's an interesting story because he's actually an engineer with Polaris. So he not only works on these things, but he drives them as well. Came onto the scene about 4 or 5 years ago, worked his way up through the ranks. He's become one of the top dogs here in Pro Turbo.
He might have a sneak back door into that ECU, you think?
Yeah, he knows these things inside and out, and he definitely knows how to drive them, but he's getting some pressure here early on.
5 cars, nose to tail here at the start of this one on lap number 1. Everybody chasing. Robert Loire, third in the points in the stands right now. Still hungry for that first win of the season, but does have 5 podiums.
That looks like Andrew Carlson there in the other Polaris car starting to put some pressure on Loire. So you got a Polaris 1-2 there. Looks like a Yamaha slotting into the third spot.
Yeah, we'll see how the Yamaha does here, falling back just a little bit early on. And you see that happen, you think, is it speed? It might not be. They might not be able to see where they're going. So they put 2-3 stacks of those tear-offs on, and these opening laps, it's really muddy. So sometimes they'll check up just a little bit while they pull a tear-off and try to sort things back out. That might have been a moment exactly as I was speaking as well, as you saw him darting down to the inside of the turn.
Now Loire just out front, protecting super well. Carlson looks like he's getting a run on him at times into the corners, out-braking him into the corners, but he just can't make it stick. He can't get the run coming out of the corner. It's like he's almost scrubbing too much speed, hard braking in.
So it's Loire, Andrew Carlson, that's Rodney Van Eperen there in third, C.J. Greaves in fourth, Kyle Cheney to round out the top five, Owen Van Eperen right behind them, then Ronnie Anderson. I mean, one name is as big as the next. Everybody fast. It looks like Van Eperen making a move there into third place.
They're hitting that cutover. They're going to dive down into Forest County Potawatomi, turn number one. Loire all the way to the bottom. Andrew Carlson trying to get a run on him, coming down in front of the grandstands into barn corner.
Loire doing a great job driving that line. He knows that's the preferred line here with this style of car. Doing exactly what he needs to do. Good momentum here.
Carlson been sitting back there in the second spot since the start of the race. He's watching all Loire's moves, trying to figure out where he can make a pass.
Andrew Carlson, with a couple of wins on the season, has really been fast as of late, has really put together some great stuff. A couple of back-to-back podiums.
Yeah,
Carlson, look at these guys nearly 3 wide.
Yeah, Carlson winning here earlier at the spring run in June, so he knows how to win here at Crandon. He's going to have his work cut out for him today with Loire in that number 1 spot.
Cheney back there with the number 91 now, breathing hard as well. That might be CJ right in front of him.
That does look like the Monster Energy back car of CJ Greaves.
Look at CJ backing in there, take that low line, tries to drive right down underneath Van Eperen.
Van Eperen and Greaves, no strangers to each other. They've had some battles over the years.
Pseudo teammates with Yamaha for the longest time, and of course, CJ Greaves with a big announcement switched over to Polaris here just a couple of years ago. Bit dusty right down in there, but none the worse for wear. Everybody looking good. 3 of the best pro mod racers in the country right there.
You know, Cheney, he's sitting back there just watching this thing play out, saving his car for the second half of this race, but you know, Cheney's got a really big opportunity here to make something happen and maybe get a 2 for 1.
Good battle here. Rodney Van Eperen will not flinch, I guarantee you. There is no level of pressure that he can't endure coming from somebody behind. He's seen it all. Looks like a big moment down here in Calamity Corner. Exactly why it's been named that. A couple of cars over on their lids. Safety down there immediately to take care of that one.
That's Kyle Ahrensberg there in the 12, the owner of Vision Canopy. Big supporter of a lot of short course programs out here.
Yeah, I mean, and in particular, Corey Winter, right? Points leader there in the Pro 2 category. So great to have him out here, and you love to see sponsors that involved.
Absolutely. I know he's been involved with Adrian Cheney's program over the years in various capacities as well. I know Cole Mamer's got you know, a lot of support, I believe, from him. So yeah, it's a really good guy. Tough break for him, but
look, he was trying to fire it back up there. Saw some smoke rolling out. And typically the case is oil will run to the top of the motor there just a little bit when they're upside down. Be pretty cool if he could get that thing fired back up and rejoin the field.
Yeah, so it looks like our running order here is we've got Robert Loire out front, followed by Andrew Carlson, Rodney Van Eperen, CJ Greaves, and Kyle Cheney, our top 5. I mean, that is a who's who of side-by-side racing.
No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. Owen Van Eperen down in there as well. Ronnie Anderson now is falling back just a couple of spots. Jeb Boodle back in there.
Tell you what, Robert Loire's spotter's going to have his work cut out for him here real shortly. Gonna have to be the rear view mirror for Robert as he tries to navigate this Crandon track and bring home a world championship.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do, right? You want to be able to allow your driver in that scenario to keep his eyes forward, or their eyes, he or she, whatever the case may be. If you can keep them filled in on what's going on directly behind you, then they can focus in on their line or their braking point, whatever the case may be.
Well, and I'm watching this track as it's you know, started to progress throughout this Pro Turbo race, starting to dry out. And these turbo cars, I mean, they have a lot more horsepower than the Pro stocks, but they're still a limited class vehicle. you know, it starts to dry out. They start to hook up more. It's a little bit tougher on the drivetrain components, but I'll tell you what, it sure brings out the speed of these cars. We're going to see some lightning quick lap times here in the second half of this race.
Showed where the spotter stand was there on the outside of the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. That job near and dear to my heart, as I have the pleasure, honor I should say, of spotting for Scott Dixon at the Indianapolis 500. So I understand that gig very, very well up there, and it can get pretty sporty in the spotter stand.
Oh, it definitely can. I've heard of some elbows out in the spotter stand before.
No question about it.
And so you got Robert Loire creeping here to the start line.
Delaware-style double-file restart is what they refer to it in super lates, where the leader is by himself, everybody else stacked up side by side. Loire with a great restart right there. That's exactly what he wanted.
Well, that was a big jump. He nailed it on that one. Andrew Carlson going to have his work cut out for him to cut that gap. So you've seen, though, Carlson, it looks like he's got a little bit stronger brakes than Loire. He's been braking really late into the corners.
And Loire pinched the entry down just a little bit there on the gravel trap. It cost him some speed, and consequently, they're closing in on the back of Van Eperen. Now, taking a look at the outside, being joined by Andrew Carlson there on the inside. C.J. Greaves right on the back bumper as well. It is on.
And it looks like Van Eperen now getting around Carlson. C.J. Greaves now going to be battling with his Polaris teammate there for the 3rd spot. Kyle Cheney still sitting back there in the 5th spot.
Teammates by sponsors only, by the way. He will have no problem trying to get around him. Van Eperen trying to hang on here. Checks up for that one just a little bit. As Andrew Carlson closes up Loire with a great run here. Got a little bit of that back that he lost.
Look at Carlson all the way to the bottom through the barn corner, trying to get a peek at the inside of Van Eperen.
Van Eperen, who's really been on fire as of late. Whenever I say that, Rodney Van Eperen, 3 consecutive podiums, including a win at our past 4 events.
Look at Van Eperen all the way to the bottom. Just couldn't get a look there at Robert Loire, who, to his credit, has driven a phenomenal race. He's hitting his marks. He's not making any mistakes. He's making it uber tough.
Again, he's driving into those turns. He's giving up a little bit of speed on the entry, but he's doing a great job taking that line. You can see those guys racing so hard behind him. He kind of took a little bit of that momentum away from Van Eperen. Andrew Carlson took advantage of it.
Wow.
And then Andrew Carlson and Van Eperen get together. Carlson goes all the way around, jumps down on the track. He and Ronnie Anderson get together. That was an Andrew Carlson just swapping lanes right in front of Ronnie Anderson, who had nowhere to go.
Yeah, it looks like, look at it, Carlson up out in the dirt. He's got issues. There had to have been something broken in that contact.
Yeah, I mean, just a crazy moment there to come out and change lanes right in front of everybody there.
Yeah, after that big spin, I mean, he's lucky he didn't go upside down on that 360 spin. You got to wonder if Ronnie Anderson's car came out unscathed, though. Look at that rear. Looks a little crooked there.
I don't know that it did either. I'm with you. Maybe. Does he have a tire going down? That was Jeff Boodle that just passed him, by the way. So Boodle having another good run here, picking his way forward to the back half of this race. We go back up to the front, yep.
Yeah, meanwhile out front, Robert Loire, like you said, though, he's scrubbing a lot of speed in those corners.
But he's running that bottom line, so no matter how hard Van Eperen attacks that turn, he can't take advantage of it as long as Loire's car is down there, and then Loire gets a good run out. Look at the exit he gets. I mean, no question the way those guys are driving back. Oh, and CJ gets into Van Eperen, never lifts. They go side by side.
Oh,
and
man.
Van Eperen feeds it right back to him. Van Eperen will get the elbows out, but it looks like it's going to be CJ Greaves that gets the advantage here.
There's some full contact side-by-side racing today here at Crandon.
They're so close, man. You've got to pitch it in behind him.
On top of him.
Van Eperen just landed right on top of the right rear of CJ.
We've got a semi-demolition derby out here between Van Eperen and C.J. Greaves. You gotta love this fight here at Crandon.
I can't believe both cars are still going at full steam. That was a hard hit, and there's the damage to C.J.
Yeah, C.J. looks like he's pulling off. Damage is done there to the Monster Energy back car of C.J. Greaves. Tough break for C.J. Had a great run. Van Eperen gonna take that spot. Looks like C.J. just trying to nurse it around at this point.
Yeah, and it was a difficult angle for us to see exactly what happened there, but the right rear definitely suffering some damage there.
Yeah.
And there's another look at it.
Yeah, Van Eperen just landing right on top of that wheel off that jump in front of the grandstands.
Yeah, got a good run there down into that jump and gained a little bit of ground. Went over it and unfortunately just enough to land on top of him. In the meantime, Loire's like, you guys go at it, and I'll just keep putting together some clean laps here.
Well, he's led this thing wire to wire so far. That car looks spotless. Everybody behind him's been through a war.
Great stuff out of Robert Loire, driving a great.
Oh! McGregor there with going end over end.
Yeah, the 27 car of McLeod. Of course, out of Canada, he and his brother as well.
Wow, looks like that was scary.
Yeah, that was a big hit, man.
Yeah, looks like
you're darting one of these things. It hurts. Oh, wow.
Man.
There's the full replay. That is a vicious ride. You can see him moving around in there as well. Looks like he might have reached up and shut it off, which is very, very impressive. I mean, that's a great sign. See that he's okay. That was, oh man, that was ugly.
Yeah, you don't like to see that.
41 car of Jeff Boodle in there as well. Another one broke up there on the side.
This has been a war zone of a Pro Turbo side-by-side race, but they're fighting for a world championship. And right now, that man, Robert Loire, looks like he's going to get some pressure here.
And it looks like we are going full course red here. Give safety all the room that they need to go down there and take care of that incident.
Yeah, that was a big off.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty rare. You just don't see that level of wreck out here in these side-by-side classes, which is why all the safety preparations, and when they tech these cars, there's a strict rule book here of how these cages have to be made to help the driver stay secure, because something like that is always possible out here, albeit rare, but it can still happen, obviously, and we'll make sure the drivers are as safe as they can possibly be. So, and like I said, you can see the gloves are off there, so giving him some immediate attention there, and rightfully so. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side.
On top of the box, baby.
But here comes the battle for the checkered flag. I believe it is. Ryan Dim hitting the win. And once again, we welcome you back to the 51st running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships and the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. And how about a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Greg Michaud climbing up out of that car. Man, it was a scary, scary ride, but that is a great scene right there, seeing all the safety aspects of these vehicles and what they make the drivers wear as well, doing its job. Yeah, they'll have a little bit of work to do before he's going to race another side-by-side, but that's okay. It did its job. We can always replace the car.
Yeah, it's amazing to see him climb out of there, rubbing his eyes a little bit. That was one wild ride he took, and, like you said, the cage and the safety equipment did their jobs. He's going to walk away to race another day, and that's all you can ask for.
You bring that up, and a lot of people don't think about that. When you go through a vicious barrel roll like that, the G-forces are so high that it actually does affect your eyes. If you can think if you have presence of mind in the midst of all that craziness, to close them, it's exactly what they need to do. I say that because if we go back to a race in, I believe it was Pomona, California, with Johnny Greaves back in the championship off-road racing days, he went for a vicious barrel roll ride like that and literally had to push his eye back into the socket, believe it or not. And then, of course, he did Johnny Greaves stuff and showed up the next day inside of the truck. But it's crazy of all the things that you don't think about that could happen that do happen inside of these cars whenever you're going through something like that. So really glad he's okay. It might have been well while he was rubbing his eyes. They're definitely sore. So, and he'll probably have black eyes come tomorrow. We've seen that happen to all of those guys that go for those crazy rides. Van Eperen there, that's Rodney Van Eperen with some smoke coming out of that one.
Yeah, he was in that war with C.J. Greaves, and you got to think it took a toll on it. As he got a left rear flat. Yeah. Rodney Van Eperen in the 45 with a left rear flat, it looks like. See if he's going to try and bring it home or if he's going to pull in and swap that out. Man, that's going to be a tough break for him. I mean, we saw Ronnie Anderson there. He was in quite a battle as well. We're going to have a couple lap shootout here for the World Championship, but the one car that hasn't been touched all day long is Robert Loire, your current leader. That thing looking just like it did going off the start line, and you got to think here for these last couple laps in this shootout, Robert Loire, he's sitting pretty.
Yeah, he did not want to see this caution come out, red flag come out, because now it's allowed them to get right back up on the back bumper. He had a little bit of breathing room, but it will not be the case here in this shootout.
Yeah, it looks like 2 and 3 looking very similar to the way 2 and 3 looked at, like in the pro stock race with Owen Van Eperen there and Boodle. So two of the usual suspects sitting there in second and third. Been talking a lot about them today in these side-by-side races. But right now, Robert Loire, the man of the hour, can he make it perfect? Led from the start, trying to make it perfect here at the Big House.
So what we hear is they will be coming to a white flag here. As we take a look at the lineup here. It's the 52 of Robert Loire, and then the 5 of Owen Van Eperen, the 41 of Jeb Boodle, and then the 52X of Ronnie Anderson. It might be Zach Beavers there behind Ronnie.
No relation to me, but great last name. So the way things work here at Crandon, they're going to be going green, and then they're going to take the white flags. It's going to be about a lap and a half shootout, give or take, here for the win here, and to crown a world champion in Pro Turbo side-by-side here at the Big House.
Don't know what happened to Kyle Cheney out somewhere along the way as well.
There was a battle back
it was
there.
Crazy.
It was second through fifth or sixth. It was definitely elbows out, gloves off. These guys were fighting.
Big dogs were throwing down. The guy that survived all challenges is still out front in that 52 car.
And you got to wonder too. Ronnie Anderson sit back there in the 4th spot. He was banged up pretty good.
Yeah, he went through that battle with Andrew Carlson, and we were surprised he didn't get a little bit of damage out of it.
But I think Ronnie, if everything's good, he's been pretty strong today, fighting his way through traffic.
See if our pace vehicle pulls off, and it does. Hands the field back over to the 52 car of Robert Loire out of Forest Lake, Minnesota, looking for his first win on the season. Boy, it'd be a special one.
Robert Loire waiting. Oh, look at that jump.
Again.
That was a great jump for Robert Loire. That's going to make it tough for those guys sitting back there in second and third with only a lap and a half to go.
Ronnie Anderson with a little bit of contact there with Jeb Boodle. Boodle down on the inside. Anderson not able to capitalize on it. In the meantime, the 52 car of Loire out front. Nice wide angle of attack here into the gravel pit.
Robert Loire, he's been protecting down low all race long. Not opening that door for any challengers to come through. We're going to see if he keeps that low line heading here into Calamity Corner.
Yeah, right down there on the bottom up there, a little bit higher than we've seen him. Right on exit, picks up the white flag. He's got to survive one more lap.
Got Owen Van Eperen winning that last race, trying to make it the perfect day here at the Big House. We're going to see if he's got anything left in the tank for Robert Loire.
Nice job for Loire so far. Right down on the bottom, lets it slide up, keeps momentum, drives away, gets a little more real estate here.
Look at that run off the corner that Owen Van Eperen got.
Loar still with a couple of car lengths between him and second place as they come back around here one more time. Final time, last lap. Championship ring on the line here at Crandon.
Going to run down here into the gravel pit. It's going to give 2 corners left for Owen Van Eperen to try and make a move here. Robert Loar diving to the bottom, protecting. Looks like an outside-inside move there.
Yeah, Van Eperen really trying to use that momentum. Start way high, open that turn way up. He definitely closed the gap. Can he make it happen right here? One last turn to get it done. And as we've seen Loar do, he stays down on the bottom, blocks that line, and Loar is going to hang on to grab his first win of the season. Does it right here at the Crandon World Championships. A beautiful job there for the Polaris Racing team.
And
he's got to be excited about that here at this Polaris Backed event as well.
How hard is that at the big house? You got the biggest dogs in side-by-side racing here. Got the whole shot, led it wire to wire with a perfect race. There's not one speck of mud on that car.
And got your buddies here from the factory as well, so super cool. By the way, 5 podiums on the season, 6 now, but this is the first win, so congrats to him. Was on the podium here, by the way, 1 day ago as well, so got it figured out, put it all together here today, and stands on top of the box.
And it looks like Owen Van Eperen going to take that second spot. And we're going to have Boodle in the third, so that's going to be your podium finishers here. Van Eperen and Boodle finding themselves on the podium in both the Pro Stock and the Pro Turbo side-by-side. We got Beavers in the 4th spot, Thies in the 5th spot, Martin, Fowson, Hansen, Groh, and Anderson rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, good look there at our winner. Congrats, man. Helmet coming off, earbuds out, yeah. Put it together, get out of there, stand up, get on top of that car, put your hands together for him, Crandon. There's your winner in the Pro Modified Turbo category. Nice job, Mr. Robert Loar. We'll be right back.
On top of the box, baby. I'm sorry, say that again. Welcome back. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Caught us off guard up here in the booth as we're doing a little bit of track prep, and my producer's trying to take the blame, but I'm not going to let him do it. Let's show you some highlights here of our Pro Modified category.
Yeah, it looks like there was Gibbs there early on getting spun, but Robert Loar out front early, and just the man that couldn't be caught all day long. He had a lot of challengers, and Van Eperen. We also had Andrew Carlson in the mix there for a while. Big spin there by Andrew Carlson, keeping it on all fours. Ended up getting making some contact with Ronnie Anderson, and here we got C.J. Greaves and Rodney Van Eperen with one heck of a battle for multiple laps, just banging on each other.
And then, of course, this vicious roll right here, and really glad that that Greg Machode was okay afterwards. It took a little bit to get him out, but safety stopped all the racing to make sure he was okay, as they should. So that'll get you back up to speed there on the Pro Turbo category there as well. And
down there at our IBOC Winner's Circle. Let's get it over to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. A big congratulations, everybody. That was an epic race. So much happened in that. But I want to bring our third place finisher, Jeb Boodle. Jeb, we just had a chance to talk, and we've been talking all season. This is the first time you've really raced at the big house during Labor Day. We've talked about it for the World Championships. To be able to get 2 podiums here, that is a feat in yourself. Anybody who's raced here knows that. How are you feeling overall from the weekend?
Man, I feel great, especially after the day we had yesterday. We had some mechanical failures and then a driver mistake in the right turn over there. But it's good to be up here at the big house for Fall Crandon, my first time running up here with these big boys in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and everywhere. So not bad for a rookie. So I just can't thank everybody who helps me get up here, my dad, my family, all my friends that come down and help support me and work on these cars. It's a task, and it's hard work to get these things running every weekend. But I also want to thank my sponsors, Hoosier Tire, Method Wheels, Cryptic Side by Side, Turner Cycles, Freedom Race Lifts, Folk 21 Fuel Additives, and everyone else I forgot. Thank y'all. It means a lot.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3. Taking that second place spot, Owen Van Eperen. Owen, I know that you were pushing there. There was quite a battle for 2nd through 6th. What was your spotter saying the entire time? Obviously, we've had some stops. We had to restart a full red. Then you go green, white, checkered. How did you accomplish all that?
Yeah, I mean, I was just doing kind of what I did in Pro Stock, which was running my laps. Some guys were going at it in front of me, so I knew sooner or later they were going to get tangled up, and then that happened with a bunch of them. So it just is what it is, and got 2nd today, which is pretty good. 1-2 on the day. Couldn't ask for much better. Robert was on rails all day. So I just can't thank all my sponsors enough. Everyone at Yamaha Racing, Steve, Donnie, Glenn, Jim, all them guys do so much. Yamaloop, GYTR, Power Sports 1, Vance and Hines, Balin Buildings, everyone at Beyond Redline, Hoosier Tire, Kaiser Wheel, Victory Sign, all my friends and family are coming out. Thank you.
Nice job, Owen. And taking that top spot like we've been talking about. It's been 5 years in the making. I love this for you, Robert Loire. Robert, not only do you work on these, but you've proven what they could actually do out here on this track. You are clean. I have never seen a driver come off of that being pristine. This should just be hung up. Fantastic job. Walk me through your entire weekend and this race today.
We did everything we could to be ready for this race, be prepared. My coworker, I call him my mechanic, but he's just my coworker. I sit by him, I work with him, and we leave work at 5 o'clock, sometimes a little earlier to sneak out, wrench on stuff, 4 hours every night. We're just doing this for fun, trying to kick all the factory guys' asses. I mean, that's the gist of it. And it's just so much fun. All kidding aside, this sport is awesome. This place is awesome. The World Cup is awesome. All the races are awesome. Like, this is just absolutely incredible. I've been telling myself this is my last year racing so I can spend more time with my kids and my wife, but I don't know if I could do it after this one. This one means a lot, but I'd just like to thank everybody. Mason Todd just busting his little ass every night with me. David Gay helped me out with clutching. Andy Ives, Brett Carpenter from Polaris, John Grouse from Polaris, Derek, Matt Bone, my spotter. Just the list goes on. My wife, parents, in-laws, friends, just everybody. I know I'm going to forget somebody, but this is incredible. And of course, our sponsors, Polaris Razor, Fox Shocks, Hoosier Tires. Vince had the shocks working awesome out there. We made a bunch of changes for this race because they peaked the jumps up, and I think we all saw it paid off out there. So I'd just like to thank everybody. And thank you, and just, yeah, awesome event.
Well, Robert, you know when you usually cry, I have to give a hug. It is a tradition here for anybody who's ever cried. So come in here, Robert. Nice job. Hop up on number 1. A big congratulations to this guy, your top 3 finishers. This has been an amazing race. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, that's a great moment, special moment there for sure. So congratulations to him, man. Obviously heartfelt.
Oh yeah, and he's been working his butt off for numerous years. Finally, to come out on top here at the big house and win the big one, you got to give a big high five there to Robert Loire, and what a great effort today.
Yeah, I mean, holding off absolutely some of the best dogs in the country as well. Good stuff there for sure. Plenty more racing yet to go. We're going to take a quick break here. In the meantime, we'll be right back with you here, Crandon International Raceway.
On top of the box, baby. On top of the box, baby.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport Live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship presented by Toyota. Let's go places. And Robert Loire, who just had the shortest retirement announcement in the world. Because, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes ago, it seemed like maybe you were going to do, well, this is it, I'm done. I've had a good time, thanks very much. Now you're like, I got one of these really big, cool, very, very heavy medals. I think I might stick around.
Yeah, it makes you change your mind pretty quick.
Did you at least look at her first before you said that, or?
Maybe just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a babe. You see this gold thing? I'm really important now. I've got to keep winning, so we're going to stick at this.
Yeah, and I can buy her a new kitchen now, so.
Oh.
The silver lining.
That's a smart man right there. Why have you persevered so long with this when it probably felt like you were never going to get to this moment? What kept driving you?
Just everybody pushing me, and just everybody in the community, friends, family, the racers. It's just so much fun. Everybody's like a big family here. We look forward to coming to the races so much, especially Crandon.
And we saw the emotions on the podium. I mean, it's a full circle moment for you, like you said, but can you try and sum up what you were feeling when you finally took that top spot?
Yeah, it took a minute to kind of like finally set in and soak in. A lot of emotions. I mean, we've been pushing so hard, and throughout the year we've had a lot of bad luck, and I feel like it was nothing that we did. We tried everything to make sure everything was up in tip-top shape, and just we always got taken off the top spot, and this one just, it needed to happen. Like this morning I woke up and I told my mechanic and I told my friends, I'm like, we're gonna win this.
Oh,
like it's,
you had that moment.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
it's literally, it's gonna happen.
So does it make it that much sweeter that it's here at Crandon? It's here at the big house and in front of that crowd?
Yeah, for sure. I was just telling Marty walking up here, like this is the year to win. This is the place to win. We haven't gotten a win all year. We've just been fighting some battles here and struggling. And for this event to take that win is for sure the top spot.
There's such a twitchy concept. Short wheelbase, pretty gnarly. You got a bit of power to work with, but I guess you got to keep them straight all the time. But there's always the idea that how hard are you going to push these things, because they can bite.
Oh, yeah. There was a few times we got up on two wheels, and, yeah, we just kept pushing. I mean, that's what you have to do. You can't leave an inch here, especially this race. Like, somebody is going to attack you on the inside. Somebody is going to push you out. Somebody is going to take that 15 grand away from you.
So there's a couple of champions now that live in Forest Lake, or Flake, as my buddy Brooke Tatnell calls it, because he's lived there for, oh God, probably 20 years now. What's Forest Lake, Minnesota? I've been there. It's a nice little place. Really cool lakes, obviously called Forest Lake. What's it like?
Yeah, it's just a small town. A lot of racers. Haven't been really able to put my finger on it. Like snowmobile racers, sprint car racers, off-road racers, just boat races, everything. Every kind of racing is there, and it's where a lot of racers grew up. So it's a cool little town.
And a culture, and yes, I have been to Forest Lake. The producer was querying me like I was just adding some romance to the story. I have actually been there. It's a nice little place. The culture of motor racing helps. When you go to a community like that where there are so many various champions in different forms, it's almost like a feeling in the town that you're going to go fast.
Right. Yeah, it just, you get up and you go to work and eat, sleep, breathe racing.
And we were chatting beforehand, and you were telling us that you lived in Roseau and you worked for Polaris, and you have a long-standing relationship with them. So, like I said, does it even make it that much sweeter, on top of it being the big house and everything, to do it in a Polaris and have them here with you?
Yeah, for sure. It puts a lot of stress on me because I want to win, but also I want to do it in front of everybody that busts their butt every day at work to make the Polaris RZR the best vehicle ever. And it's awesome to be able to show it off and prove to them like it is the best vehicle out there. So yeah, it's a lot of stress, but it's also a lot of motivation at the same time.
Tell me about your wife and kids. Tell me about what makes you so emotional just talking about them.
Yeah, my wife, she's a different breed. She loves racing. Sometimes I think she likes racing more than I do, which is.
So she's going to understand this decision then.
Yeah, I didn't know she would ever say that, but yeah, like she's always like, hey, can we watch snowcross? Can we watch supercross? Can we have them both play at the same time? Because they're always.
She's a keeper.
Yeah, and I'm like, babe, can we just pick one form of racing? She's like, no, we got to have both on.
You know what? This is the perfect scenario, dude, right? It's not like can we just turn that off and watch Wheel of Fortune? She wants to watch both forms of motorsport. That's a good thing.
Right. I mean, I can't complain too much.
No, so don't. Mention the names of your beautiful children here for a second before we let you go.
Aspen and Olin.
Aspen. Aspen and Olin. Cool little names. I
Yep.
like that. Hey, hold that up. That medal is awfully heavy, and it looks way, way cool on you. Gold looks good on you, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations to you, Robert.
Thank you very much.
Robert Loire, everybody. Big round of applause for him. Tremendous job. Get all the woos going right now. Let's go to Cam and Jim Marsden. Oh, looking forward to this, boys. We're going to get back into some racing coming up in just a moment here at Crandon.
Yeah, looks like a party down there, huh? What's going on? They keep us locked up in the booth upstairs to call the races. You get all the glory down there. I see how it's going to be, but we're just going to make fun of you as best we can. Speaking of making fun of people, Cameron Steele now in the booth in control. We kick Ken Stout out of this broadcast tower. Brought in Jim Marsden all the way from across the pond. Jim, welcome to Class 11 Racing.
Thank you very much, Cam. It's great to be back here at the big house. Just how cool is this? Look at all these Class 11 cars we got lining up. This is going to be a battle royale this afternoon here at the 54th Crandon World Championships.
Well, for people that don't know what a Class 11 is, maybe they've not been involved with Baja, they haven't seen this type of racing, give us a quick tidbit.
Well, this is basically it's VW Beetles. Think Herbie goes bananas, and that's exactly what you've got. But these are 1600 air-cooled motors. These got roll cages inside these vehicles. They're stripped down for racing. Do not be fooled. These are serious race cars.
And they are a swing axle, so you got to be a little careful throwing them around, right? Because one side can go up, the other side goes down in the rear suspension.
Well, the thing that always makes me chuckle about these, they actually consider their tyres extra suspension in these vehicles. That doesn't happen in many forms of motorsport racing. But in Class 11, it does. And just check out this lineup, Cam.
Yeah, I love it. Ryan Rodriguez, who won the other night, with one of the, I think, a brilliant performance coming from not a great start, comes through the pack, passes a couple of the favorites to take the win. I mean, that was a shocking performance for anybody that didn't see it.
It is. But when you watch these cars racing, you never really know who's going to be at the front. It's absolutely everything go, go, go. And these guys, they're not scared, and girls for that matter, because we do have a few ladies sitting out there driving today. But these cars are not scared of full contact. They're not scared to get into each other as we watch the starter making his way across. And we're only a few moments away from total chaos here in Crandon.
And last time we raced him, of course, that pink bug, Cisco Bio, he led quite a bit of the race, ended up third at the end. So we'll keep an eye on also second place last time I had Blake Wilkie in the purple car. We're taking a look at them. They're going to get the same land rush start everybody else does. Will all the fenders make it through turn one is the question.
Almost absolutely certainly not. As we watch Donnie Donovan there, a little bit smoky, just blowing out those valves. Let's not forget these are the old side valve engines. Flat fours.
That is a lot of VW Beetles in one position for one start line. I'm a little bit nervous for him. You nervous?
I'm not nervous at all. Here we go. It's go time here in Crandon at the 54th World Championships here in Crandon at the big house.
We'll get the numbers for you. Cisco Bio in the all pink on the outside with the great run. Looks like he is going to take control of his family from the greater Ensenada area, northern Baja, California. They are OG or original gangsters, and that's not a good way to start the race with your hood up.
No, someone forgot to put the shut down on that one. Now, let's not forget, these are VWs. These are standard panels on most of these vehicles. So almost certainly that will be a standard bonnet latch there, or hood latch, should I say, for you guys.
I was going to say that's very foreign to us. The bonnet doesn't exist here, the hood. Now, if I was racing a Class 11 car here, I would tie the hood down with a little bit of rope just to make sure.
Well, ironically, if you actually check out the doors on these things, they have extra latches inside to keep the doors closed. And that is Josh Felix in second place, currently following Cisco Bio as they make their round Calamity Turn.
And we talked about this the other night. Ice chests on top of the race car got to be only marketing purposes. Can't imagine they're carrying their water up there.
There could be spare parts. You never know in this kind of racing. But right now, it's all about Cisco Dio. Or Dio, as he makes his way around, closely followed by Fast Felix.
The Fox-sponsored all-pink bug, Cisco Bio, has been a force to be reckoned with many times now. He's also famous for being the navigator for Rob McCachran, who's a six-time Baja 1000 winner. So he's got some pretty good credentials. His family has tons of credentials, and just some of the sweetest, nicest, most hardcore racers you'll ever meet.
Well, he's putting it out there right now as he makes his way back round Forest County, Potawatomi, turn one. Over the first jump, then sends it and makes his way. Look at that. Now, Cam, when you're in these cars, you feel every bit of that bump, don't you?
You certainly do. I actually started my racing career in a swing axle Baja bug. Now, it didn't have all the fenders. It was what was known as a 516, a little bit more modified. But driving that swing axle doesn't have a ton of travel. And when you hit, you definitely feel it. That front end also not with a ton of travel. And they're trying to do the best they can with the short course, stiffening up the suspension, but there's not a lot to work with.
Indeed. Now, if we look on the inside of this bend, coming round with the multicolored wheels, as we watch that is the 1104.
Oh, contact! And that's your winner from one round to go there with the Continental sponsorship. Get inside of that, coming around. That's not going to help the performance. Later in the day, the 1191 of Ryan Rodriguez, and he might be dead stick there. We'll see if he can get it going again. Cisco Bio running out front, has about 20 car lengths right now. We'll see how this comes together. Blake Wilkie, who ran on podium position 3rd place last time around, running in 4th, looking for some ground to take up.
Yeah, we've got more cars off the track there, but look at this. Blake Wilkie is on a charge with those pink wheels. That car's known as the Slug Shark, and he'll be putting it down. Blake is no stranger to being at the front of the pack here in Class 11, and they'll just be slowly drawing them back towards him. But that is Josh Felix we're seeing right now, our current 2nd place car.
Straight line, I like this. Coming at the straight line, going to try to get a run, look for room on the inside, doesn't have it. Has to tuck in behind.
I love the double bounce these vehicles get as they drop in off the jumps. It's absolutely incredible. There's the 1142 of Greg Shapiro there. He's trying to get a line on Felix. Makes his way down towards the gravel pit. Oh, look at this, Cam.
Attempted move out to block there, but going around the outside, see if we can make this work. It's been slippery here for the Bugs. He's got the traction. The other car comes in behind, takes the line. Textbook.
Now, you've got to be really careful here because these cars have full steel fenders on them. What does that mean? If you get in hugging tight when you're passing, you can hook up a wheel and tear a tire clean off.
Absolutely, or you can blow the other guy's fender off, which is usually what happens.
Now, that would never be my luck, my friend. I'd lose 2 tires at least.
Right?
But right now, it's all about Cisco Bio. He's miles out in front at this moment in time. Pulling away further and further. Oh, we've got a car stopped on course. What's this? Who's this? As our race league goes past him.
Trying to get their door shut. What happens a lot of times, you have that rubber secondary stop. Once the door opens, it's hard to get the car door shut. Oh, that's never a good parking spot. That's definitely, no parking zone.
You can't park there, that is for sure. And we've got the yellow flags out here on course.
This is going to tighten them up probably. I don't know if they're going to be able to clear that in time. So Cisco is going to maybe have to deal with not only the mandatory caution, but also might have to deal with a full course caution here. We'll see what happens. We're waiting for race control to make that call. But right now, Cisco under what looks like full power. It's hard to tell.
Well, these 1600 engines, they've been getting some love in the last few years from Set Engineering. And he's really making them sing. And there's our 3rd place car. Josh Felix, known as Fast Felix to his friends. And just behind him, that's Blake Wilkie. Now, Blake didn't have the best of starts.
Making a move up the inside. Getting competitive, having to dive back out with the safety crew there.
Now, I was talking to these guys, and they actually, on this kind of race, they strip these cars
down.
Oh, look at this. Blake Wilkie trying to make the move there on Fast Felix.
He's going to try to dive inside here to get a straighter run. Now, watch for the dive. I'm looking for a down to the inside here from Blake, and there you have it. Not only take the line, might be able to fill it, right? The other driver has to check up, not to run back into him. Drag racing, though. We'll see. Blake has control of the inside as he comes up here. A little bit of a short track from what you've seen from some of the other classes. But Blake with a great line holds it down. Now has about 8 car lengths.
Exactly. He forced Felix out onto the wider line there. You can see Felix having to work that car really hard. But now they're coming into lap traffic. And that is Donnie Donovan there. But I think our race leader is still Cisco Bio at this time. In his 2nd place is Greg Shapiro, followed by Blake Wilkie.
So Shapiro in the all-yellow bug, the Impact sponsored bug with the American flag out the back. Blake Wilkie giving charge, trying to run him down.
And look at this on the back of Shapiro. You can see there his fender's bent out. Someone's already got into him. I love watching this racing, Cam. It's absolutely brilliant. And we're starting to see these vehicles popping up at all kinds of different race series. We see them at King of the Hammers. We also see them at the Mid 400. And we're now seeing them in Nitro Cross.
It's pretty exciting to watch because it is such a great entry level. Yes, they have a complete roll cage. They have race seats, race harnesses, just like the other race cars, but they retain the stock Volkswagen exterior. Now they can gut them out inside, but they have to have the working hood. They have to have as you would call it, the bonnet on the rear or the rear hood.
Yeah, and they have
to be there.
And the fenders all have to be the original steels. Now, the interesting thing with these is they're running out of wheels. And you may think that's crazy, but genuinely they are. So a mainline manufacturer has actually stepped up and now making alloys that look identical to the old-fashioned steel wheels. How cool is that?
No, I know. In the original, back in the days when I was racing Baja Bugs, it was hard to get those original parts, manufactured. You had to get them from secondary manufacturers, try to find them. Really tough to do, but, and yes, if you've driven a Volkswagen Bug, this is a 4-speed Bug just like you drove it home.
Absolutely. Now, Wilkie is trying to make a move here on Shapiro. He's got to be careful. That fender's hanging off. If that drops off, it's going to go under his tires, and that's almost going to be instant flat tires.
You're such a naysayer, doom and gloom guy. That's his bumper, not his fender. You stop that.
I'm happy to call it a bumper. It's a bumper where I come from. I was just trying to fit in with the gang. And look at this, Blake Wilkie trying to put the Slug Shark alongside Shapiro.
Let's see if he uses the exact same line. See him come straight. Now, right now, gonna try to take a little bit wider line, carry more momentum here, then watch as the yellow car pushes to the outside. Blake goes inside, takes the line once again.
Fantastic driving here. I love watching these Class 11s.
Being a little too kind. I think could have been a little bit more aggressive there at the end to finish it off. You could be right. This bumper could end up in Blake's front of his car.
Yeah, he's got to be careful of that. Now he'll finish his race, that's for sure. But while all of this is happening, Cisco Bio is checking out.
Cisco is, as they say, gone to the races.
He is.
Look at this, side by side. That is a lot of impact for these cars. Blake just throwing it down and now coming back to the inside.
Oh, fantastic stuff here. Shapiro tries to hold the line, but Blake Wilkie has made the pass as he heads down towards the gravel pit. Now, these cars do not rotate like a Class 4, or a Pro 4, should I say. They have to work their way around there, and when you're inside these vehicles, they're working the steering wheel backwards and forth like crazy men, trying to keep them on track.
Now, looking to the outside, but trying to go outside in, trying to use kind of the same move Blake used on him, but Blake is holding that inside, running smooth.
Now I'm looking at this. Is that Cisco Bio I see up ahead? It looks like he's closing the gap here. I think Blake Wilkie is closing the gap on our race leader.
So Cisco Bio, your leader right now, and Blake Wilkie now in second, has gotten past the third place car, obviously, and is now making moves forward, trying to shorten that gap with just 3 laps of racing remaining. We'll see if he's able to shorten that up and make it a competition here.
Absolutely. Now, these cars have the same spotters that you'd expect to find in Pro 2 and Pro 4. They've got the spotters up in the tower, and Cisco's spotter will be saying to him, hey man, you want to be standing on it? Blake's catching.
Blake's using a similar idea there when he's coming into that big jump there. He's straightening it out all the way from 1 coming out of the main start straight all the way through, not having to put any turn. Anytime you put a turn in, you're scrubbing speed just a little bit, and Blake's going for that straight line. He's also doing the same up there by the Boxo turn, trying to come around the multi-turn segment there.
And that's what makes these cars so much fun to race. It is a real driver's class. As you say, you've just got to be finding all those little bits of speed and not losing speed.
And not killing your car.
Yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, slug bug. Just had to do it. My daughter, my 11-year-old Kay, and I do slug bug all day long, so I had to throw it on you right here.
No, I'm down with that. As we watch our current race leader, this is Cisco Bio. Make his way around, only a few short laps less to go in this incredible Class 11 race here at the 54th Crandon World Championships.
A mistake by Blake there. He drove it too far down, I think, trying to carry that speed. Ends up scrubbing. Look at this, Cisco.
Oh, look at this.
Cisco makes a mistake, follows a lapper, got to get him out of the way, gives him a push. Remember, couple laps left here, and just 1 race ago, Cisco put himself in position to lead, but then guess what? Couldn't manage better than the third, got passed by 2 cars late in the race. So he might have a car that's set up better for that mud or early slick. Now as it starts to dry out, Blake is coming on, and he did do himself any favors by getting blocked there for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the amazing things I love about this class. They're taking it to the next level. It really has exploded in the last 4 years, and they are bringing shock absorber technology to this. I know that sounds crazy, but really they are.
As long as they're in the stock mounting location.
Absolutely. But just look at these vehicles, and here he is, Mr. Blake Wilkie.
You can see Cisco right there. I mean, they're coming into Calamity Corner here where the finish line, where the checkers will come out. Right now, I mean, that's much closer than it has been as white flag comes out.
It's fantastic. Right now, Blake is sitting there and he's pedaling as hard as he can.
The two lappers could come into effect here. This is what the problem is. Cisco had tunnel vision last time trying to go around lappers, cost himself. Now he's got two lappers right in front of him, get by one. He's got one more, but I just think Blake has too much ground to cover to try to get up there and make it a race.
Well, you saw Blake there. He came in so hard under braking. The trouble is when you come in that hard under braking, you lose all your forward momentum. It's all about the flow on these vehicles as they make their way around this famous course.
Still 2 cars to get by for Cisco. He's going to try to hug the inside here. Both cars giving room. Oh, look at this. One coming over towards him, but that Fox-sponsored bug is going to do it, I believe. 2 more turns for Cisco Bio and his family.
Yeah, Cisco's race to lose right now as he makes his way over, heading down towards the gravel pit for the final time.
Stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah. Well, they don't call it Calamity Turn for nothing. He makes his way around it, coming off the Polaris launch.
One of the nicest and most friendly guys you'll meet in off-road racing. Very unassuming.
Over the launch he goes and heads on for the last time into Calamity Turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, the checkers coming out. Cisco Bio all by himself coming through, and that's going to do it. Your Class 11 winner, the Pink Bug. Cisco Bio getting it done, and of course, Blake Wilkie coming across in second.
Yeah, that's a fantastic result. Now, Blake Wilkie's got an incredible record. I think he's finished every single Class 11 race that he's ever entered.
That's a pretty amazing stat,
that is
considering
quite
how fragile they can be.
Absolutely. So our unofficial top 3 right now here at the 54th Crandon World Championships. Greg Shapiro in third. In second is Blake Wilkie. And in first, it is Cisco Bio.
That's fun stuff, huh?
I'm loving this, mate. Does racing get much better than Class 11s? I know we love Pro 4s, I know we love Pro 2s, but this is awesome. In 10th position is Bab.
And then, of course, going up to Murray, McMurrin, Jones, Boyer, who is the second oldest driver in the class. Rick Boyer has been racing for 50 years. He's 68 years old. In 5th place,
it's Felix. In 4th is Steele. In 3rd, Shapiro. In 2nd is Wilkie. And in 1st,
Cisco Bio or Bio, depending on what part of the world you come from. But a lot of fun to watch these Class 11s. We're going to continue the fun. We're going to send it back down to Wade. We're going to get a little bit of fun from something else, a little bit of a raffle going on. So let's find out what's going on with Wade. What's happening down there, friend?
Oh, mate, how good is Class 11? Do you think they do at the very start of each race? We were talking about it with Jim earlier, that someone has to pull a marble and their hood has to come up at the start. Seems like it's a thing. How about the gun show and Kathy? I'm feeling... Oh, wow. Back up to you, Cameron. This just got really ugly really quickly. Kathy, it's good to see you, love. Races for Christ is an amazing organisation. I always say that that track chaplains and motorsport chaplaincy, they're like a spare set of car keys. Absolutely. You never know how bad you need them until you need them. This is really cool. Proceeds are going to the Races for Christ organisation. What are we doing?
So, anybody that follows our series knows that Johnny's been in multiple crashes. The beginning of this season, he was in one.
Wow.
And they spent the entire day at the hospital. And I just thought there isn't a better race event with the amount of people that we have here to donate money to them and to raise this for this great organization. So thank you to everybody that donated this weekend. And
oh, gosh. How many am I drawing out?
We got 4.
Oh, goodness. I hope I can meet the right.
We have 3 gift baskets and an autographed Johnny helmet.
Is this the first prize then? Is it like a...
This is going to be a gift basket.
Is it like a... Oh, okay. Sarah Oswald.
Sarah Oswald, number 1.
All right, keep that one. Sarah, congratulations to you, Sarah. This is number 2. Another pink one. And that would be Kaysen. Would you say Womble?
Womble.
Kaysen Womble. It's probably not, but that's how we say it in Australia. Kaysen Womble. This is our second last one. Another pink. Oh, are you kidding?
No.
Can that... Wow. Can that happen?
It is.
They bought
this
2. Kaysen Womble. Again.
All right. Well, you better shake it up a little bit. Come on. We're going for the helmet this time. So.
Oh, this is for the helmet.
This is for the helmet. Okay. Johnny Greaves, autograph helmet.
All right. Here we go. It's green. And it is Ben...
Hiding. Ben Hiding.
You know that?
I know him. He's a racer.
Oh, congratulations, Ben. You've won a used helmet.
Yeah.
with Johnny Sweat in it.
That's right.
What could be any better than that?
It's great thing. We raised $5,000 for
$5
Racers
grand.
for Christ. Thank you, everyone that donated.
Oh, good for you, darling. Give me the guns again before you go. Holy cow. I bet Johnny stays well and truly inside his box. That is amazing. Thanks very much for this amazing team. And, of course, our great friends at Racers for Christ. We're going to go back upstairs in just a second. Let's go now.
I think you're having entirely too much fun down there, Wade. I think you should pitch in a little bit of money in there, too. The Racers for Christ do a great job. The chaplains here at the track, of course, Steve Hansen doing the West Coast Motorsports with us. It's always a pleasure to support them. They're always there when the chips are down, and you always hope you don't need to see them and just go to chapel services on Sundays, and that's the best time to see them. And I really think a great thing that the Greaves have done to step up and help support that.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's racing, particularly off-road racing, is all about the family, isn't it? We say it so many times. Everyone wants to help everybody when they're in the pits. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it be a nut and bolt, whether it be helping tear down a car, or if you're injured. I mean, we're seeing it right now with Carl LeDuc, of course, the support that his family are getting from all of the racers and all of the fans. And it's just awesome to see.
Of course, all of us thinking about Kyle LeDuc and his battle with cancer, all of us wishing him well, missing you at the track, Kyle. Great to see your truck here. I know he's listening at home. Just want to send our love to you, of course. The Class 11s, I mean, when we talk about the fact that there was no smash-ups, I didn't see a lot of fenders flying off, only saw one hood up, and we saw great racing. It makes it a lot of fun for us to be able to see the racers and how they carry themselves. They didn't even smash into each other. I mean, I like a little rubbing in the racing. I like a little door-to-door. They kept it pretty clean.
They do keep it very clean. I mean, this is the big house, though. They're probably the most nervous they've ever been all year, if we're completely honest. They'd have been sitting on that start line knowing that there's 65,000 people waiting to watch them go racing. But I love that class so much. We saw a few spins. Yes, we saw a bonnet up. And Wade's right. It is mandatory. I think someone pulls a card and they have to do it for themselves on that particular race. But when you watch it, it's just great fun. And the nice thing about it, it's an inexpensive motorsport, which is why we're seeing that explosion. I mean, right now, you can buy a Class 11 car for around about $30,000. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I mean, still $30,000, I'm just saying, but a lot of fun to get out there and race. And what we're going to do right now, we're going to move back down to the podium and hear from some of our winners, hear from this podium, because I got to hear what they have to say. And what happened to Cisco the first night? Why couldn't he do it 2 days in a row?
Welcome, everybody. We're down here at the podiums. We are going to do our podiums for our Class 11. We're going to bring right on over here Mr. Greg Shapiro. He is in that number 3 position. You were fighting super hard to keep that number 2 position, but Blake Wilkie, he had something under his sleeve, I think, and caught up to you.
Oh, boy, he did. I'll tell you, the Impact Safety 1142 was really shooting for that bridesmaid position. I wanted it so bad this year, but Blake is a heck of a driver, and he kept the pressure on the whole time. So he capitalized on my mistakes.
Well, it was definitely a fun race to watch from up here. I mean, you've been doing this for years, and I know you have great experience in it, but watching you guys go off those jumps, I mean, the landings in these cars, how is that feeling on your body?
It's pretty rough. Can you imagine taking your stock Toyota Camry off those jumps? Tell me what that would do.
That's awesome. But a great race out there, number 3 up here on the box. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
Oh, by all means. First, I got to thank my co-driver, Brandon, right here. My wife, just endless support. My title sponsor, Impact Safety, for keeping all the racers out here safe. Jimenez Racing Engines for giving us the power. Dave Foltz Trans for getting all that to the BFG tires on the ground.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Greg. We're going to bring up our number 2 position now. Mr. Blake Wilkie, go ahead and make your way up here to the stage. Blake Wilkie, this is your second time being up here this weekend. I believe the same position as well, but I just said to Greg, you must have had something up your sleeve because you were like on it the whole entire time and you made up so much ground.
The start, I wasn't getting any traction, but once the track started to come alive and I started to find traction and kind of see where they might have been spinning, I kind of made my my line selection based off of that and just kept hitting my marks, didn't make any major mistakes. A couple times, little tiny bit of contact with in the beginning, but I still got all the fenders and she's ready for more.
I did see one of, I think it was your passenger front fenders a little bit loose, but it just put another bolt in it, right?
Yeah, we're going to run it.
Well, good job out there this weekend out here in Crandon. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
I mean, dude, like, Ryan towed my car out, so shout out to him for helping me get the car out. So I know it's a long drive, so yeah, but my title sponsor, X-Comp Tires, I mean, without them, it wouldn't be possible, and everyone else on this suit, Boxo, they're one of my partners, and this is our 41st race and our 41st finish, and I think it's like 36 podiums now, so we got some magic.
Well, that's awesome. You also threw down the fastest lap today as well with a 1:22.
I'll take it. Let's go. I need a beer after this, though. It was hot.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to Blake Wilkie. We are now going to go to the man of the hour, Cisco Bio. Let's make your way right on over here to this number 1 position. Cisco, here you are, number 1 on the box. You got out front and you never looked back, but did you know that you had pressure of Blake Wilkie trying to chase you down this whole entire race?
Oh, yeah. I saw him in the mirror. I keep an eye on him. We go back and forth the past few years. It makes the competition real good. But, you know, I have not only my spotter, he's my engine builder, George Jimenez. You know, he's been back here the last 2 years, takes a whole week off of work to come out here and support us, so we really appreciate his help.
Well, and that's awesome. You have your co-driver out there with you. You guys were launching off of those jumps. I mean, you guys do not have much suspension. So for the people at home watching, what is the true travel of suspension you guys have on these bugs?
About 5.5 in the front, 9.5 in the rear, and it's all Fox. And special thanks to Nick and Bobby, and they really give us the ability to launch it.
Well, you guys definitely were doing that for sure, but who else would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
Yeah, like I said, I really want to thank Jimenez Racing Engines. They definitely give us the power, and it showed today that we've got it. And again, this is a three-peat, so ever since the bugs came out, this is 3 in a row. Got to thank Rugged Radios, Greg and Jaden. They really help us out. Fox Shocks, Yokohama Tires, Dave Foltz Trans, Boxo, appreciate Continental. Want to really another special thanks to Greg Shapiro, who was able to put us all together, work with Marty and the key people to get us to come back again.
Well, I know that you guys are one of the fan favorite classes out here. Let's give it up one more time for our top 3. We're not done with giving away awards here, though. We have some special giveaways as well. We're going to go ahead and bring over Marco with Continental. So he's going to be giving away the Continental Cup, and then we will bring over Chris right after that. He will be giving away the Boxo Toolbox.
So this is one of my favorite races in the whole championship, and I just love it. I fell in love with the Class 11s in 2021 when I saw group racing Glen Helen, and I convinced my company to come here with the Continental Tire Cup to bring this to you, and you can enjoy it, have fun. It's awesome racing. It's grassroots at some point, and all these people are fighting to get on that podium and just having an awesome time. So here's your Conti Cup for the 3rd time. Congratulations.
All right, Chris, it's your turn now to give away one of these awesome Boxo toolboxes.
Thank you. On behalf of Boxo USA, we absolutely love Class 11, whole working man's class. Cisco, this is becoming a regular thing now. 2 times in a row. Works for me. That works for you. Full 26-inch, 5-drawer cabinet loaded with tools. Thank you for being a great representative. Congratulations.
Thanks for the support. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to get a couple photo ops, but what we're going to do right now is we're going to toss it over back to the desk. Mr. Dave Arnold, take it away.
Well, everybody, welcome back to Speed Sport Live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Well, I got a special guest up here, a good friend of mine, Scott Douglas. And Scott, let's talk a little bit about 11 championships, 4 rings, and 3 cup wins. I know you got, 3 Borg Warner Cups, an AMSOIL Cup. And, of course, you've been with AMSOIL, one of the original drivers that brought them championships. And what is it? I saw you win 5 races in one weekend.
Yeah, that was a magical weekend where we won, or we not win, but we podiumed 5 times. And 3 of them were wins in the Pro 4, and yes. 2 of them were podiums in the Pro 2. But it was one of our cups, and it was awesome. And it's awesome to do that kind of stuff in front of these fans. And, you know, and all those wins and all those championships aren't just mine. They're these fans, too, and all my fans out there. Over the years, supported me and everything. Once you step back and step out, now I'm retired, you really realize how important that is.
Yeah, I mean, you've done a lot of racing over the years. You've done short course, of course, and desert. Some of those championships are in the desert. So that's kind of cool. But the reason I'm bringing up a lot of this, I know Marty Fioca has worked with Crandon to bring the Off-Road Hall of Fame part of Crandon Raceway. You're a big part of it. You're a Hall of Famer. We've got lots of Hall of Famers here. But the special thing is coming up next weekend in Las Vegas, the Off-Road Hall of Fame banquet.
Yeah, and that's when I'm going to get inducted, and that's when my induction is. So it's awesome to think about that I'm going to be involved. I'm going to be part of the Hall of Fame. It's like the last piece of your puzzle on your career. And to think about you know, I had childhood heroes, Parnelli Jones and Walker Evans and Roger Mears and all that. And then I got to race against those guys and beat them a lot of times. And now I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame with them, and also, you know, with just fantastic people and fantastic personalities like Cameron. I mean, what a great guy. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stories. I could tell them forever.
Yeah, it's cool. And of course, Roger Mears is here, and Walker is walking around.
We've been telling stories.
I was going to say, you had to have some stories there.
Roger and I have huge stories because we raced Class 7 unlimited mini trucks, and back in the day, it was a big factory class, so it was huge. And I'm the only one that's ever won an overall desert race in a factory unlimited mini truck. Beat the trophy trucks and beat the unlimiteds. Happened in '93, but I'm the only one that's done. It's never been done since, so it's awesome. And actually, Dave Mason Sr. was riding with me, and he's here in the crowd too. And so I just got a lot of friends and families here, and a lot of memories. And this whole thing, getting inducted to the Hall of Fame, has brought back all kinds of cool memories and stories, and looking at all these pictures. And I just have really realized what a blessed and lucky life I've had to be able to live out my dream. And during the moment, I was caught up in it, but now that I get a chance to reflect, it's just unbelievable.
And next weekend, it's all going to go down at South Point Casino in Las Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Gong's place there. Yep. He's another Hall of Famer, and he's another fantastic guy. I've been a big supporter of the sport all these years. But I got to thank Crandon. I mean, for, you know, they do such a nice job here, and they've been a big part of my career as well. And I came out here in '94 the first time, and being from California and everything, I heard stories and everything, but until I raced on this track, I had no idea. And how it's evolved now and how the family's taken it over, they've done a great job, and we're constantly growing. Love coming out here and watching, and always love seeing these big crowds and just all the people coming up.
Yeah, and it's so great to see how Cliff is, involved with the Off-Road Hall of Fame, and how Crandon and him, and I know Marty Fioca was a big proponent of putting everybody together.
Yes. Yeah. No, he got a lot going on it, and he's helped Crandon out a lot. But, it's been the Flannerys and the Flannery family, and all the way back, and they're just such great people. I mean, I remember all the things that they used to do, and even Jack and everything. And we never would pack up on a Sunday. We'd pack up on a Monday because we'd all go down and drink at one of the bars and have a good time. Doesn't matter if we were battling or whatever. And the good old days was a lot of camaraderie and really neat. There still is a lot of that, but it's a little bit more business now. And I also want to tell the fans that I'm going to be signing some posters that I've got after the next race over at the Amsoil trailer. So if they want some posters with me in the Hall of Fame, if you still want them, I got them, and we'll go from there.
I know you got one of your trucks over there sitting at the Amsoil booth.
Yeah, I've got one of my what I do now. I'm into a lot of things, jeeping and I've got some hot rods, but I've got a '78 Ford F-150 with a Coyote motor, and it's on display out there. It's just a beautiful piece, and it's Tony's Hot Rod Shop out of Anago did all the work for me, and they just did a fabulous job. And I'm just proud. Those guys got me into something else that took my focus away of still wanting to be in racing, because you just can't race forever. Age kind of puts a limit on everything when you're a race car driver.
Well, I got to say, growing up, I've watched you. I've, over the years, been part of it, so it's really cool to have you here. Congratulations on getting inducted into the Hall of Fame this next Saturday. And if you want to go meet Scott Douglas, head on over to the Amsoil booth.
Yeah,
talk to him, get an autograph. And, folks, don't go anywhere. We got more racing coming. So we'll be back in a short moment with more. And don't forget, the Cup race coming up to cap it off here in Crandon.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport Live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship. And of course, presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Cisco, I got to tell you, mate, I'm in love with those race cars.
It's a lot of fun.
Good are they?
Yeah, a lot of fun.
The fans just stand up. When you guys come out of turn one, don't they, Dave?
Oh,
Everyone just
absolutely.
goes, oh, would you
It's a
just
people's
look
class.
at this? It is. That's true.
With our 100 horsepower.
Yeah, 100 horsepower.
It ain't about horsepower, mate. It's about the motion in the ocean, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not the size of the boat.
That's it.
What are they like to run around here?
Oh, it's amazing. This track is so incredible. Just going around the corners. I mean, us used to be down in Baja and all the rocks and the ditches and silt, and here it's just so smooth. It's so much fun.
And not an ocean within
No
miles.
ocean.
How do you
No
deal
oceans.
without the salt water, mate?
Oh, that's with the salt water?
Without it. Like
Oh,
here, there's none around.
Well, Crandon's treating me real well. That's three-peat. So
I was going to say that's 3 in a row, right?
Can't complain about that.
Absolutely.
Maybe I need to stay over here instead of.
And of course, that beautiful Continental Cup sitting right next to you there. You get
That's a nice cup.
That's a beautiful thing. A big thanks to Marco and the boys over there.
Oh yeah, thanks. That's Continental 3 years in a row, so really appreciate what they do.
Yeah.
I don't know if my wife's gonna let me give me any more room. Kick me out of the living room.
You're gonna have to get like an add-on to the house now to get that trophy room going. I got all my Continental Cups.
When the hood inevitably pops up, because it seems to happen to quite a few people, do you just peer down underneath?
I think you can sneak through and get a glimpse.
There should be one race
You
where
might hit a few people on the way.
if you started one race where everybody had to have it up and just see what happened.
Maybe next year.
What are they like from a budget point of view? Like, are they inexpensive to run comparatively?
I would say it could range anywhere from 10,000 up to 50,000. So I mean, I'd like to see us slow us down, so make it more competitive and have us all 20, 30 equal. But
I mean, 35 horsepower they come stock with. So you got to do a little work to get it up to 100.
yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I love it. I've been around in Baja all my life. My dad got me into it since I was a little kid, so we've been racing, and we got the opportunity. Marty brought us out here 3 years ago, and it's amazing. It's really
You and your dad are
special
quite the legends down in Baja there for the Class 11s. Yep. And, you could be in the middle of the desert, and there'll be 100 people, 30 hours in the race, waiting for that Class 11. That's how much beloved these things are.
You can hear them through the helmet and the motor.
Yeah.
You can hear their cheers.
So
like
when you're
20 hours
here,
later.
now you hear 30,000 people screaming in each corner you go by.
That's amazing.
It is.
Looking up, and even afterwards, it's something special for sure.
Parts availability. Like, how hard is it to get parts for these things? Yeah.
Because it's a lot of the components.
How old are they now?
50 years.
My first car was a 58 Foxy. And the throttle used to jam on it every now and again when I pulled up at the lights. I'd have to bang it into neutral and be going, wah! And I'd have to run around the back, unclip the little chup, 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 back to the idle.
And I bet he had that roller pedal.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mate, it's so good to see you here with this class. Congratulations. Like, it doesn't get any better than a three-peat like that. Thank you so much for coming down. I guess you'll be back as long as they keep asking, right?
I hope so. I hope they invite us back.
Oh, I'm sure of it,
Oh,
mate.
man, the people will demand it.
Yeah, we just made a decision, Marty.
Yes.
If that's okay.
With the hood open.
With the hood open. There
We've
you
got to
go.
do one race where everybody starts with the
And
hood
then
up.
halfway through the race, you got to run out and slam it.
Or at least, I can't argue with that kind of logic.
Chinese fire drill.
That is going to wrap us up from a Cisco point of view. Look at that very cool hardware that he has. Just hold that baby up. I love that Class 11. They're absolutely tremendous. Plenty more coming up after this. Crandon, it is rocking, and we're getting closer and closer to the big Red Bull Cup coming up a little bit later on. Thanks to Polaris. This is the Crandon World Championship, baby.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Wade. Oh, mate, I love watching those guys down on the desk. How cool are they? Right, joining me in the booth now is Mr. Miles Hasselquist, and we're here right now for the 4400 class of the Ultra 4 Racing at the 54th Crandon World Championships. Welcome, Miles.
Thank you, Jim, and what a wonderful weekend it has been here at the Big House. Ultra 4 is here in a big force this year. The Flannery family has welcomed us in with open arms, has done a lot of great work for us out back and out front of the grandstands for you here. We got a new rock section. So you've seen them running the short course today, right? Well, you haven't seen the rocks today. We are not going to the back rocks, but the two rock sections up front are going to be a fun one to watch.
They are indeed. Now, some of these cars are packing over 1,000 horsepower, and they are absolutely phenomenal as we watch them lining up here. But we've got all kinds of different vehicles sitting out on the grid. Let's talk about that, Miles.
Yeah, so sitting in that pole position is Paul Wolf and that UFO built by Joe Thompson. It's the IFS front single-seater. What is IFS, Jim?
IFS is independent front suspension, so you're used to seeing that on the Pro 2s, the Pro 4s, and on the side-by-sides. But it's not absolutely a necessity for 4400 class vehicles. And in fact, we do have solid axle vehicles racing with us this weekend.
It just goes to show what these cars can do. They can do a little bit of everything, racing here at the Big House for the biggest short course in the world. And then we race King of the Hammers through the mountains, through the desert. We go out east to Pennsylvania and run through the tight woods and the rocks and everything in between. This is going to be an amazing show to watch. Do not go anywhere. This is the 4400 unlimited class, unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower. It is going to be a fun race to watch. 10 laps, 10 and a half laps if I can correct myself.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of brutality out there on the course. These cars are not scared to go side by side and have wheel-on-wheel action, that's for sure. And there's some grudges to settle out there on this course. Last night we saw last year's winner. In fact, Lauren Healy was looking for, I think, a 3-peat or even a 4-peat, and it got taken away from him by Paul Wolf. So there's going to be grudge points out there for sure.
Yeah, Paul Wolf started out early with a great race and just kind of ran his own pace and had an amazing day. But he's going to be starting side by side with Lauren Healy, then Brett Harrell, Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, John Grounds, Ryan Rockhold, Eric Blaze.
Yeah, then Brian Cross, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Patrick Peterson, Tad Dowker, Christopher Branton, Shannon Campbell.
Then Roger King, Paul Horschel, Tom Prendergast, Jeremy Jones, and Justin Hall. We should have about 19 4,400 cars take the line, and it is going to be a spectacle to watch. There's our physical leader winner last night, Mr. Paul Wolf, the 1018 out of Brighton, Illinois.
Now, you have to say at this moment, has anybody got anything for this man? He is on a charge. He is absolutely killing every track he visits right now. But there's guys lining up next to him with some serious horsepower. Lauren Healy is going to be looking to take that whole shot right off the start.
So they are going to do a land rush start just like you've seen all day, but it is a limited land rush start. We're going to start where the UTVs were starting as well, so we don't have quite as much speed going wheel to wheel into the Potawatomi turn number 1 here in just a few minutes. And look at that stacked field. This is going to be a great race to watch. That is absolute fact. There's Lauren Healy, who won this race both times last year. And I just saw Faye cruise by. We should be live racing in about 30 seconds for the 4400 Unlimited Ultra 4 USA at its finest for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship of Off-Road Races here at the Big House.
Yeah, you can see him literally getting ready. They are straining at the leash here. Thousands of horses getting ready to leave the line here at Crandon.
And speaking about horsepower, on the top left is Paul Horschel with 1,200 horsepower in that third row. It's going to be tricky for him to get around. This first turn is going to be very, very important. Hopefully we can get everything going straight with no mishaps. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, also sitting at the back of the grid is Casey Gilbert. He qualified in 4th yesterday, but couldn't get his car running. And it's go time here in Crandon.
And it looks like Brett Harrell may have the early lead with Lauren Healy right behind him, trying to make it around Paul Wolf, Philip McGilton, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Chad Hunt. Paul Horschel jumps up early.
Yeah, look at this, Mars. They get away clean as they make their way down. Oh, we've got...
And that was Paul Wolf that went for a tumble, and it lands, so he'll be able to take off, hopefully. Hopefully the car is still okay. You can see him open, trying to get the car is moving.
Yeah,
it looks like he's okay, but look at the front. Those Project Deck lights are hanging off, so he's going to take off. This is not a competition yellow, so he's got the work cut out for him. Tough break for Paul Wolf. Not sure exactly what happened, but right now it is Brett Harrell, then Lauren Healy, Philip McGilton, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Paul Horschel, Chad Hunt, Christopher Branton, Casey Gilbert, John Grounds, Ryan Rockhold, Tad Dowker, Jeremy Jones, Justin Hall, Woody Rose, and Tom Prendergast.
Yeah, now Brett Harrell is out in front. He's making his way down into the Brannock Rocks right now on hot on his heel. He's last year champion.
So
Lauren Healy, but look at this coming up alongside them.
Open wheel action, door to door, they get into each other. Lauren Healy goes for the pass and makes it stick. That was a little interesting how that happened, but he made it work. And Brett Harrell is driving Lauren Healy's last year winning car, so Lauren Healy really wants that new car to do some good work.
He does. Brett Harrell's put a bigger engine in there, and it's full company size horsepower, over 900 horses in both of these vehicles.
And look at the hood on Lauren Healy. That visibility may be hurting him on some of these jumps.
Yeah, he's putting that Ford horsepower to work as Lauren Healy makes his way down.
And that is a brand new Triton engineering machine with a Ford sequential transmission. And look at it, is he riding a little bit low? The right might have a little bit of issue for Healy, can't quite tell.
Yeah, they'll be wanting the suspension down on these to make them handle a little bit better on this short course as we see him powering around the gravel pit right now.
So Lauren Healy trying to get away from Brett Harrell. Brett Harrell's dropping about 6-7 car lengths back, and then Lauren Healy's team member for the Fun Harbor Off-Road team, Vaughn Gittin Jr., the drift master, is not too far back. So that hood is really starting to flop around as Lauren Healy grabs another lap and heads into the Brannick boulders right in front of the grandstands.
Oh, he's fully sideways as he comes out of there. Now they've got to be careful going through those rocks. It's so easy to tag a tire, and if you tag a tire on this race, you are done.
The attrition could set in. Remember, this is a 10.5 lap race, and they are going to give it their absolute all. And it looks like the fastest lap time is Lauren Healy right now.
It is indeed, but look at this battle here at the moment for second and third place. That's Brett Harrell and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. has been a multiple champion in this racing, but he's more often well known for being a world champion drift racer.
We usually race endurance races most of the time. That just kind of spectates what these cars can actually do. So we actually have a spot on the stand just like the short course drivers have for normal. So these are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They race King of the Hammers here at the Big House, through the woods, and everywhere else. These cars can do it all and do it all well. As we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. trying to take over from Brett Harrell, who finished third place last night.
Yeah, Brett Harrell, his son Brent, has absolutely dominated in the 4800 class here at Crandon this weekend. So he'll be looking for another podium.
Lauren Healy starting to walk away a little bit with this race. The battle right now is Brett Harrell, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Right behind him is Paul Horschel. We'll see how hard they hit the Brannick boulders right in front of the grandstand. Lauren Healy is starting to walk away. Brett Harrell's got oh, look at the 1,200 horsepower of Paul Horschel. It's going to sneak around Vaughn Gittin Jr. Is he going to make it stick? It does not look so.
Yeah, it's great to see Paul have problems last night, and he'll be putting that Dugan's engine to work as he powers around the back.
All four of the cars up front have huge horsepower, amazing drivers. This is going to be a battle right now for second, third, and fourth is the battle we are watching right now. Lauren Healy out front physically, but the battle for second, third, and fourth is right here in front of us, and they are having some fun.
They are indeed. Also worth noting that out on course today, we've got Jeremy Jones, Justin Hall, and Woody Rose, who raced in 4800, but they've stepped up into 4400 for this race today. Oh, look at this. Brett Harrell goes wide. Vaughn Gittin Jr. takes advantage and passes him in the rocks.
The Spider Track
1-2.
The Spider Track backstretch is awesome out there. Vaughn Gittin Jr. overtakes Brett Harrell. Now Brett Harrell's got his teammate Paul Horschel right behind him. So Horschel Machines 3-4, and Triton Engineering up front with a 1-2 with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. So right now it is the Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr. show. Paul Horschel goes way wide. Brett Harrell gets back into that third position.
Yeah, and I've just seen something quite incredible. I'm just watching Paul Wolf is back out on track, but I can see a puff of smoke from the back of his car. I do wonder if he's running wounded.
And speaking about wounded, you can see the front clip of Lauren Healy. That visibility could be giving him some issues. And Lauren Healy pulls off. There's something going on.
No.
Lauren Healy looks like he is out of the race. So now it goes to Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front. And then Brett Harrell and
Yeah, I can't see anything physically wrong with Lauren Healy's car. So it's a tough break for the two-time king and last year's champion here at Crandon. But right now, it's all about the Bronco of Vaughn Gittin Jr., who powers his way around.
So right now it is Broncos 1, 2, and 3 with Vaughn Gittin Jr., that Monster Energy sponsor machine. Right behind him is Brett Harrell into the Spider Track backstretch, and then Paul Horschel. All three amazing machines. And they're really going to give it their all for that Crandon ring here at the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship here at the Super Bowl of Short Course at the Big House. Vaughn Gittin Jr. hitting the Yukon launch, coming around Calamity Corner. This is a 10-lap race. Oh, Chad Hunt's out of the race as well. Tough break for him and Lauren Healy. We saw Lauren Healy and Brett Harrell have a little contact earlier on in this race. So that's probably what started the damage for Lauren Healy.
Yeah, oh, look at this. Paul Herschel.
Contact in the Brannick boulders. And Paul Herschel gets all the way out of line. Brett Harrell is in a battle today. He is having to fight off everybody.
Now, just watch
right
that
front
tire.
flat tire for Paul Herschel. That's going to really take his toll on that, especially when you go in these deep corners trying to dig in. So the attrition is setting in, Jim.
We talk about racecraft. You have to pick your moments. Paul there possibly got unsighted as he was punching his way through the rocks. And that little moment in time is going to cost him dearly.
They're going to have to save their cars to keep going. These guys and gals are pushing a little too hard sometimes. To finish first you must finish, and we saw Lauren Healy drop out. Now Paul Herschel's having some issues.
Yeah, we're just watching here. So this is Paul Herschel, and you can see he has got that right side flat front.
But it's still pushing strong. Can he save a podium? I don't know. He's got 6 more laps to go.
Yeah, as we're watching, that is our physical third place right now. And I can tell you that Vaughn Gittin Jr. is checking out in front, some 20 car lengths ahead.
And another interesting fact right now is Casey Gilbert's in that 4th position, but we know Paul Herschel is wounded. So Casey Gilbert in that Miller Motorsports chassis with that solid axle machine, who was unable to race last night, has a very good chance to make a podium as long as he drives a smart race.
Yeah, in fact, just check this out. Currently sitting in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 6th. So our 3 solid axle cars. We've got Casey Gilbert, Christopher Branton, and John Grounds.
Christopher Branton isn't an IFS machine.
Oh, crikey, you're right. I do apologize.
All good. So there's our physical race leader, Vaughn Gittin Jr., the Drip King, and that Monster Energy-backed Triton Engineering IFS machine. What a beautiful car that is.
Yeah, Vaughn's got it all under control here as he makes his way around the Potawatomi turn 1. Coming on over that turn, making his way around the barn turn now. Going to be heading down in to the Spider Tracks backstretch and over the rocks one more time. Now just check this out. He comes in. Oh, who's that? That's Tom Pendergrass there.
And lost a right rear tire, so Tom Pendergrass is going to be out. Oh, and he is right in front of Brett Harrell. He doesn't know it. So Brett Harrell's having to deal with a little bit of action. Ooh, that was Justin Hall out of the race as well.
Yeah, Justin Hall, you normally races in 4,500, stepped up for the big dance today. It's a tough break for him.
Tough break. So Brett Harrell still running strong in that 2nd position. He's really had to battle quite a bit out there. How far? Oh, I do see Paul Wolf completely off the course after his tumble earlier on the day's tough break. He won that race last night and was able to keep it going today.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have a story to tell. There'll be some reason as to why he had that multiple flip earlier, but it's a testimony to these cars that he can even keep going at all, Miles.
Brett Harrell through the Brannick boulders right in front of the grandstand. We're halfway through this 10-lap race, and it is still Vaughn Gittin Jr. 1, Brett Harrell in 2, Paul Herschel in that 3rd position with a flat tire.
Yeah, it looks like John Grounds has made his way up to 4th position in that Miller car. So great stuff there from John Grounds, but that means where's Casey Gilbert?
Casey Gilbert dropped back to 6th position. I'm not sure what's happened there. I see Ryan Rockhold off pace a little bit as well, as Vaughn Gittin Jr. is still pushing strong as he's heading into the Spider Track backstretch.
Yeah, now Vaughn Gittin Jr., he has opened up a tremendous lead here. It's got to be something around about the 8 or 9 seconds, possibly even more.
It's a 10-second lead at the last lap around, Jim.
Now Brett Harrell's going to be caught in traffic, giving Vaughn even more opportunity to move that Bronco further and further away from Brett Harrell.
What an amazing weekend of racing we have had here at the Big House. This is Ultra 4 USA at its finest, and there is John Grounds, our physical 4th position in that Miller Motorsports chassis. This is his first race back this season since King of the Hammers, Jim.
Yeah, it is. Now, he will be told by his spotter that Paul Herschel has a problem. Paul Herschel has a flat. He's running wounded. This man needs to make time. He can make that podium, but it's go time here at Crandon for John Grounds.
As he skips through the Spider Track backstretch into the Polaris gravel pit, he'll head straight towards the Yukon launch and then click off another lap. There's a parking lot out there, Jim. The attrition is setting in.
Yeah,
this course is tough.
Yeah, we just see John Grounds there going past Ryan Rockhold, who's coming to a halt. It's a tough break there for Ryan Rockhold. But John Grounds looking good here in that solid axle Miller car. Into the Brannick rocks. Making light work of those, but look at how they're jumping off the backside of them.
So that is a solid axle machine, Jim. You can see it up front. Explain that real quick.
Well, solid axle is exactly what it says, solid axle. The IFS machines have independent front suspension, just like this one here of Brett Harrell and, of course, Paul Herschel.
Paul Herschel still pushing strong on that third position, but that right front flat tire, he's already had it for about 3 laps. Can that Nitto tire hold up to this abuse being flat for that long? Oh, that is Patrick Peterson. Right rear smoke. Is that brake issues or something? I would assume. So tough break for him.
Yeah, literally a tough break because that's smoking real hot.
Patrick Peterson out of Wisconsin having a little bit of bad luck with Bad Axe Productions. Tough break for him, but he's still plugging along.
Yeah, well, he's got a choice, Miles. He either pulls over or he keeps on pushing.
Back to John Grounds, our physical 4th position, still pushing strong. And that 4415 Proving Grounds racing machine. He wants to give a huge shout out to Ryan Rockhold. On their way out here, he had a truck issue, lost a turbo, and the Ultra 4 family comes to help him out and gets him here to the track.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's all about this man right now, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
The green flag is still out and flying as he's heading towards the Spider Track backstretch. We'll see what kind of work he can do.
Yeah, there's about 2 laps left in this race, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. is his race to lose right now.
And he has stretched that lead from 10 seconds all the way to 23 seconds. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. with a commanding lead over Brett Harrell.
Yeah, Brett Harrell's putting together a fantastic race, and just behind him is the genius that is Paul Herschel. Now, Paul Herschel's got that flat tyre, but he's still able to push on it. I wonder if there's some kind of liner system inside that wheel that's allowing him to really keep going as the way he is. And they'll be checking for that after post-race to make sure that there are no illegal tyre inflation devices.
So the white flag is out for Vaughn Gittin Jr. 1 more lap to go. We'll see if he can keep it together. How far back is Brett Harrell and Paul Herschel and John Grounds? Can Paul Herschel keep that tire together for another lap? Time will tell, but it is running out.
It is indeed. I just saw Paul Herschel laying down the biggest jump you've ever did see.
With a flat tire.
But right now, here we go. It's Vaughn Gittin Jr. holding it together as he comes around the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1 jump. And he takes the second jump, makes his way into the barn turn for the final time.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. heading towards the Spider Track backstretch, a little ski jump and into the rock section for the final rocks here at the Big House for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship of Off-Road Racing.
Oh, look at this, Miles. It's a full throttle assault as he makes his way down towards the gravel pit. Throws the steering one way, throws it the other, hits the skinny pedal, launches towards the Polaris launch and Calamity turn.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr., 1 more turn to go here in Calamity Corner. The checkered flag is out for Vaughn Gittin Jr. and that Monster Energy Triton Energy machine. Vaughn Gittin Jr. makes it happen.
Yeah, Vaughn takes the win here at the Big House at Crandon. And we're just watching now in second position. This is Brett Harrell in the Horschel built machine, powering his way around with a huge engine over the Polaris launch.
This car, that is Paul Herschel in third position. Brett Harrell in that second spot is the car that won last year. Look at that Nitto tire, held up for 6 laps, completely flat, but it looks like Paul Herschel's gonna be able to make it done, and Brett Harrell grabs the checkered flag in second position, and the tire comes off in the final corner for Paul Herschel.
He won't care about that. This is a right-hand bend. He's taking the pressure off that wheel. He crosses the line. He takes the checkered flag. What a fantastic run there from Paul Herschel.
So unofficial third position is Paul Herschel. Unofficial second, Brett Harrell. And winning this race for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Yeah, just crossing the line to lock out our 4th position and our highest placed solid axle car. It is John Grounds.
And we'll start from the back of the pack. Philip McGilton, Tad Dowker, Paul Wolf, Justin Hall, Lauren Healy, Chad Hunt, and Tom Prendergast.
In 10th is Rockhold. In 9th is Casey Gilbert. In 8th is Peterson. In 7th is Jones. In 6th, a fantastic run there from Woody Rose. In 5th is Christopher Branton. 4th is John Grounds.
And then in 3rd place is Paul Herschel. 2nd place, Brett Harrell. And top of the box, Vaughn Gittin Jr. I hope you guys and gals here at the Big House had as much fun as we did watching the Ultra 4 USA race. I love seeing the short course races, but you throw little rocks in the mix, you can't get much better than that.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Now, Vaughn is going to be super pumped if you don't follow him. Get on the Fun Haver and go and check these guys out. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is teammate of Lauren Healy, who was last year's winner. And they are going to be so excited by this race. Now, this car's around about 2 years old now, Miles, and it's just really coming good, isn't it? Every single race is really at the front end of the pack, just laying it down, podium after podium. It's very impressive.
Yeah, Vaughn Gittin Jr. has been racing with us for 6 or 7 years, started in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and then made his way up to the top of the cream of the crop. And there's Lauren Healy, teammate.
Yeah, Lauren Healy, his best mate, and of course his teammate, coming over, jumping off of that UTV so he can say, hey bud, you're the man. You are a champion here at the 54th Crandon World Championships.
So thanks for tuning in. We're going to step away, and we'll have some podiums coming up here in just a moment.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Welcome back to the big house for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship of Off-Road Racing. This is our winner of the 4400 Ultra 4 USA, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Getting all excited, popping that monster energy. What a great race that was. So much action all over the track. We had some issues on course. We had some wins out there. What a great race. So we'll do the AMSOIL highlights. Look at that. Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf got a little tangled up early on in the race. So that's what took out Paul Wolf. He was able to go for a couple laps, but wasn't able to stick. And then there was a great battle. There's Philip McGilton coming from the back of the pack, but there is Lauren Healy and Brett Harrell getting a little tangled up. You can see the front hood of Lauren Healy, who is winning this race for quite some time, Jim.
Yeah, I do wonder if there was some damage done to him as we saw him pull over. And then it became all about Brett Harrell, who took a lead when Lauren Healy pulled over. We're just seeing a shot of that now.
Yeah, you can see some break for him. And then Paul Horschel and Brett Harrell battled in the Brannock Boulders, was able to drive it back in, and then he got a flat right front tire, and he raced about 5 laps on that tire, was able to still salvage third position.
Yeah, Tom Pendergrass there lost the wheel as he makes his way around in the UFO-built machine. But what a race. It was absolutely fantastic, and we have a new champion here in Crandon.
Fun Haver off-road team. Lauren Healy won this race last year. Now his teammate Vaughn Gittin Jr. winning this race today. What a wonderful race we had. He gets that Crandon Championship ring. That's going to mean a lot to Vaughn Gittin Jr.
It does, and it means so much to the crews from the Ultra 4 family to come out here to Crandon, to the big house, and to be racing here in front of these tremendous crowds. So we're going to...
Thanks for everybody tuning in. Pam Hall, one of our team members, is down there with Vaughn Gittin, Brett Harrell, Paul Horschel. Pam, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Miles and Jim. I'm up here on the podium with our 4400 class winners. Mr. Paul Horschel, come on over here in that third position. You were definitely out there chasing down. You were all battling it out. That last, I think it was 4 laps or so, you had that front flat, but you stayed on it, and here you are, number 3 on the box.
Yeah, it was tough. Tried to make a pass, and I was racing against these guys, and they're the best guys out there, you know, especially my teammate Brett here. He was having a good run and tried to pass him on the inside. We love to race each other. Tried to pass him on the inside in the rocks, and unfortunately just popped a tire. But I think it was about 6 laps on the flat, and that just goes to show you how tough these Nitto tires are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it really started coming apart after having that many laps on a flat right here at the very, very end. But here you are, number 3. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great for where I started and what happened last night, and my crew working on my car all night and getting it ready to go. I feel great. I feel really blessed to have my family here, my crew here, and all these fans here. And I can't say enough about Crandon.
Well, it's definitely a great place out here racing. You had a blast out there today. Congratulations. Who all do you want to thank besides your family and everybody out here helping you out?
Well, it's my family, and then it's my crew. And then it's Brett and his crew that we kind of team up, and we race each other and we push each other. It's everybody that comes to help us. Even some of the other teams, we borrow parts. We work on our cars. Besides that, Nitto Tires, building the best tires out there for Ultra 4, Fox Shocks, TMR Customs. They build some awesome 4x4 and race car parts. Obstacle, the whole army of people that come out here to support me, and I just can't thank everybody enough. Trail Ready Wheels, Trail Ready Wheels held up to all that beating on a flat tire.
Well, congratulations on being number 3 up here on the box. I'm going to now move on over to your teammate, but congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, number 2 up here, Brett Harrell. You guys were battling it out, teammates out there. You were on the 3rd position last night. Here you are in the 2nd position. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm pumped, you guys. This is the fans out here. This track is so awesome. We love you guys. Seeing 50, 60,000 people out here cheering us on, and this is why we do it, you guys. It's for you guys, and I can't be any happier than what happened today and last night. I bought that car from Lauren. We put a big block in it. We finished it Monday night, jumped on the road, drove straight here. First time I've raced that car. It's awesome. I'm glad to be up here. I'm glad to have 2 podiums, first 2 races in the car. There's going to be more.
That is awesome. And also your son was up here last night as well in 1st position in his class. So you guys have had a very successful weekend. And as Paul was saying, it's a whole family team behind everybody. So who all would you like to thank?
You're 100% right, and we've got the best crew out there. And I want to thank my wife and my family, my son. He helps out a lot in the shop. My whole crew: Foster, Josh, Mitch, Zig, Dawson, Paul, and these guys work their butts off on our cars, and I can't thank them enough. My guy Steve at home, Andrew, all these guys put their heart and soul into this, and I can't thank them enough. For sponsors, I want to thank Nitto, Rigid Industries, Max Tie Downs, Warren Industries, Trail Ready Beadlocks, Max Tie Downs, Brett Schmid Trucking. Oh, last but not least, my co-pilot Justin is a stud. TubeWorks. These guys build the best diffs out there, and my co-pilot is a badass. He's 125 pounds, a pit bull, and that guy, I love the shit out of him.
Well, Brett Harrell, congratulations on being number 2 up here this weekend on this Sunday day. It's so much fun to see all of you guys up here, so congratulations.
Thank you, Pam.
All right, we're going to move on over to Mr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. You are in this number 1 spot. Vaughn Gittin, you were up here last year in the 3 spot, but how do you feel being up here in the number 1 spot this year?
It feels absolutely amazing. Last night I made an absolutely stupid mistake. My brain was not there, and I was forced to finish my race early for going down pit road the wrong way. And I went home last night and beat myself up and just said, today's the day for redemption. Showed up focused. The goal was to run 8/10 for the first couple laps and let it kind of unfold, but be there in the mix. Unfortunately, Paul went out on the first lap. I hope he's okay. But, I was just tracking down Lauren from then on, and I think Lauren had an issue. I saw him park for the last few laps, and I got clean air and just checked out and was just in a zone, just hitting all my marks and doing my thing. And, I'm super grateful. There was a thrash today. We found some things on the car from last night, later this morning. Fun Haver Off-Road team is some of the hardest working men and women in the game, running 3 vehicles in 2 different classes out here this weekend and podiums in every single race. So shout out to our team. You guys are unbelievable. You guys are you guys are an inspiration, and I'm grateful to have you all around and choosing to spend your time to support mine and Lauren's dream. And this is Crandon. This is the big house. This is what dreams are made of, and for me, this is quite a dream. I have to give a huge thank you, obviously, to Ford and Ford Performance at Bronco, and that horsepower is just unbelievable. Fox Shocks, I mean, we've been working all weekend to be able to fly through the hydroplane through those boulders. Nitto tires, Pennzoil. I'm hitting 260-degree temps, 280-degree oil temps, and just kept my foot to the floor because I know we can. Project X, their lighting last night was unbelievable. And just super grateful. Optima Batteries out here is a big supporter of everything that we do. So thank you all. Thank you, Crandon. Thank you to our team. And last but not least, this is a Monster Energy party tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go!
All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for Von Gittin Jr., Brett Harrell, and Paul Horschel. You guys get up on those boxes, take those pictures. An amazing race by these guys just now, but we're going to toss it right on over to our live from desk. Wade, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pam. Gee, they're excitable critters, aren't they? I love some of those speeches. So cool. Ralph Shaheen was a busy man earlier in the week catching up with a number of different people involved in this incredible sport. Jason Robinette is a man who's heavily invested in this sport. He owns the incredible Mid-America Outdoors and the Ultra 4 USA Series. Ralph caught up with him earlier.
You know, Jason, I've met a lot of people in motorsports. And the thing about motorsports, it's an energy thing. It's a passion thing, right? And you feel it right away when you meet somebody, you're talking with somebody about racing, where their passion is, where their energy is, what's their motivation. And buddy, you are redlining on passion and energy when it comes to motorsports and everything you're doing for the off-road community. I love running into you because every time I run into you, it's like, what is he doing now?
Well, I ask myself that every day. What am I doing now? Where have I got to go?
Or how did I get into this? Maybe is what you should be asking.
Absolutely. As far as that red line goes, I think my passion in off-road is a little bit different than most people, though. It's I don't have an interest in going out there and suiting up and running in that car 100 miles an hour.
You didn't grow up a desert rat or anything, did you?
I did not. So it's I think it's the energy that gets fed off of everybody else that does have the passion that really draws me into it. And then just the opportunity of growth and to just be a part of something that is so special as off-roading, and it's this place right here, the big house. I mean, this is
it's something, isn't it?
Short course.
What has surprised you the most about off-road racing?
How much passion is actually here and how much of a family it actually is. It's the best kept secret in motorsports, American motorsports. That needs to change.
Yeah.
People, if we can make that change, I believe off-road is on the verge of truly being a household product, and be up there on those same platforms with some of these other entities that have blazed a trail before us, So
is that also the strongest part of why it will succeed, do you think? Because it has that cohesive bond at the core?
I believe it does. That passion has to be driven, and it has to be, there has to be a business sense that gets attached to it. And honestly, that's where I come in. That's my passion of it. It's being able, I thrive off of the passion, but it also pushes me harder to make sure that off-road is taken care of as a whole.
When you get all done playing with off-road racing, what do you think is going to be your proudest accomplishment? What's your number one goal?
For me personally,
yeah,
it's that I'm doing it with my family. I built businesses and raised businesses, and I had to be away from my family in order to do that. And I've got the opportunity for myself to do this with my family and my friends. And that's my accomplishment. It's not a dollar amount. It's not a conquest
ticket
to go
sale
out and
number or anything.
Absolutely not. It's we did it with integrity. We did it the right way, and where the cards fall is where they fall. But we did it together.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport live for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. But we don't have to go too far to find this guy because this bloke lives just down the road, right here in beautiful Crandon. Keegan Kincaid, you must have thousands of people you're related to here.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm related to all of them, but we sure seem like it.
1,800 people is little old Crandon has, and we got 50,000 jammed in here now. It's like putting everybody in a big margarita mix and going and making an amazing event.
Yeah, I see normal people every single day that live in Crandon, and so when it comes to this event, it's something special. This place turns into a whole nother city, basically. And what's funny is, like, we sell out all of our T-shirts, all of our sweatshirts, everything that we have. This is the event. We got the #1 spot here with Lucas Oil, and it's awesome. With the track being partnered with them and us, it's been a great relationship, and it's been fun.
Well, one thing for sure is we've seen is 2 years ago, you were the Red Bull Cup winner. CJ Greaves last year takes it away from you. Is there a little bit in
He's loving that you brought that up.
I know. There's a little bit in the back of your head going, okay, my hometown, you got this one, CJ. I'm coming for you.
Yeah, because sometimes the Greaves think this is their home, and
don't they live a little bit farther?
they're way south of here. So, but no, we have a good relationship. But on the track, it's competitive. Even with my dad, one thing we joke about is he's got more championships than me, but I got more Cup wins than him. So. This is the race I look forward to all year long, and I think these fans here look forward to that as well. And it's great to be a part of it. And we got a good truck behind us. Lucas Oil, Vision Wheel, Cooper Tire, all those guys that are behind me. We've had good trucks, just need some luck on our side, and I think we can put it together.
Kigo, I love when I come over the hill every morning and drive in from Eagle River, as where we've been staying. Come over the hill, and all of a sudden there is this dirty big city of off-road. It just looms up out of nowhere. I can't imagine what people think when they don't even know anything about this. How do we tell more people? And if we do, where do we put them?
Yeah,
Can I stay at your house?
Yeah. I mean, I already offered that up. Honestly, I'm 4 miles from here, and I stay in my camper. So it's cool. I don't want to miss anything out. I feel like when I go home, I'm missing something, and I want to be a part of it. And so I stay right behind the trailer.
Well, one thing also you mentioned about your dad. Your dad, a lot of wins there. Jeff Kincaid, a lot of pro light wins.
Yeah.
Yes. So, are you going to say you got more Pro 2 wins than him now? Do you answer back?
Yeah, I think
you only got pro light now.
Yeah. I count my wins as his because I don't think without him, like, he's given me so much knowledge and advantage. He basically started from zero. He nobody raced in our family before him, and he gave me a huge head start. I started racing in 2011 and just took off from there. My dad's been behind me ever since then, and I haven't missed a race without him. You know what I mean? Not very often.
Kigo, sometimes people can say it's a good or a bad thing to be born into greatness like that, right? Mm-hmm. So your old man's a bit of a BAD, A55. Suddenly there's an expectation that you have to be that. But you wouldn't have been in that position if it wasn't for him. So has it been always a positive, or is there a level of pressure when you first started this?
Oh, I think there was a level of pressure, behind it. Your dad's a 7-time Pro Light champ, and, he builds the best of the best, and you're going to get it, and it's a little weight on the shoulder that, hey, man, I got to live up to this. And I knew if I could just live up to half of what he was, I'd be okay. And, as a parent, you always want your son to do better than you. And so he's always been my biggest supporter, my biggest pusher, helping me do better. He's always been innovating. He's a good fabricator, probably one of the best, and I'm happy to have him on my side. And, once we started winning, I kind of lost that pressure a little bit. Yeah. And it was, we were in this together.
Well, one of the coolest things was when I went over to your pits earlier and I saw your dad sitting with your kids on the bike, and I'm like, you enjoyed retired life? And he goes, look what I got, my grandkids. And he had the biggest smile on his face. For you, now seeing with your kids, are your kids going to come into the racing, your daughter, your son?
Yeah, my dad never pressured me to race. It was always, I don't want to force you to do what you want to do. I was into sports, played basketball a lot, went and played some college ball, and really just had fun. And one day he came back, he said, hey, you want to build a Pro Light? And I said, yeah, let's do it. And so I was 21 when I started racing. I wasn't even young. It's funny that you say that. I have a 12-year-old boy, and he came over to me today tugging on my shirt. Dad, I want to race. And so, so now I'm going to have to open up the pocketbook, or Grandpa, one of the two. And And that's what's great is this is a family sport. My family, my dad's family, everybody's been behind us. It's huge, and without them, it's not possible. A lot of volunteers and a lot of hours spent in the shop. I think my dad spends more hours than anybody ever in the shop. If he didn't have to come to the racetrack, he'd still be there.
One of the cool things, I want to go back to your sponsors with Lucas. One of the things I do love about it is made in America, sold to the world. American company in the heartland. You're mid-America here with yourself. How does that make you feel being part of something like that with Lucas Oil?
Yeah, my first year with them, we come out here and win a cup race, and that was huge. It works. And so Lucas Oil's been a huge the last 3 years. They've been behind me, and we've had really great success, and hoping to get them another cup here soon.
Man, I can't wait to see you get after it today.
Thank
Get
you.
it back.
Thank you.
Very, very cool to have him here. Keegan Kincaid, local hero. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with our previous winner in just a few moments' time. Woo, let's go Crandon.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport live from stage here for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Dave, I'm a little concerned this guy on the left of me doesn't know how to have a good time. He seems very shy. He seems very withdrawn. He doesn't like to talk. Boy, you are a wild thing, brother. I love it. Vaughn Gittin, wonderful to have you here. Hey, congrats on the win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's an honor to have this around my neck right now. Been coming here quite a few years and never been able to get on the top step. I'd be lying if I didn't feel slightly empty that I didn't get to battle Lauren for it. And he went out. I was just starting to reel him in. And, we have such a good partnership and, relationship on the track. I was really looking forward to that. But nonetheless, this is Crandon. Anything can happen. And today was our day.
Man, you might blind somebody with that. Thing's pretty shiny on that one. But, one of the things, though, the fun havers, that's what you guys are about, man. Having fun, having a good time. And this wasn't exactly your world, although I know Lauren brought you into it. You like to go burn rubber on asphalt quite a bit. But now you're just killing it in the dirt, brother.
Well, I liked it. I like that fun. I started racing motocross, and I do attribute a lot of my skill behind the wheel and within a cage to dirt bikes. And, obviously been drifting for about 20 years and fell in love with this sport about 7 years ago now. And just really been focusing on honing in and learning and progressing myself. And the thing about this sport that I love so much is that it is different every lap.
Yeah.
On asphalt, you're shooting for the same line. It's pretty consistent. Track temperature changes things. But this track, you get out first 2 laps, it's wet. Then it dries. Then it blue grooves. And you're just constantly just on that balance and finding that edge every lap. And so it's just you're so focused and so engaged. And it's epic.
When you come down to turn 2 in particular here, are you on the chip or are you just banging the throttle? Because it's like bap, 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 bap.
No, I was on the chip. Basically what I was trying to do was stay low on this big jump, get down the ground sooner so I could accelerate. And rather than grab third, I would just limit myself in second.
Like me in the rental car.
Yeah, just to keep the truck, because you're in a drift there. And so I was so focused on turning that into like one drifting turn. So if I grab third, it might hook up. So I just want to just keep it there. And that Ford Performance Bronco and that motor can handle it all day long. So
It
I wasn't
sounds
worried.
so fat, mate.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah,
we
it's
figured
screams.
about lugging it down a little bit. You get too high of a gear. Oh.
Yeah, but it's got power down low. It doesn't care. It just pulls it.
When you attack the boulders, do you go into it every way the same, where you go, I've just got to nail this like you would in stutters in motocross, right? Or is it you go, hang on, do you assess every situation differently, or you just go, I'm just going to pull it up over my head and go for it?
Yeah, no, it changes throughout the race. So every lap you're watching and seeing what's forming. You know, there is holes that form, and that's where you can get, you know, the key is to not get kicked sideways. So we've been working with Fox all weekend. You know, we run the Fox Live valve, which is the same things that come in the Ford Bronco Raptor, the F-150 Raptor. And so the shocks are adapting while we're going through there.
Wow.
So I was literally able to hydroplane through the rocks. But once I had a lead, I started being a bit smarter through there because that's where you get the flats.
Hydroplane through the boulders.
One last question. What's next for Von Gittin Jr.?
What's next for me? Going home to hug my family tonight. And then this week we've got a fun event, Mustang Week down in South Carolina, then Formula Drift the following week in Utah. And then we'll be back in Ultra 4 in Lake Havasu in October.
Could you try to get a decent life and have a good time, mate? I'm worried about your mental state.
Thanks, brother.
Great to meet you, champion. What
Appreciate
a fantastic
it.
guy.
Awesome, Vaughn. Thank
He
you.
would have fun at a tax convention, that man. I'm absolutely certain. Let's go up to Ken Stout and the Man of Steel. We're about to go live racing right now. Boys, is Cameron still limbering up, or has he got through that point?
Great stuff down there. Congrats to Von Gittin Jr. as well. Great to see him come out here and have some success at the big house. Of course, Wade and Dave doing a great job down there as always. And we're just about ready to go racing here one more time. Up next is going to be the Pro Buggies, a class that's near and dear to our hearts. And back in 2012, I believe it was Stout and Steel that was banging bars a little. Well, the only time we really touched, I think, was when you were passing me, like the second time maybe.
Was that mean lapping you?
Yeah, probably.
Ouch! I can't believe you said that.
I don't think I ever.
think I ever
got
lapped you.
Yeah, I don't think I ever got lapped. But I was working on it.
It was awesome. I
got to run an extra lap more than everybody else because you guys would slow down for the mandatory caution lap, and I would run it wide open to catch back up.
I love that. No penalty for you. I got all the penalty flags thanks to Greg Fouts. He liked to give to me black flag.
Should have got a lot more.
I'm ready. Let's do some pro buggies. There's nothing I love more than a good buggy race, and we have some hitters on the lineup. And actually, my former teammate, Larry Jobe, is out there, and he was fast qualifier a day ago. And
Well,
then,
he was leading the race for a long time.
Popped a snap ring off his axle.
Okay.
Which Ralph, who was one of our crew leads at Menzies when we were racing together, he reminded me that happened to me while I was racing against Larry one time.
How about that?
That's crazy. But, yeah, so stranger things have happened. It looks like we're getting close to going racing.
Yeah, so Billy Booth actually took over the points lead one day ago. He was leading in the points. Mark Steinhardt captured that lead. Billy Booth was able to retake it one day ago and also earned his first win on the season. 8 podiums, but got his first win on the season one day ago, so we'll see how that works out. Yeah, we talked about Matthew Brister, who was out here on Friday night in that cup race against the Pro Lights, went for a massive ride, but he came out here, got the car back together, and finished 6th yesterday.
Pretty amazing.
So pretty amazing. If you saw that wreck, it was a vicious barrel roll that ripped up 3 corners, and they got it back together. He came back out here and threw it down. So we'll watch some of the good ones out here get it done.
Starters in position. Watch for that yellow to become visible. Green can come anytime.
He's been doing it pretty quick.
And we're off. Pro buggies and a whole lot of, remember, touching wheels, not a good idea in pro buggy. Those open wheels, someone can go for a ride. Coming in hot. Turn 1.
2.4 liters getting it done. Manually shifted. Oh, and a big moment right there. Oh, and nobody tagged him.
Thank goodness.
Wow. So manually shifted. They do have turning brakes in them. 4 cylinders, make a lot of power, weigh in just about 2,000 pounds. The Ponzi back machine with a whole shot here. Nicely done.
It looks like Brister's right there in second. If my eyes don't deceive me, this is a good time to be in second, right? You have your troubles over the weekend, come in to win the cup race.
And so making their way through Calamity Corner here, first time around, out across the start line. Michael Meister leading the group here, and you mentioned it before, followed up by Brister. Then Steiny right there in third place. Kirkham and Billy Booth round out the top 5.
Steinhardt breaking traction a little bit there, maybe giving up momentum, doesn't lose the spot. As we stay with our leader as we head down into Cowboy Corner, where will they set up? It's their first time seeing it this time around.
Michael Meister knows how to get it done out front here early on. Won the first 2 rounds of the year. Has been up on the podium, I believe, 4 times along the way. So he's a tough one. But how about Brister right there behind him? That's the car we were talking about that against the Pro Lights on Friday night was in a massive crash. Went barrel rolling down the track, ripped off 3 corners, and now contending for the lead.
Meister looking very solid, nailing the line. Brister's gonna have to find a way to make time. I saw him going out of one or coming into one, tightening it up, trying to take a shorter line, but that requires a little bit more turning as you come down through the front straight. About a 10 car length lead right now for Meister.
Yeah, then Brister, then Steinhardt. Steinhardt leading the points, of course, a multi-time champion out here in the Pro Buggy category. Making their way back across start finish here. Billy Booth in 4th now, able to get around. And George Bernlohr up there into 5th.
And we've talked about it a little bit. Look, Booth going down to the inside of that blue car, taking a look, trying to move up a spot. That was the last Pro Buggy I raced, that blue car there. Billy Booth's
Still looking
car.
pretty good, a lot of speed inside of it.
They're just amazing vehicles. Look at this, look at the setup. Booth starts to look down a little bit, decides against it, but does go way to the bottom. We'll see if he can drag race him out of here. He's not going to have the momentum, so it's not going to work, but he definitely shows them that he is there.
Yeah, big speed coming down here into the Forest County Potawatomi turn, number 1. First and second, they're pretty close. 3rd place now. Steinhardt closing up here just a little bit. Steinhardt with a lot of laps out here at the big house.
Get some racing going on right here. I love this. We got a little bit of a gap out there, first and second, Meister, Brister, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, right on top of each other. Keep an eye on this as they head up into Calamity Corner, where they're going to be getting the checkers a little bit later. We've got some wheel-to-wheel action, and they are tightening up this bunch.
Yeah, I love to see the size of this class. Great to see the growth back in it here once again. It's nice and strong. Near 20 cars out here competing.
Meister on a little bit of a good night now. Moving on, showing great style, really hitting all his marks. Brister trying to shorten it up a little bit here and there, trying to find some speed to catch up.
Yeah, Ponzi back machine of Michael Meister having a great run. Look at him out there all by himself. It's not often you see somebody in this category really stretch it out like that.
A little bit of a scrub off in speed there. You saw him hit that center of that turn, have a little bit of stop motion for a second. But still, I mean, at this point, it's starting to look like he's 20 car lengths ahead, stating the obvious that he is on his game. Let's see if there's a different line at all used by anybody. Oh, and Meister breaks a little bit off the jump, meaning breaks sideways just a bit, has to collect it. Those are the kind of things that might give Brister a chance to catch up, but as I said, Brister is, at this point, 25 car lengths back. The battle right now is happening a little further back for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, 1st and 2nd have checked out, no question about that. Big gaps between them, and then back to 3rd. As you talked about, 4th, 5th, 6th, much tighter.
3 more races to go on this World Championship weekend here from the 54th Annual Crandon. Wow, Meister is gone.
Yeah,
let's talk about this. Talk about this action back here as we start looking 3rd, now getting a challenge from Booth.
Yeah, that's Steiny in 3rd there. So Mark Steinhardt followed up by Billy Booth and George Bernlohr. Mike Kirkham as well. Our buddy Larry Jobe a little bit deeper there in 7th. closing up, tighten things up here just a little bit for this battle for third. That's fourth, third right there, and then fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
I like it. A little bit of it, going for something a little bit different down the bottom. Going for fourth. That's Bernlohr trying to get that fourth spot, but not able to make it work. So hard to cut the bottom. Now he's going to look to the inside. The hard part is when you start going on the shorter distance, yes, it's shorter, but it requires more turning and then more scrub off speed as you're sliding.
Trying to get a little bit of clean air. You can see him, oh man, a big side load landing there. Almost, pitched it completely sideways for a moment.
That may cost him a spot here. It's going to cost him this run in the back. We'll see if he can gather it back up. He does get it back up to speed, back into the gravel pit.
27, Jordan Bernlohr.
And you mentioned Larry Joe, my former partner, my good buddy racer from Baja. He is driving with some injured ribs. He actually took one of the races off. He was just feeling so much pain, and you know how hard it is on that side-to-side impact in these pro buggies. As the mandatory or competition caution comes out, we will re-rack them. That's going to give Brister a chance to catch up with our leader, Meister. And Meister, wow, Ken, I'm talking about handing out lessons.
Man, getting it done, and take a look at the lapse times as well. He put a 1:27.6 on the board. Brister with a 1:28.9, so 1.3 seconds off the pace, and then back to Steinhardt at a 1:29.3. So the better part of 2 seconds and sheer lap time. Everybody else in the 1:29s. Cole Bernlohr put a 1:28.9 on the board, but basically a 1:29 right there. So, yeah, no question. Michael Meister has some real pace in the car here this afternoon.
Who's faster, Meister or the announcer's mouth?
Well, it depends on who's talking.
Ow! Slaying it right
so
back.
when you were in one of these, you're a champ. You won a championship inside of the pro buggy category. Seeing these turns out here, especially as they make their way back to Cowboy Corner there. Is that a turn where you would just use all foot brake, or would you be using some cutting brake?
I would be using quite a bit of cutting brake setting up for that. I mean, you get off the throttle, even if you have a locked diff, you can still set that up a little bit. So what I would probably do in that situation is I'd tap the brakes, downshift, and get a little bit of cutting brake. And I think the cutting brake in reverse fashion in a number of ways, once you set it and throw it into these big corners, it might be able to hold you down in the car just a bit. So it's a tricky drive, right? You have the handbrake, you have the foot brake, the gas, the 5-speed shifter, a lot going on. And also you got to remember the front of the cars are pretty light, so they don't like to steer unless you get some weight on them, or you can engage that turning brake.
Yeah, and the turning brake and the shifter are right beside each other. Obviously for the seasoned veterans, they don't have an issue with it, but for the people that don't have a ton of seat time, it's pretty common to make a mistake to grab one when you're intending on grabbing the other one. So it's a tricky car to drive. They're very, very busy. They're a ton of fun, that is for sure.
Meister, Brister, Steinhardt, Booth, Bernlohr, Kirkham.
Look at that string of cars, man.
Yeah. 7 of them. Those are your first 7. They're going to come down into this restart zone. It will be the leader's choice when to go, somewhere between those cones. Will he go early? Will he do a pump fake? Will he tap the brakes? Not supposed to be tricky in there, but hey, it happens.
Great to see Dale Eberts back out here. Had some speed here a day ago. Already ducking out of line just a little bit there. Looking for the green flag.
Bernlohr. Yeah, the 27 with a massive jump. He was trying to predict it to the inside. He turned back in and then still went out. So Bernlohr in the 27, I believe, picked up a spot on the restart there.
How about that? The Cameron Steele School of Restarting in Pro Buggy.
And we got well, looks like a squirrel fest over there, folks. Someone must have thrown some peanuts out on the racetrack. Hopefully everybody's all right. Looks like they're just turned around. Hopefully not a big deal. And we'll get them cleared as Meister brings them across the stripe. That's where they'll get the checkers. Then Brister. Steinhardt.
Already, look at him driving away. He's already put the better part of 7 car lengths on him.
And Bernlohr, and Booth locked in a battle for that 4th spot.
Yeah, Shiny Booth and Bernlohr have been duking it out the entire time. Trying to get a little run there on a couple of cars out of Argonne Corner. You talked about the competitors. Looks like there's still 3 cars out there.
Still 3 cars on the track. Looks like they're getting the straps out, so hopefully they'll be able to keep racing. We'll see if the caution comes out. Right now they're coming back out of Cowboy Corner. This is your start straight area. Remember, 3 more races still to go, and we're going full course caution. The yellows are out. Yellows are out.
Yeah, I have to check them up here. The entire track blocked over there by safety.
I don't know if I've seen that one before, but that was pretty good.
Oh, safety truck launching that thing, man.
So the safety truck getting control of the group, and he is going to safely get them through this area. They're going to duck down to the inside to shortcut. And they're talking to the drivers, the 3, the 72. Unfortunately, contact back there.
Yeah, that's a 31 car there, Mark Steinhardt, I believe. See if we can figure out who was involved in some of that stuff. The 72 car, it would appear as though they're pulling them clear. Nick Carolyn, first appearance here 1 day ago. I saw the 31 car out there on Mark Steinhardt, who had such a good run going.
He's still there. He's still in that third position.
Okay. Thought I saw him.
Meister, Brister, Steinhardt, Booth, Bernthor.
Yeah, so Wade's down there at the booth, and all that action going on right there in front of you at the desk. Tell us what you saw there, Wade.
Did I just see the pace truck actually make contact with that green and black entry?
Well, we were trying not to say anything, Wade,
well,
of course.
Sorry, but that looked like a hip and shoulder. In my language, that's what you call it, don't argue. This is such a cool sport, guys. You've got such an incredible event here. I just can't believe there's so many cool aspects of all this sport. The fans, the passion, the people in the pits, the families that get around and woohoo at the end of every prezzo. It's just such an amazing event.
Yeah, definitely amazing, and we got them re-racked. It looks like we are getting the course clear, waiting for safety to give us the all good. It looks like, Wade, we're going to be going back to racing. There's some great restarting going on there. Oh, we saw a car, someone pulling out of line and giving some space there, changing positions. The officials giving that re-rack over the radio. Each driver has a radio. They are listening to course safety or to the caution crew, and they can be lined up live during the race. So they said that's how they went across when the yellow came out. So they'll re-rack them in that position. Right now, though, Meister has really been doing work, and Brister's going to need to have a great jump on this restart if he wants to try to play ball. Meister, Ken, has just been looking absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, that car is just an absolute rocket ship, and I mean, unless Brister can somehow get him out of his game if he were to miss a shift, which is not out of the question inside of these cars.
I never missed a shift.
Come on now. Be honest with us.
Well, okay, maybe. All right, so now Meister has the control. The question is, will Brister try to preempt it, try to predict? He could try to get on the gas just before and step out, but he doesn't know when Meister's going to go. Three wide.
Yeah, 3 wide back there. Somebody getting a great run.
Larry Joe, it looks like.
Was that Joe?
Oh, breaking traction.
That might have been Everts.
I think it was. Meister clean and away. His track to decide where he wants to race. Oh, and a battle coming up for fourth.
Meister right back in the swing of things. A great restart right there. Booth getting past. He was side by side there going through the gravel pit.
Meister, your leader.
Wow, shows Billy Booth up to second. That is not correct.
Meister, Brister, Steinhardt.
So we'll keep an eye on the guys up in the front here.
It looks like Eberts is off pace. Something happened just after that restart or before on that number 7 of Dale Eberts.
The extra time out here, of course, is allowing this track to dry up pretty quickly in the heat of the day. Everybody looking for some clean air, trying to see where they're going.
Brister's looking for somewhere to run to pick up some, find those seconds he needs, but honestly, Meister has not given an inch. He made a wiggle here earlier, and he does again. He has a big landing, but sets up perfect. All those cars looking so good in the front that they're just not giving each other anywhere to make a spot, make a move.
Meister, Brister, and Steinhardt, once again, still out front, the top 3. Meister again stringing together some great laps. Already structured this thing back out. I mean, the better part of 10 car lengths here over second place. And the same thing with Brister. He's got to have at least 10 car lengths over Steinhardt. However, Steinhardt's Bernlohr absolutely in the thick of a battle there.
Bernlohr's got to move on him. See if we can get it. And Bernlohr has a tire on him going in.
How about that?
Coming into the box corner, and he's going to lose another one to Booth.
Yeah.
2 are trying to go by at the same time, so he's trying to battle forward and protect behind. Never an easy thing to do. Oh, Bernlohr steps out, breaks traction, but is able to keep the position. So Bernlohr up to 3rd, and more action coming. Here comes another car to join the fray.
Is that Job? I think that might be Larry Job.
I believe it is, and down to the inside, contact. Larry, I believe, gone sideways, trying to tuck it in the bottom.
Yeah, they were 3 wide there for just a moment.
That was Larry Job in the 07.
Larry, unfortunately, yep. And
hey, that was, he kind of went for the gusto there and cost himself.
Well, that was the twofer if he could pull it off, right?
He was definitely down the bottom. We'll have to get another look at that to see if he was overexcited trying to get in there and get it stopped, or if he got chopped off at the bottom.
Really good chance the other driver didn't know he was there.
I agree.
For the spotters to see as well.
Definitely not a spotter-friendly area.
Bernlohr there in the 27 car. Love those things. When they're loaded up and they carry the front end, it's pretty cool. We're going to go back and take a look at this replay here with Larry Job down at the bottom.
Job down to the bottom, and he was hot coming in there. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it collected, but Steinhardt definitely chopped down right into where Larry was at. One of those things in racing, right? One guy's going for a mad pass down the inside, trying to collect it. Another driver's trying to turn to the inside to get the driver in front of him.
Yeah, I just don't think Steiny anticipated him even being there, so don't think he was trying to chop him off. Back looking at our leader here once again. Huge lead right here.
Good night now. 20 car lengths already on Brister. Hey, and Brister coming back after that huge crash to finish 6th round ago. Come here to the Cup race, be on the podium. That's a huge result. That team had to replace at least 2 full corners of that car and more, and they're able to do it.
Yeah, not to mention the driver himself, who went through a violent barrel roll, climbed right out of the car, all the safety equipment doing its job, climbed right out of the car, smile on his face, stood on the roof, said the most fun I've had in a long time.
55 of Brister.
Yeah, tough second place here. He's the better part of 3 seconds behind first, and Bernlohr about 3.5 seconds behind Brister. Through Calamity Corner goes our leader.
Going to be 2 more laps of racing, I believe. Watching Meister's car, I mean, it is not just hooked up. It is so pretty and put together well. Nailing every mark, every turn in, every corner goes exactly to plan. The restarts have all been spot on. This is one of those perfect days of racing. I don't want to announce or jinx him at this point as he comes back here to Cowboy Corner, but man, really has put down an exceptional performance.
You were talking about some of the cars and how they've advanced over the course of time, not needing to use that cutting brake quite as much as they used to, and I think the Funko cars were the first ones to really taking advantage of that, moving the driver's weight forward a little bit more so they would turn in without the use of that cutting brake. Of course, remember, there's so much weight in the back of the car with the engine being back there, so it's difficult to get these cars to rotate in.
Yeah, I was driving the Alumacraft cars that had more cab back, but Alumacraft, Funko, all of them came with this cab forward design to put more weight on the front tires and give it more turn in. And basically, the change for the cutting brakes really came in the fact that some of them were running lock diffs. So if you try to use that cutting brake, it locks both back tires instead of just your inside or just your outside. And that's where some of that came from. You have to be disengaged off the power to get it to work.
That was Mike Kirkham in the 56 car making a nice pass there out and around the outside. Final lap here, white flag out. Another look there, Kirkham.
Our top three are gone. Fourth and fifth, maybe a battle to be had, but right now it looks like these top three are going to have a clean run to the finish as long as they don't have a problem. White flag, as you said, is out. Fun racing, good to watch the pro buggies. Today, not a lot of back and forth, and Meister really just
class of the field, man.
Yeah, just
different class, right?
Yeah, well, he took him to class is what he did. Right?
126.1, closest lap to him at 127.2 by Brister.
Here he is right in front of the stands. Going to be heading for the barn turn. Meister on the gas, Brister giving chase, but at this point, 30 car lengths behind and gone. Great racing. The best racing we saw all day was Bernlohr to move up to third.
Through the gravel pit here one more time. Up and over the Polaris ski jump, airs it out there. Lands fairly hard. Pitches it into Calamity Corner, pulls a gear, and across the finish line he goes to grab the win. Congratulations to Michael Brister. Boy, handing it
Meister.
out, smacking down on the guys. Oh, I did say Brister, didn't I? Michael Meister.
It's hard not to combine their names, right? Michael Meister.
Well, that was first and second, all in one name.
You nailed it. You shortcut that.
Congrats to
We've been talking a lot about this, Ken. Let's take a quick look. Now the race is over. This is the crash from Matthew Brister a couple nights ago. Take a look at this crash. Comes together with Trey Gibbs in the race between Pro Light and Pro Buggy. Watch this. Oh!
And that's the car that just finished second here today. Finished sixth one day ago. Hats off to that team, that crew, all the people that jumped in on that one to put it back together, and not just put it back together, but fast.
Yeah, and I would give them crew of the weekend, but I'm hearing one of our top Pro 4s might have had a motor and transmission change, right? So there's a lot of crews working hard. There are your final results. The 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship. Meister, Brister, Bernlohr, Kirkham, Steinhardt. I mean, everybody had such a great race. Steinhardt actually got shuffled back a little bit later on, but Bernlohr was the one on the move, but Meister was the one breaking hearts.
Yeah, great battle. Once again, great to see the strength of this class. Car count back up there where we love to see it. Michael Meister popping the lid there on the roof, pulling the pumper hose off. Radio cord out. Make some noise for him. Your winner here in the Pro Buggy category.
Not stoked at all.
Good stuff. Of course, as always, we'll take a quick break right here, and we'll be back to talk to this very excited driver. He is now a Crandon World Champ. Stay with us.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works. there is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Oh, yeah. Big crowd down here at the Big House Labor Day weekend. We've got a couple more races here, but first we're going to show you highlights of this one. Got Sporty right off the bat.
That was not exactly a highlight. That's a low light. If I'm not mistaken, that was actually Larry Jobe who raced back up and tried to get himself in podium position later in the race, but there was some chaos along the way, but really just some great driving by a number of teams here. When you start looking, here's the one I was talking about. Larry Jobe diving down the bottom, inside Steinhardt, gets contact with Booth, and basically eliminates himself from a chance. But hey, he was going for it. I like that part.
Yeah, for sure, going for that Crandon World Championship hardware. Can't blame him for that. Always good to see him 3 wide down there in the bottom. Steinhardt might not appreciate it.
I don't think Steinhardt was going to be digging that. No, not so much. Steinhardt pretty much ran in podium position the whole time.
He's a player.
In the mix. Gotta love it. Gotta love all the action here in Crandon. The fans are thick. Get ready to go down to the IBOC podium, where I think it's going to be great to hear some of the stories. I want to know what the setup was. Just straight runaway. Let's get it down to the podium.
All right, our third place finisher, Jordan Bernlohr, come on up here. Jordan, although you captured this final podium position, this one was no easy feat as you had to battle your way through the pack. So what were you finding during those closing laps?
Yeah, you know, I made a mistake on the start that left me about 5th or 6th, and then I just had to go to work. And I've been battling these guys all year, and I've been struggling with getting passes, so we're finally getting passes, and the rest was just attrition. So.
Well, you were able to gain some momentum at the perfect time, so congratulations on this third place finish. All right, and our second place finisher, Matthew Brister. Give him a big round of applause, guys. Matthew, it's been a whirlwind of a weekend for you, to say the least, from the lowest of lows with one of the most gnarly crashes we witnessed here this weekend to a high as you capture this second place position. Take me through the emotions of this weekend and what this one means to you after the adversity you faced.
Yeah, you know, a driver error and a racing incident on Friday made me pretty much destroy the race car. We got it thrown back together. I have a part from just about every car that was on the field with me out there, so my car was a collection of everybody, and you know, it was enough to get second place. I got to give it to Michael. He's got his setup figured out. We got to do our homework again a little bit, but you know, it feels good to get something from this weekend, and it feels good to race in front of all of you fans. I have to give a huge thank you to all of the teams that helped me get out here, specifically Mamer Motorsports. You guys have got to go buy a bunch of Baja Vita jerky because my bill with them has been racked up this weekend. The Parson family, they were in my pit every time the car was back there, and you know, I couldn't have done this race or the brush run without them. The Ward family, me and Bud slaving all night on the car. We're brothers, and you know, it feels good to do this stuff together and you know, to make this team whole again. Mike Ward, he's my spotter. He's excellent behind the camera. He lets me know whatever's around me, and you know, he's just the best guy for the job. My mom, my dad, my little brother, my older brother, you know, all of them for coming out here. I couldn't do it without any of them, and I'm super fortunate to be able to do it. And all of my sponsors as well, Vision Canopies, Falcon Tires. Doug isn't going to like me saying that, but I'm running these tires without support just because I like them. They're the only tires that are mat-proof, so highly recommend them for future super buggies. Roush Performance as well. I had those guys in my pits all weekend. They were helping me with tunes and helping me get the car back together. And Pro-Am as well. Those wheels are strong. You guys saw one get destroyed. That was the first one I've destroyed in years. So, and then, yeah, all of you fans. Marty Fiolka helping me be the promoter's choice to be able to race today. And everybody for coming out, the Flannery family, all of the staff at Crandon Off-Road. We, this is the race we look forward to the most every year. So thank you guys.
Well, on behalf of our crew, we can say we are so happy to see you back up here and healthy. A big congratulations. All right, and our first place finisher, Mike Meister. Mike, for the second year in a row, we've seen you rise to the occasion to claim this top spot for the Crandon Pro Buggy World Championship. From green to checkers, it seemed like a flawless race. So did it feel that way from the driver's seat?
Yeah, for the most part. At halfway, I knew all these guys behind me. Matt's totally on it. He comes... they travel so far to just make this race, and I know they're busting their butts, and especially after his last weekend here. But I was just making a little bit of mistakes. The track was really drying out, and you just kind of had to adjust rotating and adjust with what tires we were running. But we picked an awesome tire. Crandon always puts on a great Sunday for this World Cup Championship day, and it's just great to look back and see all these people, and it's been a wild year in Bark River. This last 3 weeks ago, we had a big one too and wrecked, and I got to thank Mikey Vandenheuvel, all them guys that Brad for getting there during the days and helping out. Otherwise, this thing would have been racing this weekend. So thank you, Mike Vandenheuvel, for getting me in his shop and rebuilding me, and everybody else like Noah, Austin, my dad, Caitlin, my fiance. Everybody, it's just a huge team effort this year, and I just look forward to what's next here. But I got to thank Ponce North America, Michael Meister Logging, Advanced Coatings, Bubbler, Mid-Wisconsin Beverage, Apex Auto Systems, Star Powder Coating and Fabrication, VP, JP Remington, and everybody else. It takes a huge effort, and it's so tricky out there in the track, and I look forward to coming home on top again.
Well, a flawless race from start to finish. Soak this one in, Mike. You deserve it. A big round of applause for our top three. And let's send it to our Speed Sport Live from desk with none other than Wade and Dave.
Yeah, it's definitely none other, because you certainly wouldn't want any others. That's for sure. One of us is enough, Dave. Wow, it's getting super intense now. You feel the impetus is really starting to build towards the Red Bull. Can't wait.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait for this. I mean, Pro 2 versus Pro 4, come on.
I'm really digging Pro 2s. I'm going to be honest. I mean, Pro 4s are the big bangers. I get that, but wow.
But I know we got a Pro Spec versus Pro Light.
Yes. Now, when you talk about Pro Spec, how about the 2022 Pro Spec champion?
Oh, Gray Ledbetter.
Yeah.
Man.
Yes, on many levels.
Awesome.
Super promotable, super racer, that's for sure. Ralph Shaheen, our very own Ralph Shaheen, sat down with Gray and had a bit of a chat about all this cool Crandon caper and what she was about to do this weekend.
Well, Gray, welcome back to Crandon. This is not your first trip here. Have you started to feel more and more comfortable? Because coming here can be intimidating.
Yeah, for sure. I think the 50th was actually my second year here, and so I kind of just jumped in it. And there's so many people, and the crowd is insane here. But I think running the spring Crandon race definitely makes you feel more comfortable going into fall. But this track is just crazy. The fans are always incredible here, and it's one of my favorite places to come when it comes to the environment and the atmosphere.
Now, do you have to psych yourself up for turn one the night before, knowing that's coming in a few hours? Do you lay awake at night thinking about it? Because to me, when I think about turn one here at Crandon, there's only two places that I think personally, from what I've seen, are as heart in the mouth, jaw dropping, hair up, oh my God, what's going to happen? And that would be turn 1 or 3 at Indianapolis and 1 or 3 at Knoxville.
Knoxville's definitely up there.
Right?
I've never run Knoxville, but it's up there.
You watch the guys and the gals do it, and you're just like, oh man, that's,
yeah, for sure.
You better cinch the belts tight for that.
Really, to me, it's once the green flag drops or once we get off the starting line, the nerves go away. Okay. It's just or even once I start up the truck, honestly. It's when I'm sitting there and I have time to think about it, I overthink it, and then I stress myself out. But if I'm like talking to people or, whatever, and then as soon as the truck fires up and they switch the board from red to yellow, and then it kind of just goes away.
Is that engine noise soothing?
I guess so. That's one way to put it.
Yeah. And you're working with Ryan Beat and Chevrolet on this program.
Yes, I am.
That's a pretty strong combination.
Yeah, it's been fun the last 2 years for sure.
What's been the biggest thing you've learned?
I think Ryan teaches me things in all different aspects. I definitely had to make a big switch when I went from 4-wheel drive to 2-wheel drive, or rear-wheel drive, moving from the side-by-side. So he's definitely taught me with that a lot. And Ryan's normally my spotter at most races, so he's able to keep me calm, and if I'm really messing something up, he's able to work me through it in a way, and just be in my ear the whole time, keeping me calm and steady. And that's really the biggest help this year.
I mean, dirt bikes, sprint cars, off-road racing. You're not a gal that likes to take things easy, are you?
No.
You like to live on the edge all the time.
For sure.
Where does that come from?
Good question. Nobody in my family has ever raced before. I wanted one of the plastic toy cars you get at Walmart when I was 2 years old. My parents said no because we have a gravel driveway, and they were like, we don't want to listen to plastic tires on a gravel driveway. Yeah. That's just annoying.
I get that.
So instead they got me an electric four-wheeler. It's probably this big, and I rode it around when I was 2 years old. We had friends that rode dirt bikes, and they're like, okay, when she turns 3, put her on a PW50 with training wheels.
Yeah.
Got on that, fell in love with it. They're like, okay, when she turns 4, put her in a race, because it's the youngest you could race.
Yep.
And fell in love with that, and then it just kind of carried on, and then somehow we ended up here. My dad, the whole time when I was racing, he was like, this isn't professional, this isn't going anywhere, it's just for fun.
Yeah.
He's been my biggest supporter by far, but he was always like, if you stop racing, we could go to Disney World, or we can travel wherever you want, or we can do this or that, or we can go on cruises. We can go to college. He was like, you could do so much if you stop racing, and now we're here. And I still haven't stopped. And although he's been my biggest supporter, he was always a joke growing up about that.
So what is the plan? How have you set your strategy for race day?
Well, we were first in practice, so that was good. We had the fastest time in practice. Qualifying, we're just going to go and run our best. And then the race, get through turn 1, and then just try to stay up front and clean and consistent. We just need to make Saturday count because we're in a points battle, and I need to get my way back up. And then I'm excited because Pro Spec has a championship race on Sunday now. So throw it all out there for Sunday.
Big stage.
Yeah, for sure.
Big stage. All right, well, best way to get through turn 1, hammer down, right? Just like that sprint car.
Absolutely.
All right, great. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I can listen to Ralph Shaheen talk all day. I don't really mean that, but I do love Ralphie. He's an integral part of Speed Sport, of course. We are here at the Speed Sport live from stand right now. Our great friends Toyota are helping us to present this situation right here. Let's go places. Let's go places right now with this guy. Michael, congratulations. Another world championship. Yes. Surely, Dave, this is no big deal for you now, Michael. 3, you're like, meh. No?
No, this is a huge deal. It's such a big event for this fall, and every year, it's just, the last couple of weeks, it's just been stressful just thinking about racing with all these awesome guys, and this Pro Buggy class has just become better and better each and every year. We started out when I started in 2016, there was maybe 6 cars, and now I don't even know what we had today, but there's a good 18, and everybody's going for the win, and it all depends on the hole shot here. And I was just slamming gears, 0 clutching or anything, no letting off. I needed that hole shot. It's been a really tough year for me, especially back in Barfoot River, the last race. We had a good wreck. So it's just relieving almost to, get back on top of the box.
I'm glad you said a good wreck, because I'm sure you didn't mean it that way. But just recently, we saw how much you guys can unload. I mean, when it's big, it's B-I-G, right? We saw an absolute monster. It just came back and ran second in
That's
the race,
right. Michael Brister, Matthew Brister.
Yeah.
Michael's his brother, Matthew. Awesome driver. He had an incredible wreck. Unfortunately, got tangled up with the Pro Light during the Cup race.
Because when you go, it's like a washing machine with a pocket full of quarters, right?
Yeah. No, there's just, there's no buffer. There's no body or anything. It's just open wheels. And, if anything touches, somebody's going to probably be going for a ride. So that's exactly what happened. But, good for him. And he busted his butt to get back this for the last 2 days of racing. And good for him. It's awesome to see.
What was your spotter saying in your head when he was coming for you?
Oh, man, at the halfway, I was getting a little nervous because I know Matt is just ready to pounce, you know, and he's just ready to come. He travels so far, and you know, he's ready to win. But he was just telling me, you know, just you got to pick off the lines clean, and some of these jumps were really throwing you sideways, so it kind of got you out of your normal lanes. And you just take deep breaths. On the straightaways, he was just telling me to take big, deep breaths, and you know that's exactly what a driver needs in that situation.
So in motocross and supercross and stuff, the pit board with the mechanic usually hangs out and has something witty or inspirational or not last yet or something like that. What's the funniest thing that your spotter has ever told you? Or you prefer minimal chatter, or is he like, you can't pit right now, Cole, we're eating ice cream? Do you get any of those sort of ones?
Oh, like he knows when I'm nervous and whatnot. Brad's my best friend, and you know we're both 28 years old, and we've wrapped up 5 Pro Buggy championships, and you know we've done like 3 of these World Cups. So you know it's just our very small team here. My fiance Caitlin and my dad and a couple other tight people, and you know it's just hard work and just finding that good setup. But you know he knows when I'm nervous some days for the beginning of the races, and he tries to joke around and make me giggle or something. And but you know just to stay calm and you know, just to keep my head on straight.
Just stay calm and drink bubbler. Because
yes,
that obviously
drink bubbler, yes.
Mate, congratulations. 3-time world champ's got a nice ring to it.
That's right. Michael Meister, thank you so much.
Good on you, mate. Guys. Thanks for dropping by. We appreciate you.
Thanks for meeting you.
It is really starting to heat up. We're getting closer and closer to the Red Bull Cup. You're not going to go anywhere because why would you? We're here at Crandon and we're getting closer to the big dance.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Boy, the sun is beating down on top of the Speed Sport Live desk here, presented by Toyota. Let's go places. It's been hot, it's been cloudy, it's been hot, it's been cold, it's been a Katy Perry song all weekend. Dave, I was just talking with Jimmy before about the incredible cultural beauties of this country, and it was without a doubt the people. He and I, he's an Englishman, I'm an Aussie. We are both so in awe of the pride that Americans have in their military, in their country, in their flag, in their veterans, in their sporting elite. This country has so many beautiful things that I hope it never loses sight of, Dave, because truly Americans get a really bad rap in the media outside of this country. What they don't see, the outside world, is the generosity, the kindness, the caring nature of the people, particularly of the Midwest. This is, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful countries on the planet.
I mean, really in the heartland. I mean, some of the greatest people, solid, salt of the earth, as like we just say. But, America being one of the youngest countries, I say, in the world, come to. I think we have to work that much harder. And we also want to show that much more pride. And we worked and fought for those stars and stripes.
Yeah. It was beautiful today with the color guard, with the guys actually firing the guns.
Yes.
Nearly sugar honey iced tea.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, we actually fired a couple of shells come out, the whole bit. It was really special. Those American Legion guys, very, very proud of what they do.
In off-road racing, there's nothing more American either. I mean, we pretty much invented the sport, I'm going to say. And, I think we've set the example around the world. I know, like with Ultra 4 USA, they have Ultra 4 Europe now. Yeah. And they're seeing that around the country. And I know, like a couple of your countrymen, Toby Price, Paul Wheel, they come over here to race, but they brought off-road racing really to Australia.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And Toby, I'm glad you brought up Toby Price. He's an absolute BAD A55,
Oh, yeah.
both in a four-wheel sense and on the bike. He also
Dakar
wins
winner. Yeah.
Multiples,
yeah.
And down in Australia too, like the Fink Desert Race. He's one of our legends down there as well. So this sport is very big for us as well. But I got to tell you, we got nothing like Crandon. You go to say, like, this is the Daytona 500 or this is the Indy 500, and I reckon these off-road people go, Indy 500? Never heard of her. Because this is just in its truest form, isn't it? It's loud, it's dirty, it's exciting, and it's in your face.
We like to sling mud, I like to say.
Absolutely. In a second, we're going to head back up to the booth, the Tower of Power, where Ken and Cam are about to fire up. I love listening to these guys get after it too. Miles and Jimmy did a fantastic job. Let's go upstairs to the voices right now. Ken and Cameron, boys, let's rip. It's Crandon.
Thanks a lot, fellas. We appreciate everything you're doing down there as well. Yeah, just about time to go racing here. We have Pro Spec, and then we have Pro Light, and then, of course, the big dance is coming up immediately following that one. Pro Spec, let's talk about those a little bit. New class here, and it's very similar if you look at the vehicles to what a Pro Light looks like. Matter of fact, a former Pro Light truck in there, Dylan Parsons, has had a good run. I believe currently 4th in the points, and it's a former Casey Curry truck. So updated by Mikey Vandenheuvel, who is a big name around here in the Wisconsin area. His father raced and was very successful as well. So pretty cool for Dylan Parsons to see some success in one of those older trucks and to have a class that can accept it. The big difference is they run a V6 in them instead of the 4 cylinders or now the 500 horsepower V8s in the Pro Lights.
The Pro Light's going to be the V8. This is going to be a V6. What this is, a lot of the idea behind this class was let's resurrect or bring back some of those inch and a half tubing cars that are only set up for the lighter setup, right? And so we had those 4 cylinders that are quite a bit lighter. Now the big V8s are heavier. Now this has this 6-cylinder. They're running this car, bringing it back, and it's interesting to watch them run. It's one of those classes where you really got to make sure you're on your momentum. Let's take a look at the starting grid as we get ready for this World Championship race.
Yeah, and the two names right at the very top are battling for a championship as well. Nick Visser, you can see up there at the top, 4 wins on the season, 9 podiums. Chad Rayford, as he'll start off in second there, 5 wins and 8 podiums. So they've been throwing down here. We talked about Gray Ledbetter a little bit earlier. We saw Ralph Shaheen doing an interview with her. Phenomenal season last year, currently 3rd in the points. She also has a couple of wins, 8 podiums. So it's pretty cool to see him come out here. This class, by the way, grew a lot between 2022 and 2023. It's gaining some steam. No question, you can run this particular program, this truck, for substantially less than you can run a Pro Light. So, and there's also some manufacturer involvement to a degree here as well. So pretty cool. It is the makings of a new class and hopefully something that stays very affordable.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they throw down here because watching a day ago, I was interested in how they were setting up their lines. Now with this track has a bit of water on it. They just put a fresh coat on, just cut the track a little bit for them. It should make it a little bit loose and a little slippery to start with, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops. Now, also, when you're taking a look at the lineup, and we had the interview with Gray, very cool to see the young lady inside the race car. Of course, I'm a big fan of ladies racing. My wife, Heidi, a multi-time off-road champion. She's actually here for her first Crandon to watch the race, so it's exciting to be able to share. And my daughters are here, actually able to watch Gray out there racing. So I really dig having the ladies out there on the track, mixing it up, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be.
That is a look at Dylan Parsons. We were talking about him a little bit ago. Currently 4th in the points here. Of course, this is all about Championship Sunday. Matt Gerald, who ran some Pro Light stuff and some buggies as well, is the guy that's doing the tuning on that. Dylan, a former single buggy champ and 2021 Driver of the Year. So having a good run, learning his craft here inside of the trucks, getting faster and faster all along the way. Does have 3 podiums on the season. As we take a look, still 1 crew member out there, and I believe that is on Gray Ledbetter's truck. So trying to get things sorted here. They do have a rule for a 2-minute mechanical, so
they got the timeout
sorted out. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's a radio communication thing. Happens on a regular basis.
Well, one of the things that does happen, because most of them don't have mounted radios, they have handhelds in there, and sometimes the battery can jar loose, and you can't race without having your spotter being able to tell you what's going on the track. Also, the safety communications are involved there.
So that is from what we're hearing, has been confirmed. So just getting the radio stuff, it just drives me crazy. You test everything in the pits and everything's working great. You get out on the starting line and invariably something like this happens. And I constantly use this reference. We put a man on the moon in 1969 and we still struggle with radios around a 1.75 mile track. It's just crazy how they constantly seem to cause issues, but they'll get things sorted out here for Gray Ledbetter. It is so important from a safety standpoint, if nothing else, that the spotter have communication with that driver.
And they are on the clock. Something to remember, that 2 minutes is 2 minutes, and if they can't get the communication together,
if they can't get
she
that
will
spotter,
miss the start.
Yeah, it's in the rule book. You have to have a spotter, so if they cannot get that radio working, unfortunately, she will not be able to race.
Hey, you know what, Ken? Later on, we have the Pro 4s and Pro 2s coming out.
We do, and that's going to be a big throwdown. A massive. We've chatted with a couple of people, including Johnny Holcher, who has the option. He could run his Pro 2 or his Pro 4. Says, I think I'm going to go with the Pro 2 if I can get a hole shot. I think the class is big enough that it's going to hold them off, and maybe I can get there.
It's definitely something to think about. Interesting how Johnny's talking about having a big group of Pro 2s holding off some of the 4s. One of the 4 drivers that I talked to said, hey, maybe, R.J. Anderson, maybe with all these Pro 2s, they're going to blow the course off sooner and let it be a better Pro 4 course sooner in the race to give them a better chance of getting by.
He has no choice but to think that.
Well, I mean, everybody's going to think positive, right?
Right.
So it looks like time is up.
Clock winding down there. Looks like they're trying to put the window net up. I think they got it. Good for them. All right. So Gray Ledbetter will be out there slinging dirt with the boys. She's as good as they come. Not afraid to get her elbows up. We had a little chat with her yesterday as well. Very, very good at what she does. And as she talked about there with working with Ryan Beat, who, of course, is a Pro Light champ, multi-time Pro Light champ.
He's pretty good.
In the Pro 2 category for sure. And I think he might come up here and join us for the Pro Light race, or at least he was teasing us about that. But as we heard Gray say, he should be on the headset with her. Down there on the Steelett starting line.
And the starter waiting for the move to the starter stand, it looks like.
Up the ladder he goes, so it won't take long now. You can see the red board right there. Slide that to yellow, as we've talked about all day long. And after that goes to yellow, he can throw the green flag anytime. It's been thrown at relatively quick here. I mean, pretty steady. A little bit of a sequence. You would do it. You would get a count. I think you would try him.
I think setting up anticipation maybe for later. Going quick now. They'll go yellow. Then the starter decides on the green. Quick again. Maybe later. Holding that flag. Wow, what a jump on the inside.
I think that is Dylan Parsons. He had that good-looking truck down there. See if Dylan can make it work for the number 99 truck.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Way up high. Oh, somebody almost in the wall there. Up and running, that's actually the number 80 truck, so that's Nick Visser, who's had so much success as of late. Matter of fact, a win here just one day ago, gets the hole shot here.
And you can see a little snotty out there, fresh water down, everybody getting to the tear-offs, trying to blow off this track. That's what we're talking about for later on, Pro 2 versus Pro 4.
Chris Vanden Elzen, by the way, in second place there, already jockeying for position. The 29 of Chad Rayford down there, sliding down underneath Vanden Elzen.
Chad Rayford looked so good 2 days ago. Had a problem with the car late in the race, but it was one of the races that I really watched from right on the side of the track. Very impressive drive.
Yeah, and Rayford's been really fast. These have been the two that have been battling all year long for first and second. Looked like the 66 truck of Chris Van den Elzen might have slid up there a bit high through Argonne Corner. So first and second now with a bit of a gap there back to third.
Similar lines, chop it down to the bottom a bit, is Rayford. Taking a little bit of look, getting out. Third place, comes around, collects a couple other cars. Is that third that was there? Either way, one comes around, takes a couple with them.
Fisher back through Potawatomi, turn number 1. Funny how it goes, right? He actually has more podiums, a total of 9, but it is Chad Rayford who has the most wins at 5 with 8 podiums. So these two have been the class of the field this year.
Currently stretching it out. Also, first place, picking the lines as desired. No pressure from behind, so to speak, at this moment. But it will only build. That Yokohama truck looks good out front.
Yeah, there's a number of trucks with that Yokohama on the sponsorship on the side. Of course, Tanner Faust, one of those in the Pro 2 ranks.
Tighten it up. Here we go. First and second, within battle distance, Visser and Rayford. Rayford with a little bit of a straighter line there, drifts a little wider. Let's see who gets the straight line here under the box of tools. Turn.
Yeah, and Rayford's not going to go away. Very fast, and I love the battle of the tires, right? Yokohama and Kenda both sponsored trucks by tire companies. The tire wars are on. Energy drink wars and tire wars.
Using similar lines down here at Cowboy Corner, they're going to get back onto that that start straight area. See if we can see what second place is doing. Following the Roost Direct, going to bust out a little bit wide. Both are going wide.
Tony Kiever's coming across the stripe in third, by the way. Dylan Parsons in fourth. Chris Van den Elzen, who was up there in second, unfortunately fell back just a little bit here. Lost a little ground in this first lap. First and second, maintaining. Out through the gravel pit. The gravel pit will bite you. It looks easy. They make it look easy.
It's amazing how much speed is carried down into that turn. And then the rise up here to the finish line or Calamity Corner. They're tight. There's some racing to be done here.
I remember back in the day, it was Kurt Leduc who used to hold the rookie meeting, and he would tell them to drive through that turn. Do not try to back it in. I should have listened.
When was the last time you listened to anything?
Yeah, I should have listened to that one because I went for a ride in the gravel.
Here we go, diving to the inside. Rayford showing him that front tire, using a little bit different line, not able to keep the momentum. Almost looked like could have held the momentum on a little bit more there, but a great race nonetheless. Stepping out, let's see if they rotate slightly differently here. See if Rayford tries a different line. No, they're gonna basically do it the same. Rayford does chop a little lower, potentially scrubbing off a little bit of speed as they head up that front straight.
I agree. I think Fisher's using, they don't have the big power, so momentum is your friend, and he runs that wider line, gets his hands back to straight a little bit quicker, but maintains, lets that engine maintain some RPM.
Slightly different lines here, looking a little bit to the outside.
Ooh, hard landing on the right front.
Setting up that corner, got one inverted. I believe this is down in Calamity Corner, down there before they come back around onto that start straight. We'll see if they can get it uprighted before the cars get there, if it'll be a local yellow or not.
Cowboy Corner.
I'm sorry, Cowboy Corner. I said Calamity. I did say it was the right area going into that, back to the start straight, but
Yeah,
yes,
that turn will bite you as well. He gets a lot of heavy loam down there. If you back it in there or drive it in too hard, you don't have the rear tire spinning, it'll bite you. And that is a mandatory caution there for our leader as safety heads out to the back.
Full course caution.
Yeah, this they probably would have rather waited another lap here, but with this truck being here, they'll throw it a lap early, slow everybody down, give the safety workers a chance to roll that truck back over, and then of course we'll kick off the back half of this race. Yeah, right off the bat, it was Nick Visser who wanted Antigo to get the season going, and then Chad Rayford responded with 3 consecutive wins. Round 2 at Antigo, and then here at Crandon, both rounds a little bit earlier in the spring. So He did a great job. Nick Visser right there in second place behind him at the Spring Crandon event. Would love to turn that around right here today. Visser trying to go 2 for 2 here at Crandon.
The 52 is the one that was upside down. Tony Keepers was looking great early on, was running up in that podium position.
Yeah, he was in third place.
Still on the chip.
How about that? Looks like the truck is okay. A little bit of fiberglass damage. Might have been a relatively, we say it's sitting here, it might have been a relatively soft rollover.
Gonna have some obstructed views slightly. We'll see how this restart goes. Now the track's dried up just a little bit. Looks perfect for racing. They've blown off that top layer in the primary line, so we'll see if there can be some options that open up. These front two trucks have really been matching speeds. Lap times, the last lap around, 33.3 and a 33.6, so not too far off on that lap time. What do you think, Ken? You'd rather be leading or you'd rather be hawking here?
I think I'd rather be leading here in this particular class, to be honest with you.
Well, the one thing I think that is really the advantage for the drivers is when they get to choose where they're going to go. So I expect the Pace truck to pull off here, and that will give Visser the opportunity to hit the gas where Visser wants to hit the gas. Everybody else has to react around. You'll see the green flag come out. The green flag is also reactionary to what the lead driver does. Visser goes early.
Right there with him, though. Did not stumble at all. A little bit of contact. Ray Ledbetter picking up a spot on this restart.
The question is, can Visser get that track? He wants to race on his own.
Same amount of travel as the pro line, throwing it down in there. 12 inches in the front, 14 inches in the rear, much like a pro light there. So you see these things land, and they land fairly hard. They'll squat down. They look pretty good. Not much rebound there out of Visser. Just squats and takes off. Chad Rayford definitely bringing the heat now in the back half.
Yeah, Rayford trying to go a little bit wider, tucking in underneath. We'll see how it goes here. This section has been ripe for some passing, some setups that have been going on.
Rayford with a look, looking down on the inside, trying to run a different line.
Visser breaks traction. They go together, though. They stay together on the same line, basically. I expected maybe Rayford to try to drop to the bottom, maybe show a wheel, but not the right time or place as decided by Rayford.
And again, the first two with a little bit of a gap. Look at this battle here for third as well. Quickly developing between Parsons and Podolsky.
Rayford was in the back of the truck there for a second, back of Visser's truck. Right, looked like he's jumping in the bed. Here we go.
He's gonna run.
Running up the inside now. That opened up outside is gonna give a little bit less scrub to your leader, but your second place carries a lot of speed in there, trying to keep it as straight as possible, least amount of turning. Scrubs the least amount of speed. That's a big hit right there every time.
And that's 2 times, yeah, at least 2 times, if not every time, like you say there. See how long that truck can hang on. Man, he lands really hard. Rayford really with a tough landing truck there. No rebound, it just squats and goes, but it's still tough on the driver.
Interesting having just had that restart, getting them close together. Third and fourth right on top of each other as well.
Yeah, good battles going on here between Parsons and Podolsky.
Down to the inside for that third position.
Ray Ledbetter up there in third right now. She was able to get around Dylan Parsons on that restart, so she bumped her way forward there. Now the 99 of Parsons trying to get back, maintains. Looks like she's got a little gap, so Ray Ledbetter coming on here. She did a great job on that restart.
Almost like her truck was set up for a less wet, less slippery course, right? Track, and her truck's coming in, looking great right now, making a run, trying to catch up to that second position. Clearly in third. All hers right now.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this lap time too. I'm curious to see where she's at, because much like where we saw CJ was really fast a day ago, she really does good. The exit out of Argonne Corner was great. You can see her just drive away.
No one driving away in that front spot right now. Visser still leading the number 80, the 29, and Chad Rayford giving chase.
Yeah, about 4/10 on him last time around. See where we're at here when they cross the finish line here one more time. Going to make their way through the gravel pit.
Ooh, a little bit of redirect there for Rayford. Has to not collect it, but has to straighten it back out, get it in position once. Gives Visser a bit of breathing room possibly, but Rayford has been chasing, looking for a spot, looking for a mistake from Visser, and Visser hasn't given anything up.
Yeah, this battle's still going on here as we're safely past the halfway mark. Visser at 131.1, Rayford a 131.12. I mean, right there. And Gray Ledbetter at 131.6, about a half second off of them, but keeping pace with the leaders. If they get the racing, she'll tighten right up.
Gearing selection plays a big part of where you're quicker, where you can out-accelerate, where you can carry more speed. Having that gear on demand, so important. And gearing here at Crandon is tough. You know, you walk around the pits, you see, people running in podium position, changing gear sets.
Minimum weight, by the way, for these trucks is 3,000 pounds. A 4.3-liter V6 will cost you about $9,000 ready to race. G-Force Transit shifter, $5,200 in the terms of racing. That's a pretty economical way to go. And man, he gets me every time with that landing. I'm waiting for it to rip the right front right off.
And they can only do it so long, right? Eventually, if you land, if you sideload that truck over and over and over, sooner or later, something is not going to be happy.
So Visser still hanging on here. The top two running about the same pace, but not enough steam there for Rayford to get around him. And now it looks like Visser's starting to stretch it out just a little bit.
Looking clean, truck looks perfect.
So the track getting quicker. The track getting quicker every lap here. Visser knocking off another half second, actually a little bit more, about 0.6 of a second. And Ledbetter right there with Rayford now.
All depends on your setup, right? Where you want to race, how you want to race, what part of the track you want to be on. If you like the drier condition, you like the more wet condition. Some people might set up for a more wet condition to have a better run in the front. Some people might set up for a more dry condition to have a better run in the back. And right now, Visser has been looking great. Right now, throwing some gap on Rayford. And Ledbetter's not far out of this, but a bit of a hike back, about 20 car lengths from second to third.
Here's a look at Gray Ledbetter there. Yeah, she got in the thick of it there at the start of this race and had to scrap back up. I believe started off in the 5th position there on that restart, 5th, maybe 6th, and made a couple of passes there, worked her way up into the top 3. You can see there, that one's been through a battle. Visser got the whole shot spin out front the entire time. Nice, clean truck, hasn't had to pull one tear off.
Rayford giving it all. I mean, Rayford is there again, has tightened it up just slightly. Looks like about 5 car lengths, but gonna run out of time here pretty soon. Won't be long before they're seeing that white flag.
Seven done, working 8, 9-lap race here.
A lot of confidence in that truck, watching the way that the driver's throwing it around, putting it right where he wants it to be, locking in, full contact, and just always right in the exact spot where they want to be. This is where some ruts do develop. I like this start at the higher line, drop down, drive through, carry your momentum on the return of the start straight.
7 of the 9 trucks out of the Wisconsin area, 1 out of North Carolina. That would be the 3rd place competitor, Gray Ledbetter, talented young lady that we just saw the nice interview with. Of course, the final one out of Michigan, that's Paul Hayward. But yeah, right now, Visser the class of the field here. She's put together great laps. Last time, Rayford a tick better, about 0.3 of a second quicker.
So closing in slightly. It's right here where, to me, it seems like Rayford gets a little bit of a run. Likes this uphill gearing.
Right here, you're right, man. He really closed it up. He's got to run up beside him right now.
Now drop underneath. Nope, not able to do it. Too close, going to stay to the outside. Now drops underneath, tries to get a run. Trying to set up a pass possibly in here. Look at this one on the bottom. White flag is out.
Trying to hang on, that cost him right there.
That really cost him. Driving it wide there, sideways, not going to help. Had a great run going.
Not over here, he closes it back up here one more time. Trying to bring some heat in now, there it is.
Here we go.
Visser makes a mistake and he's gonna make him pay. A change for the lead on the last lap. Chad Rayford goes to the front. Visser has to be sick. One small mistake, and man, they make you pay for it. It's not over there. He's got to get his composure back and go for it. And that will end his efforts right there to win this one.
Almost nothing worse than leading every lap except the one that counts.
That is a heartbreaker for sure. Nick Visser putting in a good effort, but Chad Rayford just keeping the heat on him the entire time.
Rayford drove a great race, hawked all the time, looked at different lines, tried to straighten it out, tried to make it happen.
He backed off a little bit for a couple of laps, and all of a sudden, boom, here he comes again, right? Just when you thought he didn't have anything. Oh, look at the right front there. There's something going on. Yeah, it's completely. So maybe something failed in there initially that we could not see.
One of those side-loading corner jumps, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, but that was Rayford we were worried about. Rayford comes across the stripe here to grab the win. Congratulations to the number 29 truck, Chad Rayford out of Appleton, Wisconsin. There is Nick Visser.
That's a heartbreaker right there.
How about Gray Ledbetter? She hung right in there as well. She crosses the stripe second. Dylan Parsons, congrats to him as he grabs a podium. By the way, 3 consecutive podiums in the last 4 events for Dylan Parsons, and we'll add another one to it. So getting better and better as the year goes on. Congrats to him. That'll be a total of 9 podiums and 6 wins for Chad Rayford, and of course, that Crandon, that prestigious Crandon World Championship.
Racing can be fun with any horsepower.
It really is. It's all about the level of competition, right?
Absolutely.
When you go to the local little go-kart track, you can have a blast with 10 other people.
Rayford, Ledbetter, Parsons, Visser, Pulski. Your top 5. Rayford, I felt like just laid in wait, just kept picking away. Obviously, Visser had a problem there at the end, but you can't keep torturing it and expect it to go all the way, right? And it was Rayford we thought that was going to have a failure.
Rayford that might happen to, so not sure how all that went down, but nonetheless, Rayford's truck made it to the end, and he was the first one across the stripe. Put your hands together, Crandon. There's your winner in Pro Spec. We'll talk to him when we come back.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 54th running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships and the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup presented by Toyota. That is just around the corner, of course. We're going to bring you some highlights here of our Pro Spec race. Hold on tight. It was Nick Visser who got the early hole shot. Did a great job right off the bat.
And Visser really held control the entire way through the race until the very end. And something must have happened that or Rayford just really had the run going. And you saw the impacts we were talking about. And it wasn't to be for your winner. But, of course, everybody has their challenges here. No matter what class, no matter what level of racing, upside down, right side up, it does happen. But at the end of the day, Rayford coming through shining like a rose. One of those impacts right there, that's what we thought would be the cause of the damage.
And right there you can see, that's where I think, I know the right front looks pretty good right there.
It
We
does
thought
look good there.
that Visser might have just made a mistake, but then, of course, coming down in here to Cowboy Corner, you can see where it folded all the way underneath the truck. So I'm not sure if that happened and caused the pass lead, but whatever the case is, Chad Rayford said, I'm going to take it right now, and this championship that goes along with it. So once again, we will get it down to our IBOC winner circle.
All right, for our third place finisher, Dylan Parsons. Dylan, although you found your way to this final podium position, you didn't necessarily start here. So where do you believe you were able to find the advantage and make some key passes for this third place?
We just stayed in it. I pulled my earbuds out on accident on the comp yellow, and I knew Gray would be coming because she spun out at the beginning, and I was just waiting for her to come. And as soon as she got there, I gave her room, and then Nick had an issue, and we ended up here just staying in it, not giving up.
A true good drive. Well, congratulations on this third place position. All right, and with our second place finisher, Gray Ledbetter. Gray, it's no surprise that we see you up here. You have been absolutely dominating this year, and it's a testament to all the work you and your team put in. So what was the main ingredient in putting this one together from start to finish?
I'm not sure. I honestly was like, okay, I'm starting on the outside because we had bad luck yesterday, and I was like, I'm just going to keep it clean as I can on the first lap, first turn. I ended up coming out third or fourth, and I was like, okay, cool. And then I ended up spitting out on the tree time because it was a lot more wet than I thought it was going to be. And I was like, okay, I'll just keep calm, try to be consistent as I can. If there's car in front of me, I'll pass, and then just save it for the halfway. And then it ended up working out, and I was like, coming to the last lap, I was like, obviously I want to be up front, but I'll be like, okay with third. And then obviously Visser made a mistake with Rayford, and I ended up getting second, and I couldn't be happier. And just like everybody's been working the butt off after we had issues with the truck yesterday, and it just wouldn't be possible without them. The whole team, Ryan beat M for buses, but on the truck. My parents, my family was watching, Bill Steen, Toyo, Chevy, Pennzoil, everybody else that I'm forgetting. I just couldn't be happier, and especially the fans, because I can't see any grass being here.
Well, you rebounded quite nicely after an early mistake, so congratulations on this one. It was hard fought. And with our first place finisher, let's give it up for Chris Rayford. Chris, you never gave up on this one, and you were fighting hard for this first place position, and your patient driving was rewarded on that very last lap. So what opportunity did you see late in that race?
I'm just Nick is a phenomenal driver, so I'm watching him. Everyone can make a mistake, so I'm just putting the pressure on him, falling back, trying to get a run at him, and just working it, seeing what he's doing. And he made a mistake, and I capitalized on it, and here we are, world champion. I've been coming here since I was a little kid, like a lot of these kids out here, and I've been dreaming of this day for a long, long time, and I finally did it. And this is all for my buddy Creighton King. We lost him a week and a half ago, and it's been tough, but he was with me, riding with me, so we can't thank him enough for being with me and being a great friend he was. These kind of tires are just amazing out here. Yesterday in the mud and out today. Modern built. Jake supports me like no other. Flying Dutchman off-road, the Van den Hoevels. Bill Publicki built a gear for me last night. I was in the lead yesterday, broke a gear, took it to his house in Rhinelander. He stayed up all night building it, put it in at like 10 this morning. Here we're out here, world champions. So everyone else that helps me, my whole family, my brothers, my mom, everybody, RNS Motorsports, everyone that helps me, my whole amazing crew, their families, Crandon. I mean, look at this place. This is amazing.
A fan to a world champion. Congratulations on this drive. Let's give it up for our top three in Prospect down here at the IBOC Winner's Circle. But guys, back to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Erica. Thanks a lot, Erica. We appreciate that, of course. Congratulations to all the competitors down there making it up onto the podium. Ken Stout, Cameron Steele, and Mr. Ryan Beat has joined us in the booth. We just heard Chad Rayford bring up our good friend, and unfortunately, we lost him way too soon. Creighton King, of course, had an accident here just about a week or so ago. Very instrumental, a real part of our off-road family, and a massive loss. It was a pretty big surprise to all of us, and certainly unexpected as well. And I mean, from the highest levels, he was involved with the tire company, really worked hard to make sure that people had the best and could be the best they were out there, and a sense of humor that was second to none.
I love the jovial nature of Creighton and the way that he had the style. He always had a smile, and he always made it fun no matter what was going on. So we'll catch up with Ryan Beat here shortly, but what we're going to do right now is head it back down to the main set, have some fun, and see what's going on down there. But shout out, our thoughts are with Creighton King here today.
Yeah, we missed you, brother, and of course thoughts and prayers with him as well. All right, once again, we're going to get it back over to the Speed Sport live from desk with Dave and Wade.
Thank you very much indeed, boys. Well, I think that really touches on the culture and the community that's involved in this sport, Dave. And I think that hit it right on the head for a lot of people that, you know what, they might race the, out of each other, but we're all friends and we're all family.
Yeah, absolutely. And I considered Creighton a good, family member and all that. One of the good friends that we traveled for over 15 years. So we're going to take a look here at Creighton King's life. And it's one of those things that you look back and you remember the good times, and you remember that the guy went out the way he loved to live was fast. Forever 15, Creighton King. Let's take a look at it.
Oh, Creighton King, I thought he was the innovator of the coolest thing ever. He did all these videos after the weekend, and the camaraderie he put into the pits here is just awesome. And it's a shame to see him go, you know what I mean? And kind of tells you where you miss time and miss how things happen. And, Creighton, and I still go back and look at the videos and all the good times he had. And I think he was an innovator of what off-road really brings to racing, you know what I mean? And it's great, and we'll miss him dearly.
Creighton was incredible. He recruited me out of motocross, actually. Started getting tires and stuff for our motocross program at that time, and was a huge part of Maxxis, and just wanted to make sure that when I was ready to make the switch, he was there and ready for it. And when he was around, man, between behind the scenes and all the fun videos and fun times we had with that, and then even the tire program was just really, really good. He wanted everyone to be happy, everything to be perfect all the time, and outside of his work, the personality he was at the track was just something that will forever be lost, but we won't forget him. He's been an awesome part of the sport. I think everyone here at Crandon, he's in our hearts, and hopefully we can all have fun this weekend in memory of him.
he helped us he helped take us to that next level. You know, I mean, we had some great sponsors in that, but when you were involved with Creighton, you had more than a sponsor. You know, you had a friend, a family member, a guy that was there to call, you know, in the off season and just talk with, and I mean, him and I became really good friends. Even after he left that program and stuff, we still stayed in touch, and it's just one of them guys that you keep in your hearts and forever.
Creighton meant the world to me. He was my first tire sponsor with the tire company, and he just supported me personally. He sponsored me with his own company after he left the tire company, and he's just the greatest guy you'll ever meet. He'll do anything for anyone, just always happy, you know, always living life to the fullest and just in a great mood, and just we're going to miss him terribly. He was a great friend of mine after all these years, and just it was a tough day. It's still tough, but we're going to live life like Creighton and just be happy and enjoy the time we had with him.
Super great friend. You know, him and I hung out for years. He lived in my driveway for years between events. I'd do anything for him, and he'd do anything for me.
Well, we're here at the Speed Sport live from desk here for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship, presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places.
Man, it was so great to see that, and I know Chad Rayford, you know, you were part of that little memorial there for Creighton, and you put it on top of the box, I got to say, just was a testament that he was looking down on you, my friend.
He was definitely looking down. I think he was messing with me a little bit yesterday. You know, I had a good lead and broke the truck. But that's Creighton, you know, the jokester. So
the jokester, exactly.
Yep. So he was back riding with me today, and we pulled it off. It was world championship for Creighton King.
You know, a lot of people think that the trucks are cool, like that it's about steels and wheels.
Right.
It's not.
No.
It's about flesh and blood.
It's flesh and blood.
And you know, a lot of times it's not even the stories of what happens on the racetrack. It's those laughs in the pits. It's those miles on the road. It's we become a community, and it's like a pub brawl out there, right? When you're racing.
Oh yeah.
But we would all go to war for each other.
Well, yeah, we're in the pits. Like, I'll borrow parts to my biggest enemy, you know, just to make sure they're on the track. We all help each other out. It is a family. We camp out for 4 or 5 days every couple weekends, and you become a family. You're the fiercest competitors, but you're friends off the track, and you'll help do anything to help each other out.
Well, I got to wonder what was going through your head after yesterday. And, of course, that was, you know, you had a great run at the beginning, and then it wasn't. So was that a little bit in the back of your head on the start today?
Oh, yeah. You know, you definitely always remember that, but you just go, you put it behind you as soon as that flag drops, and you go for it.
Was Creighton's voice in your head?
Creighton, what? I can hear his voice. I hope I don't lose that because I can always hear his voice, but I can hear him talking to me. I used to spot for Creighton when he raced light buggy here. So we had a lot of good memories, and he was with me the whole time, and I just never gave up and pushed to the end, and here we are.
There's 50,000 of us here. There's probably only 200 of us that know what it feels like to do the land rush of you. What is it like when you're sitting at the line waiting to go and you know that down there is a corner that you can't see the other side of and you're going in with 12 or 13 other hard-charging people? What's that like?
Well, luckily, like I said, once the flag drops, you kind of forget about it. Yeah. You honestly don't think about it. But today, we had some manual transmission, so we put a rock under the tire to hold us because it's downhill. I rolled over the rock, so I had to hold the brake. So with the clutch, they killed me off the line, so I had to work my way up. But yeah, it's intense. When you're sitting there before the green is when you're the most tense. Like the nerves hit a little bit, but it goes away as soon as you take off.
So you have to remind yourself to breathe?
Oh yeah, because you will hyperventilate and not breathe. So.
I love that in a sport like this, you can still put a rock underneath the tire and you still roll over it.
Right.
Well, I mean, normal cars, when you're sitting there in flatlands, it's, you do the old heel toe type of thing. When you're on that hill, and the way these trucks are set up, the pedals are spread out a little bit more, so it's really hard if you don't have giant feet.
Right, and we got a big throw on our clutches, so it's not possible heel to toe. But yeah, it made it more intense, though. It made it more worth the while and more of a story.
You know, theoretically, if you could put 2 million people in here, 99% of them would be moved in some way by what they see here.
Yeah, definitely.
How do you put this into words as a racer, let alone as a fan?
I mean, this weekend has been unreal. All the events they've put on, Crandon always does an amazing job, but every year they seem to step it up. So having look at this crowd behind us.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Isn't it
insane.
great?
They're great. Like
They're all
every
here
one
to
of
see
these,
you, Chad.
right? I wish, but no, you can't even put it into words. Honestly, it's just amazing. You can see the crowd as you're racing, so you can see people cheering you on. So it drives you. I mean, everyone out here drives you. Everyone cheering for you. Everyone booing you. It drives you. You know.
People don't boo you, mate.
No, we had a great race out there. Nick, ran a great race, the whole race, and I kept it tight. And he made a little mistake, and that's all it takes. But yeah,
that's racing.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, congratulations, world champ.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Brother.
All right, thank you.
Hey, so good to have him here. We are about to take a break. We are ever closer to the Red Bull Cup. Hey, you know what? If you're going to grab a minute today and you're going to grab a cold one, grab a margarita.
That sounds
lift
amazing.
it up and say, hey, Jimmy Buffett, we might not be at Margaritaville, but we're at Crandon, and that's pretty bloody close. Here's to Jimmy Buffett. Someone get us a margarita, could you?
I'm thirsty. I can,
three? You
three?
want
I want three.
I want three margaritas, please.
Wasting away here at Crandonville. Good on you, Jimmy.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Welcome back to our Speed Sport live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship, presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. You know, it's time for our little What's the Buzz segment, brought to us by our great friends at buzzbicycles.com. And we've been sort of tracking down various aspects of this event over the last couple of days. And what we thought we'd do was send Dave Arnold down to the pits, which is always a sketchy situation. And we got him to describe and explain the differences between Pro 2 and Pro 4. So here's Dave Arnold with more What's the Buzz.
Well, in Ultra 4, there's several different classes. Of course, everybody knows the big Ultra 4s, the 4400 classes, but we've got very cool UTVs that run the 4900s and the Pro Mod class. For example, we got the 1018, the Pro Mod of Paul Wolf. Paul, why don't you tell us a little bit the difference and what a Pro Mod is?
So first off, with a Pro Mod versus Pro Stock, you're allowed to boat side the car, which you can see the sides of the car down here are shaved. And then also I have hydraulic steering on this car, so it gives me a little easier steering. I can hit stuff a little bit harder than normal, and it just takes a little less feedback out of the steering wheel, so don't beat me up so bad. And then that's the main differences in Pro Stock and Pro Mod. And then you can do different fuel cells and stuff in both cars. So the biggest thing is that both sides we can change more of the chassis in Pro Modified versus Pro Stock. And then you have Pro Open class, which you're completely unlimited. You can change the chassis in any form, any shape you want. I particularly like the Can-Am chassis. It does great, so that's what I stick with.
Well, there's a little 411. What makes a Pro Mod here for the Ultra 4s?
Thank you very much indeed, Dave Arnold. Now, thanks to our friends at buzzbicycles.com, we have some free swag to give away. Hands up if you want to win some free Buzz Bicycle swag. Everyone loves a bit of free stuff. If you want to come over by our Speed Sport Live from stage, we are going to throw it out to you right now. So you want to wander over, we can give you some free swag. Speaking of free stuff, Ken loves free stuff, and the Man of Steel loves it as well. Let's go back upstairs to the booth. Boys, we're only moments away from the big dance coming up shortly.
We do love free stuff. We noticed how you conveniently forgot about us when you ordered 3 margaritas instead of 6. And I say 6 because multi-time Pro Light champ and Crandon world champ, Mr. Ryan Beat, is up here in the booth with us. You know how to get it done in the Pro Lights, man. You need to build these things. You've got the Fab Shop in North Carolina now, made the big move from the West Coast, and you really have a lot of hands in a lot of the Pro Spec trucks and a lot of the Pro Light trucks out here.
Yeah, we've been pretty busy over the past couple of years, but excited to be up here in the booth with you guys for the first time, so we'll see how we do and hopefully get to watch this good Pro Light race. It's always a, spectacle here at Crandon watching this race. These guys are not afraid to beat and bang for sure.
So when you come here with Pro Light, would you do anything set up a little bit different from a typical race here?
Yeah, absolutely. This track has such a high speed, throughout the whole track that you try to gear that truck, you try to take all the aero that you can and throw at it. You do everything, get the truck rolling as free as possible to carry that momentum and speed that you need for this track.
Coming through turn 1, flat out, they're on the mat?
Yeah, you do not lift. You lift, you're in trouble. So it's one of those deals that you come from the tree turn and it's flat to the floor all the way through turn 1 to the jump.
I have a question, Ryan, something that I was asked by a fan. How many practice laps do you get? Because you don't get any practice the day of the race. How many actual practice laps do you get outside of the racing here at Crandon?
Well, it depends on how much you come and test. A lot of these guys have come here prior.
Once the official weekend starts.
Official weekend, you'll probably get 6 laps between practice and qualifying. So it's a quick learning curve if you haven't been here before.
We're about to go racing here, folks. Kyle Greaves, by the way, on a tear, the reigning champ in the category, looking to win another championship. Just won 1 day ago. Trey Gibbs has been very good as well. 8 podium finishes, including a win. Kyle Greaves, 7 wins on the season. He has been on fire. The starter making his way up to the starting stand. Maddox Bailey coming in here third in the points. Brody Ecclestone also having a good day 1 day ago. Those 2 young guns up on the box as well. Green flag flies. Here we go. The Crandon World Championship for Pro Light. It is on. 500 horsepower V8s making their way down to the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. Kyle Greaves with that hole shot. Right out of the back goes a KGB truck.
Yeah, these starts are always so wild. As you can see, these guys are dicing back and forth and sliding through the wet slick through turn 1 and trying to navigate where the best option, the best line is to be.
It's hard to tell, too, because you don't know how much water's been put down, right? Your spotter can kind of give you an idea like, hey, this section looks really wet, or try to stay outside here, but until you actually get there, you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, and this track's very tricky. Oh, Maddox Bailey getting taken out and going around. Bummer for him. But yeah, this track's very tricky. There's a lot of spots on it that look like it has grip, that's really slick, and there's some spots that look like they are going to be slick, that have grip.
Connor Berry there as well, unfortunately sitting there dead stick, and Brody Ecclestone having some issues there. Jacob Rosales right behind him trying to make him pay. As we go back up to our leaders.
They're on the slip side. Greaves throwing it around. Full confidence under the boxo corner. Setting up. I love this. I love that poetry, that style. Like, you got to hit the ballet moves. Greaves gets out to the dry dirt, gets a bit of acceleration, makes a little bit of a gap, Ryan. I mean, that's a tricky corner going back down into this section.
That is probably the funnest part of this track, is that switchback corner, But right here is a dangerous situation. If you let these 2 guys get out front, they're going to take off and you ain't going to catch them. So the rest of these, Brody up in the wall, man.
Yeah, Greaves really got deep right there. I don't know if it was because it was wet and caught him under braking, but he did look like he scrubbed a little bit of speed getting out into that heavy loam.
We haven't missed it yet. We haven't said it yet, but we've got to mention Trey Gibbs. That's the guy that's been keeping the pressure on him the entire time. So Gibbs right there on the tailgate, making him go as hard as he can possibly go, but without a doubt has pulled a bunch of tear-offs at this point.
For sure. And he's using like 1 lane down from him, Ryan. I mean, talk about the subtle changes or subtle things that you would do different, not to directly follow or to try and see what your competitor in front of you is doing.
Yeah, so you don't want to be behind, directly behind. You want to try to be 1 lane off just so you have clear vision. The roost is so heavy, especially when the track's this muddy, that you don't want to be going through your tear-offs in the first 2 laps.
And that's a pass for third, if I'm not mistaken. Matt Wood. And contact.
Big contact. And then a chain reaction there, and then right back into the wall as well goes the 36 truck. So a big moment there for Matt Wood, who's also shown some real speed.
My bad on the call out. Jacob Rosales into 3rd position. Had the wrong number there, and now our leader, Kyle Greaves, Trey Gibbs, and third place, Jacob Rosales.
Jacob Rosales has been coming on very strong these last couple of races. He's picked up a lot of speed and has shown a lot of confidence and ability to be there and battle with these front guys.
Sometimes it just takes getting in that battle with those front guys to understand what they're doing, but also gives you that confidence like, hey, I was running with them once, why can't I do it again?
Exactly, yeah. Once you start gaining that confidence, you start running faster laps, you start having that confidence, you can chase these guys down and run with them. It does a lot for a driver.
Yeah, Brody Ecclestone also charging up in there. Brody Ecclestone's been really fast. These are the kids that came out of those trophy cards that really have so much seat time underneath their belt. Ecclestone with 3 wins on the season. And look at the number 14 truck right there.
Yeah, he's just sending it. He's going for broke right now. So he knows he's got to get past Rosales and get up there with those front guys, because if not, like I said, those front 2 guys are deadly.
Well, now the track has come in some spots, right? It's blown off the fluff. It's given them the great racing surface. Hard to step out because there's still moisture in some of those spots.
Yeah, right now it's kind of a one-line track, and as the race goes on, midway, once we get to halfway, you'll have roughly 2 to 3 lanes to work with. Right now you're working with 1 lane, and it gets hard to pass when it's like that.
So if you're Rosales here and Ecclestone in the 14 truck, for Ecclestone, obviously his goal is to get around Rosales here. And then would you just take care of the truck and wait for that mandatory caution?
Absolutely. Once you get past Rosales, you're just going to settle into a comfortable pace, staying in front of them and wait for that halfway point, because, they're going to regroup us.
Looking up here for our leaders as well. So Kyle Greaves, that is a look at Gibbs right there. Don't see Greaves. Greaves is just driven away from Gibbs. I mean, just trucking out here. They've had so much speed, and of course, again, a native here out of Wisconsin. Kyle Greaves, that is a cousin of CJ, nephew of Johnny. He is the son of Johnny's brother, Kurt.
Sometimes, Ken, I just want to tap you in the side of the head to see what kind of stats going to come out of your head. What kind of information? You got a lot in there, buddy.
I got one for you here from 1998 to now in Pro Light. Back to the core days. Yeah, big hit there for Millhausen. How about Kyle Greaves just surpassed Johnny Greaves by 1 Pro Light win. Pretty impressive there with 22 wins.
That is impressive.
Tied up with R.J. Anderson as well, so pretty cool number there.
Well, if he keeps it up the way it's going, he's going to surpass R.J. Anderson, who just recently ticked his 80th win here just today. So we'll see what happens a little bit later on today, see if R.J. can put it on top of the box in the Cup race.
Man, Kyle's truck is just so hooked up. You look at that thing, and it just is perfect all the time, man. He's got so much forward drive and traction. He's really got that truck set up.
I got to tell you, man, I was really watching him. He's only been doing this for a handful of years, right? And I was watching him at Bark River, and he was driving around that big, wide left-hander, and he was on the outside, and he got outside, in the last second, checked up, set the nose, drove down underneath the guy. He drives like somebody that's been doing it for 15 years.
He is a phenomenal driver. He's well beyond his years for sure.
Very comfortable inside of the truck, of course. Very, very racy when he gets in a battle, but they've clearly done their homework here one more time. This truck is very fast.
And you'll notice he's carrying a lot of speed. The other thing I notice is he's landing straight off that jump before the barn turn to make sure he's not side loading, not risking the car. And speaking of risk, a little bit of throwing around right there at the 43 and the 14.
Yeah, that is Ecclestone in the 14 car. I don't know where the 43 is the lapper of Tyler Rimreed, making his debut here in the category this year.
He's proving a point right now. He's got the speed to run the front guys. Maybe not the track position, but he's got speed.
So he's driving around.
Let's go! And he's going to collect Eccleston, who's running in third. So that's one of the things as a rookie. You kind of got to be careful. Watch out for those guys racing through, even though you want to race their pace.
Tyler Rimreed, a super excited young driver, just jumping into the category, getting some seat time as well in the side-by-sides.
Looking great, looking great.
Mandatory caution coming out of here. Ecclestone and Millhausen Jr. We saw Millhausen land really hard there a little bit earlier as well. So
Millhausen showing a lot of speed.
And it's interest didn't cost Eccleston in that position, so Millhausen still having to come in behind. And here it is, over rotation for the rookie, just collects Eggleston in there, has to make a move out.
And as a rookie, you kind of gotta realize and show the upside down. Man, bummer day for him.
So how did Rimreed go from that to that under a mandatory caution?
That's the next corner before. That's Calamity Corner before the finish line.
Wow.
You do the stats.
Big moment
we'll
right
do the race
there.
call over here.
Yeah, okay. Nice job, fellas. Safety right there. I see that pretty quickly. That's always a good sign. Yeah, big moment right there for Tyler. And like you said, showing some speed there.
So you saw safety comes around. They check to make sure you're okay, right? They look inside, get the thumbs up, make sure everything's cool. Then they hook up and flip you over.
Yep, first thing they do is they ask if you're okay. You want to be flipped back over, and 99% of the time you're like, yeah, I want to get going racing, so yeah, get me back over.
Out of the abundance of caution, they ask the driver to make sure no one's injured, and then they don't want to flip it back onto its wheels and have that impact if the driver is injured.
The one thing that I really love now is it used to scare me to death when they would flip the Pro Lights back over. Remember all the fires? Boom, when they had the carburetors on them, and the fuel would run to the top of the carburetor, and they turn them over, and it would ignite. It was sketchy, but now with the fuel injection, that seems to be alleviated.
Yeah, fuel injection has solved that issue for sure.
I might have been on fire once or twice.
You're still hot to me.
No fun.
On fire, Ricky Bobby.
No fun. Fire is the least fun. And Greaves has been spot on. This will be that mandatory caution or competition yellow. So now, does Gibbs have anything for him? I'm asking you, Ryan. We obviously Greaves has the pace. What does Gibbs do? He tries to preempt that start, tries to give him a nudge, tries to get underneath. I mean, what can Gibbs do?
You're going to have to get aggressive. You're going to have to get those elbows up and ruffle his feathers a little bit
to
make this happen, you know? In this situation, when you have a guy that's that dominant and that fast, you have to, get him off his game somehow, and you have to get in his head a little bit, and I think that's the only way. Trey's got speed. It's just that track position. If he loses that track position on the start, it's going to be deadly for him.
Well, he's looking to jump forward, and one behind him's looking to jump forward as well, so he's fighting front and
Everybody
back.
behind Kyle's looking to jump forward, so it's going to get dicey. Here we go.
Pace truck has pulled off. They hand the field over there to Kyle Greaves. Trey Gibbs right there on the back bumper. See if he can do exactly what these guys have been talking about. 2 seasoned veterans sitting beside them that know how to win championships. Good restart there for Greaves.
Maddox Bailey with a big jump up the inside as well.
Getting a little dicey in the back there, trying to grab some positions. That's when they can make it really count. And Greaves already checking away, getting a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, you get those 4 or 5 truck lengths, and all of a sudden you can pick your line, run it right on that cushion, right? You want to run right on that edge, and Greaves just picks his line and executes perfectly.
That's really where the momentum is, right up at that cushion. Everything on the bottom is pretty slick and still pretty wet, to where if you can get that rear tire up in that fluff and help accelerate you off the corner, that's what gives you that drive.
Like a nice battle going on back there for 4th place, I believe that was, as once again we watch our leaders here.
Got some battling going on. Let's go, Pro Lights. Right here, linking this all up together. All 3 of these corners are really one move, right, Brian?
Yes, it's one move. If you don't set up coming out of, the S-turns, if you will, or switchbacks, if you don't set that up right, you're going to be in the wrong position. Truck's going to be tight. You're going to push. It's going to be the end of that session, or that section being a fast sector.
Yeah, we watch you guys come in here, and really getting the truck rotated can be pretty tricky. If you don't start to back it in a little bit, if that thing gets tight at all, you lose all your momentum.
Especially in that corner, in Cowboy Corner, that's one of the toughest corners on this track to get the truck rotated and pointed in the right direction where you want to go, because you can just slide up to the wall. Ooh, big bike by Kyle Greaves there.
Nice,
good save.
Nice, reel it in, but it's going to give a run. Here comes a run for Trey Gibbs, right?
He used all the real estate. That tells us that he is pushing for sure. That is max speed through turn 1 up on the bike. Great young man. Also won the championship, by the way, at MAO. They ran a little bit of a shorter season, but it was 8 rounds of racing, and went out there and managed to capture that championship. So congratulations to him. Now a 2-time Pro Light champ, looking to make it 3 here in 2023.
Battle for 3rd place, heating up. 4th on the never surrender move, coming in hot.
That's Ecclestone once again in that 14 truck, staying just ahead.
Maddox Bailey putting the heat on. My former teammate, way back in the day when Maddox was like 8.
Right?
Maddox was 8.
Running around letting the air out of your tires?
Probably.
Your old teammate and my current driver.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so there you go. That's actually one of your trucks out of your stable there. Very cool.
Yes, sir. Yep. So he's putting a charge on, seeing if he can run down Eggleston. He's got speed right now. We'll see if Eggleston holds her together. He's been very consistent, very fast lately.
Maddox goes a little bit shallower into that turn, but it looks like some of the guys are going a little tire to get that whip in, right?
Yeah,
some of the others are trying to drive in on that momentum.
Yeah, so there's two ways to hit that corner: to go up high and get the whip, and then accelerate down the berm, to get the run for the straightaway. And then there's, but that takes time to go that far wide. And then there's some guys that run more mid corner and just try to carry a better arc through there to get the drive. So there's two ways of doing it.
Maddox definitely looked like he had a good move right there. That didn't gain him any time, so to speak, as we get back up here by the barn turn. But I like the move, and I like the fact that trying to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, you got to constantly be changing lines up. This is a lot like motocross, where the track changes every lap, so you got to be looking for lines and looking for that extra little bit of speed that you can, hopefully reel in the guy in front of you.
Yeah, Maddox Bailey there about 0.4 of a second quicker than Ecclestone in that previous lap. These two guys separated by just a couple of tenths, as once again they will cross the stripe here. 126 flat, 125.8 for Gibbs, showing a little bit of speed, trying to reel in Greaves. We'll see if he can get it done. Once again, we go back to this battle here for third.
Couple laps remaining.
Gibbs just needs to settle in.
Oh, and here we go. Oh. It looked like Ecclestone went a little wide into that fluff, a little high in the fluff, and almost had to bog down, and then he didn't have the set for the corner, right? He couldn't get it to rotate.
Yeah, it got tight. When you get up in that fluff, it can get tight and lose, power of steering there. So, these guys here, they're battling, they're going for it.
This time Maddox follows that line, similar line. Now he wants to try to get a run. What can you do here? I've seen some of the drivers, they try to go a little wider earlier to straighten it out down the front, which obviously is going to carry more speed if you're not turning, but it seems like there's a little bit of a give and take there.
There is a little bit of give and take. One lap it'll work one way, next lap it'll work differently. So again, it's all based on track position and where you're putting those tires in the dirt to get the drive down that straightaway.
Maddox is on his game right here. He's trying to give a push. If you're in his headset right now, Ryan, what's the info you're giving him?
I'd be saying, let's go. You got this. He's running him down. He's obviously faster, and he's putting the charge on him. I mean, he's got great moves. He's got great car control, and I think in these trucks, believe it or not, the draft is a good thing, right? We see it in the SST trucks. We see it here too. Crandon, these big high-speed tracks. If you can duck in behind somebody on these faster straightaways, you can suck right up to their bumper and get a run on them.
I love those alternating lines right there. You can see Maddox slide right up, close the gap, but then it was Ecclestone who ran that higher line, got it squared up, unwound the wheel, and had some forward momentum on the exit and got his gap right back. Just two ways to skin that cat.
Yep.
This is where Ecclestone made a mistake last time, but this time he's cleaner through there. And let's watch this, because Maddox has had a really good turn down behind him here in Cowboy Corner, and it seems like has had a run on that front.
Yeah, he's done this corner a little bit better, a little bit smoother. Brody keeps getting up in this fluff way too deep and burying the truck.
He definitely pulled him much further out there, another 3 feet to the right there as he set that up.
Yeah,
I've been watching Brody's truck too. Underneath braking, it just looks like it's a little twitchy.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little darty and gets tight and gets a little push in it.
It looks pretty fast right there.
Yep. He got a big steam run down the straightaway.
Man, they land a ton.
That side load there has got to be tough on the truck, Ryan. You see him brake there very often?
Yeah, you see, not so much brake suspension parts, but you see tires blow there. That's the biggest thing, is you don't want to side load and blow the tires out. They're beadlock wheels and whatnot, so they help hold the tire better, but still it only takes so much.
Once again, these guys battling for that third and final podium position.
Man,
it is Greaves that out front. And yeah, we're winding laps down here. 7 in the books, 8 in the books. White flag out. Here we go. Final lap. Back up to our leader, the 34 truck, KGB. That is Kyle Greaves, looking to make an 8 on the season, a total of 10 podiums. Be 23 career, and he has some nice breathing room right now. One of those times where the spotter tells you no pressure, run your line, don't do anything crazy.
Right about this when you misstep, right? Oh, I got this.
Well, at least he's going for it. I have no problem with that one, right?
Yeah, Gibbs going for it, trying to carry as much speed as he can. Breaks out of the rut or the line, steps out. No danger. He's got a little bit of clear space behind him. He's trying to do everything he can to be in competition with Greaves. Even though Greaves has been the class of the field the whole time, you're second place, you're 20 car lengths back, you don't want to give up.
And this is back to that battle for third once again. So Ecclestone doing a great job so far of holding off Maddox Bailey. 2 young guns here, very talented kids as we go back up to the KGB truck.
Beautiful. Did he do anything wrong the whole race, Ryan?
No, man, he's driving a flawless race, man. It's 100%, kudos to him, because he's just done everything perfect. His lines are perfect. His, entry and exit points are perfect. I mean, It's just, man, what a flawless race. Congratulations to him.
So much confidence inside of that truck now. And, of course, he will join you next year in the Pro 2. He's already got one sitting under the tent over there, so that'll be fun to watch him pick up there and run with the big dogs as well. Congratulations to Kyle Greaves. Getting it done here. Looks like he picked up a sponsor there, 21 Gun Roadhouse. How about that?
That's
Good job
awesome.
there for the 34 truck.
Yeah, it's great to see new partners coming into sport, especially young, enthusiastic guys like Kyle. He works on his own truck, he builds his own stuff. To see him come out here and win like that, that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, he was in a gnarly wreck earlier this year, and it might have been here actually, but they took the truck back to the shop and cut that thing all apart. Yeah, let him hear it, fans, and they cut that thing all apart, put it back together, and brought it back the next day and got through the race. Very, very talented. He is a cut grind weld guy, no doubt, much like Dad.
So is that the swan song for Greaves, or will we see him back in the Pro Light some next year as well, or is it all going to be Pro 2?
I think it's all going to be Pro 2. I think that is the plan.
At this point, what else is there to accomplish, right?
Right, he's done it all for sure.
You know what I mean? And I think it's proven the fact that he's the man in Pro Light right now. So if I were him, I'd set sail on that Pro 2 and let her eat.
Yeah, they got a great buy on the one that's sitting underneath the tent. They've got a great drive line there. There's plenty of good power. So certainly they're talented enough to build one. It'll be fun to watch them develop and move up into that category. You made the switch from Pro Light to Pro 2. How difficult was it? Because it seems like just a natural transition.
The truck is a natural transition. The biggest part of that is obviously the funding part.
Let them hear, ladies and gentlemen, your winner here in Pro Light. Incredible effort there out of Kyle Greaves.
Well, it definitely wasn't a huge step for you, Ryan. You definitely did a great job. Thank you also for being here in the booth. Stoked to have your championship skills, and we'll be back in just a moment here to Crandon.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works. There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 54th running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships and the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup presented by Toyota. Pro Light in the books here. We're going to bring you our Speed Sport highlight reel here. It was Kyle Greaves right off the bat, followed up by Trey Gibbs, and then it was Brody Ecclestone. Little shenanigans going on here at the beginning of the race as everybody was trying to get things sorted up. Unfortunately for Connor Berry, he ended up powerless. So first one out of this one, Jacob Rosales and Brody Ecclestone getting together there as well. And a couple of trucks beating and banging there, including Travis Milhausen. Ecclestone finally getting by Rosales, picks up the spot, takes over third. That was the third and final spot. Then Tyler Rimreed, unfortunately, over-rotated right here in the gravel pit, and that caused a little contact as Ecclestone was committed. Rimreed, unfortunately, would also get up on his lid there, but all said and done, it would be the number 34 truck out of De Pere, Wisconsin, Mr. Kyle Greaves, who grabs his 23rd career Pro Light win. Incredible effort out of that young man, of course, and I want to wish him congratulations as he is now a Crandon World Champion as well. Let's get it down to Erica.
Thank you, Ken. Let's start off with our third place finisher with none other than Brody Ecclestone. Brody, you were under attack for a majority of that race as Maddox Bailey was attempting to hunt you down, but you were able to answer the call every time. Just how gratifying is this one as you really had to work for it?
Yeah, I felt good. I really blew it out the beginning. The track was super slick, and I was just out there trying to find traction, got tangled up a little bit, tagged the wall in the back, bent the truck up a little bit in the front end, and then got tangled up with Tyler later on. But luckily, I was able to get a hold of it and finish off the race strong. So really stoked for all my guys. Sean, Travis, Ken, Johnny, man, they've been working hard, and it shows, and I'm just stoked to be up here. So thankful to be out here in front of all these awesome Crandon fans, and I wouldn't be able to do it without all my sponsors: Maxxis Tires, Bilstein Shocks, Walker Evans Racing, CBR, Dynamic Motorsports, Rugged Radios, and everyone else. Thank you. Actually, Boxo Tools as well. They've been up here, and they've helped me out this year, so shout out to them. Thank you.
A job well done. Congratulations on this third place finish. And our second place finisher, give it up for Trey Gibbs. All of the guys limping over here. Trey Gibbs, you were able to keep consistent. You captured a third place finish in 2022 and a second place finish now here at the Big House. But you were arguably only one of the drivers to keep our defending champion Kyle Greaves honest. So was this one as much fun for you to drive as it was for us to witness today?
Yeah, no, it was absolutely a blast to run out there. It's especially in front of this many fans, and this is why we come out here for all you guys, and we come out here to put on an awesome show. And I feel like we had a good race today, and I hope you guys enjoyed. But this Kyle Greaves guy, I'm really over losing to him. So me and my team we're putting in everything to hopefully maybe get him today. We had a fast track all weekend, but he had a faster truck than us. So props out to him and his team. They've been killing it all year, but it really comes down to me and my team and all my guys. It really wouldn't be possible without them. They all work their butts off day in, day out, and all my respect goes out to them because, like I said, without them it wouldn't be possible. But I want to give a huge thanks to Maxxis Tires, Bilstein. They were working out there. The track was slicked off and the jumps were big, and my truck was handling it all. But Steal It, Rugged Radios, VP, Impact, anybody else I forgot, thank you guys so much.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in 2024, hopefully to reclaim that top spot. But Trey Gibbs, everyone. And now with our first place finisher, give it up for Kyle Greaves. Kyle, history repeats itself as we see you top this Pro Light field, but it's no surprise that you made your way to the top because no matter what series or race you've entered in, you've been competitive and a contender, to say the least. So what has been the secret to your success and consistency this season as you notch another win here today?
Just a badass team and some awesome sponsors. I mean, these guys kick ass every time. My team gives me the best truck they could possibly give me every single time. And you know what? I got to give a huge hats off to my dad, my brother, John Hoffman. He's got our Fox shocks just dialed right in. And I could huck that thing off every jump wide open if I wanted to. But, don't worry, Trey. We're leaving Pro Light next year, so you'll get some then. But we're ready to keep going. We got one more weekend of racing down in Oklahoma again. And we're just ready to keep this train chugging along. So I can't thank my whole team, my mom, dad, my fiance, my brother, his fiance, John Loberg, my grandpa. He's back home. His wife fell down and hurt herself, so he had to head home. But we miss you, buddy. This one's for you. But we're just going to keep on keeping on. And KGB Customs kind of tired. Those RTs, man, podium to pavement for sure. They got that whole shot dialed and kept me in the lead that whole time. So kind of tired. Thank you guys. Aaron Precision, VP Racing Fields, Monster Energy, man, Impulse Media, Fast Pack Media. He's also got my stuff going on. These guys give me some awesome media to take on. But, you know, man, 2 years in a row to take this World Cup win is awesome. So we're going to put this ring next to the other one.
Kyle, well, yet another strong showing for you and your KGB Customs teams. There we have it for our top three in Pro Light. And Ken Camp, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Erica. We appreciate that. Congratulations once again to Kyle Greaves and the rest of the podium finishers down there. Great race out of the Pro Light category as we expected. So that'll wrap up all the pre-race ceremonies. Time now to get things going here for the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Looking forward to do that as well. So once again, we will get it back down to the Speed Sport live from desk. Fellas?
And that's about where I first laid eyes on you, actually, Kenneth, as I remember. And you too, DA, before we went down to, what was the name of that place? Was it Charlie's? What was the name of that?
Charlie's.
Charlie's,
Yes.
down by the lake. That was
Charlie Schlevy.
That was really, really nice. You know, Thursday was a big day. Of course, we had the parade started in the morning, and that was absolutely massive. And then we came here to the barn just there, actually, and had an amazing, like an induction kind of evening with lots of great, fantastic food. The ribs were phenomenal. Not very often I fell in love with Crandon right there, ribs and then kiss. But Frank D'Angelo was honoured. He's retiring, and of course, it was a very emotional night. Filled with so many of his friends and family, and he was presented with an award that really touched his heart. And you know how hard you have to work to get one of these amazing pieces. Frank was very, very touched, and we all know he's an icon of this event. He'll be sadly missed in his role, but he's got some big plans as well. Frank D'Angelo, you're a bloody legend, mate.
Could anybody in this room ever dream or think of a better place to have a retirement celebration than right here in Crandon?
And Frank has done amazing things for this sport. I think Frank D'Angelo is always the man that when he started something, when he left it, it was better than he found it. The All-Pro Hall of Fame means a lot to my family and this community. So nothing brings more pleasure to be able to make this donation of $10,000 to the All-Pro Hall of Fame.
Frank taught me passion. Frank taught me that you can do a lot if you have passion, and it doesn't really matter what you know when you start. It's what you're willing to learn, and it's what kind of work you're willing to put into what you're doing. So thank you for everything you taught me.
There isn't anything I wouldn't do for Frank, because he took me in and helped develop me, and I'll never forget that. So Frank, you are a true gentleman, a true mentor, deeply, eternally grateful to you, and I'm proud. I'm proud to be part of what you've built. I'm proud to be part of the BF Goodrich family, and I'll take that to the grave. So buddy, thank you.
Talk about passion and a love for something. That's what we all share. But Frank is family, and I mean really a family guy. We've known each other now for 50 years.
It says, "This is where the cowboy rides away." Thank you, Frank D'Angelo, for a decade of support. 8/31/2023.
I appreciate it. I will cherish this. like you can't believe.
I want to leave you all with a very, very, very special thanks for the friendships, for the opportunities, and more than anything else, the memories. Thank you.
Boy, the countdowns are getting faster and faster as the day wears out. Jason Flannery joins me here at the moment, and the Flannery family are the reason that we get to sit here basically in their backyard and do what we do. You invite 50 or 60,000 of your closest friends to a barbie. That's what we call a barbecue back home. Mate, thank you so much for this event. You must, just look out there for a second, Jace. Just
totally
look
amazing.
at those fans right there. Your family, this is their legacy. It's your ongoing legacy. It's not done. You must be so proud.
I am. I'm so proud of my family, my father, this community. It's really special. It brings this place alive. There's only 1,800 of us live here year round.
Yeah.
And to bring this many people, and we're willing to share everything we got.
Jace, there's so many. It's a small village that runs a huge army this weekend. You've got so many workers that are just, you never really understand that they're part of the team because they're just doing what they're doing, not looking for fanfare. You couldn't do it without the volunteers. And I mean, yes, there's amazing people like Tina that work in the office. Like, my God, she showed Ralph and I how to get home the other night. But you have so many great people that take this on like their own event.
It is. This Midwestern values is so important. And this community, this is all about them. What we do here and the support we're able to give back to them for the time that they give. This past year we gave 16 high school scholarships. We donated back about $75,000 last fall to the area organizations, the Knights of Columbus, the Youth Athletics, the Wilderness Trails Club, all those guys. We got those guys parking cars, working in our food stands, all that. It just, you guys, this Midwestern values. Good American values are still alive.
Yes.
You just got to keep going to those places to find them, and it's right here in northern Wisconsin.
Yeah.
We get a lot of people out of UP and Michigan. You know what I mean? There's some great people, and there's great people that come from all 50 states here. You know what I mean? And get some guys from overseas here. You know what I mean? And it's awesome. We just want to share this and let everybody know there is some great things left in the country that if you haven't seen, just put some more gas in your car and get there.
Well, Wade said it the best. He talked about, coming from Australia and other countries, and, with America, he really got to experience the true Midwest values, and said this is the heartland.
Yeah.
This really is this area, and there's the salt of the earth people. They really are. You can go to the hotels, the local, go to Yetis. I mean, anything is just the nicest people ever. You just
Jace,
love it.
There's a place called Knoxville in Iowa that hosts the biggest sprint car race in the world. It's got 7,400 people in it until that 1 week. The saddest place in the world is Sunday morning after Nationals. What is this joint like tomorrow? Do you walk around and go, where'd everybody go?
Monday morning, Crandon, Wisconsin, you could shoot a cannon down and not touch a person. But on Friday afternoon or Friday morning, you can't get other people on the streets. And that's amazing. You can bring that many people to a little community like this, and it's just such a shot in the arm for everybody. You know what I mean? And like you guys said, we're good hometown, all American people, just wanting to have a good time and share what we have, and it's just great. This racetrack has put our community on the map.
Yes, it has.
And people from around the world. Mr. Eisbeck.
Yes.
He was up there and he's talking. He said, young man, I've been all around the world.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen anything quite like this.
Yeah, Wolford has seen it all. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We are also grateful to you, mate, for letting us come in and play in your yard. Folks, wherever you are at the moment, would you bang your hands together for the Flannery family and for everyone here at the Crandon Speedway? Because, mate, you've done a phenomenal job.
Jason,
this is world class, mate.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. That's Jason Flannery. He's but one of a small army that run the biggest, baddest off-road race on the planet. We'll be back as we get closer to the Red Bull Cup.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport live from stage for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. You know, we were sitting here before, Dave, and we're sort of just, you know, getting ready for things, and I can hear a presentation in the background. All of a sudden I hear, grease, grease, grease. And I look around, there's some 26-year-old punk getting all the adulation. Kyle Greaves, it's great to have you here, mate. Congratulations. You got 2 Flavor Flav medals now.
Yeah, you know, it was actually unreal to come out here last year and do what we did, and then to come out this year and back it up 2 years in a row. I mean, it's unbelievable. But you know, I got to give it to my team. They kick butt every time. They give me a rocket ship every time we hit the track, and man, they're just on point constantly.
Did you just dream of this as a little kid? Did you have your little like Hot Wheels toys driving around the dirt in the pits while your family was doing this?
Oh yeah, you know, CJ and I used to take our little dirt bikes when they scraped the mud off the trucks. We would make a little dirt bike track out in front of the pit, and then we would go watch John race, and then we had more dirt to make bigger tracks. But you know, it's always been a dream watching John and CJ as I grew up, and it's just been something that I've been passionate about my entire life. And my father did it for a long time, and it was just the right time for us to get into it. And then we just progressively got more experience under our belt, and here we are, you know, 2-time world champ.
Yeah,
I just got to throw out, of course, your dad, Kurt Greaves, and you guys have turned a business into the racing now. That's, you're not just a race car driver, you're a fabricator. So does that give you a little bit more insight of setting every track a little bit better for yourself? And, of course, you built other people's trucks, too.
Yeah, you know, we started just building and repairing side-by-sides. That's just where our business was. We started on that one. Side-by-sides really started to get bigger and bigger. And then we had the opportunity to build a Pro Light, and you know, we just constantly work on it and see what kind of tweaks we can do to our suspension or tire grooving or just little things like that. I know what it can take. I put my heart and soul into it, so I'm going to send it as hard as I can, and this sucker better hold up to what I can give her.
I noticed this is one of my favorite jumps right here in this main stretch, where you just have at it and let it launch. But I got to say, turn 3, like when you head down the back there and just ski slope it like Eddie the Eagle, that's got to be fun, man.
Yeah, it's sometimes you hit it and it flies flat and it lands and just takes off, and sometimes you land a little sideways and it gives you a pretty good rod knock afterwards. But you know, our buddy John Hoffman, he's out here from California, Hoffman Motorsports. He's got our Fox shocks working really, really good, and he's always tuning on it and giving me the best suspension and setup that I can have every time.
And it's so great. I mean, it's fun to get the air, but it's getting that thing back down the ground, transferring that power, and the suspension is such a big thing with that, is keeping those tires, the footprint, in contact with the dirt.
Yeah, as long as we can sky this sucker and keep that wheel to stick to the ground, we're going to the front as quick as we can.
I just love the back of in stuff though, man, like Cowboys and Calamity and Gravel Pit. I know these terms now, mate. I've been here for 3 days. You just kick that sucker in, like particularly down at Cowboys when there's no fans down there, right? There's just you and the guys in the middle, and you have to sail that thing in. And if you get the exit wrong, that costs you big time.
Yeah, I mean, all weekend I've been struggling with that corner. I would come in with good momentum, and it was like all of a sudden middle corner it would just slick off, and then I would start to over-rotate, and I look up my window and I see Trey Gibbs there. I'm like, man, I better get going.
Yeah, one of the crazy things, though, is you mentioned Cowboys and, of course, Calamity. That's when we will see 3 wide sometimes. That is, I mean, they're literally 90-degree hairpins coming around. Now, the crazy thing about that is the lines change so often. So when you're 3 wide, I mean, when you're head, it's like, okay, last time it was the bottom line, middle line, or is it the outside line? So you have to think, all right, I got to move around and slice it.
Yeah, you know, luckily I have my spotter, my brother, and then CJ actually came on halfway through the race.
Nice.
Kind of surprised me, but you know, he was telling me, you know,
What did Squid, hurry up. Yeah.
He's like, what are you doing? Why are you screwing around out here? But
I knew he would mess with you.
You know, he came on. He's like, all right, this is where they're entering. Your exit's really good, but they're entering just a little lower, a little bit higher, and they're getting a better drive through the corner. So luckily we have spotters to help us with that, and you know, all we can do is rely on them and hope that the guy don't come in and take us out.
Dave took me up to the Land Rush start, you know, yesterday to check out
So
some
much
stuff,
fun.
and there's no one back there, right? There's just a handful of people, the starters up there, and you guys just roll up like rock stars. Like, this is like a mechanical rodeo in many respects. You go up the top and you wait for that gate to drop, and then you just haul A55 down towards turn 1 in front of 50,000. What is that like?
It's actually pretty nerve-wracking. You know, they give you enough time to sit up there while you're alone.
Think about it.
And your truck's just rumbling away, and you're looking at this blue wall. You don't even see the track anymore. You see the blue wall, and it kind of just fades away, and you're like, well, hopefully we can get there first and not have to deal with the carnage behind. But, you know, we've had these kind of RTs, and they hook up great, and they get us to the front.
Do you find yourself talking to yourself through that first turn right there? It's like, hold it on, hold my line. I know he's right there, hold my line.
Yeah, I say don't be a wimp. Stay in it.
Yeah, just push it down, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember your first time you matted it, like that you really got a perfect lap in and went, this is how it's supposed to feel? Because that's got to take time. You don't just go out there and rail it, right?
Right. I mean, it definitely takes time, but, you know, who's perfect? We are never perfect. You know, we could have a really good lap. The next guy could have a bad lap. We could have a bad lap. They have a good lap. You know, so nobody's perfect, but when you feel that traction in your ass and you feel it squat down and take off, that's where you know the bite is.
It's like it clicked.
Yep.
That's what's so nice.
This is such a special event. How do you tell people that aren't involved in this? Do you know anybody that doesn't know what this is, by the way?
We run into a couple people in town, yeah, actually in Green Bay, Wisconsin, like, oh, what do you do for a living? You know, oh, well, we race, we build, and off-road, you know, like Crandon, Wisconsin, like, never heard of it. But, you know, then you see a lot of people that say, hey, you know, hey, Kyle, how's it going? You'll be walking through a store or something. So it's pretty cool how big this event really is.
Where do you go from here? What do you, at your age, what do you aim for?
You know, we're always aiming to be the next level. And luckily we're able to figure out a way, and we purchased a Pro 2, and we're stepping up into the Pro 2 class. So now I have another full learning curve ahead of us, but I think we're 100% ready to take that on.
Well, I know I wanted to ask you, you got to do the little fill-in of the big truck, Johnny's. Did that make you want maybe even Pro 4? Or is it like, all right, baby steps, Pro 2 first?
Yeah, definitely baby steps. You know, the Pro 4 was definitely awesome. It was an experience that not many can say that they got to do, and luckily I was able to take on that role of John and finish some races for him. But, you know, I just knew that Pro 2 was my next step. And for me to go from a Pro Light to a Pro 4, it really wasn't quite there for me yet. I still have a lot of things I need to learn, but I believe that Pro 2 is our next step, and then from there on, we'll see.
Do you think some drivers maybe make the step a little bit too soon in some of these classes?
I do. I definitely do. You know, it's hard to go from like a side-by-side to a Pro 2, you know, completely different driving styles, where I think a Pro Light to a Pro 2 it's just a big brother. You know, a little bit bigger, a little bit badder, and more horsepower and a lot more stability. These Pro Lights are pretty wild and scary to hang on to.
So you're out there doing incredible things. What's the drive home like? It's going to be pretty pedestrian, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Why is everybody going so slow?
Yeah.
You know,
Why is everyone still on the road?
I get to take all my fun, all my high-speed adrenaline that I strive for, and I get to take it out on the track. When I'm heading home, I'm relaxing. I'm ready to go sit on the couch for a day or two and just relax with my fiance and my pups.
Man, he's a very, very mature young man, very polished. You do a great job already, buddy. I can see you got a bright, bright future. Grooves. That's how it goes, right?
It's great. I've got to watch him grow up, and it's so cool to see his success and his whole family. So great. Great people.
He's like your Uncle Buck. I'll explain that one later. We'll take a break, and we'll be back on the other side of this with Speed Sport Live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championships, baby.
is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
To the 2022 Method Race Wheels Legends of the Fall.
Mid-America Outdoors is a family jamboree, basically.
Not only is it a race facility, but it's so much more than that.
2 pools, lazy river, restaurants, bars, several hundred miles of trail system.
We're throwing a big outdoor party and maybe a little racing to keep excitement going.
This is going to be a game of not making mistakes this weekend. It is treacherous out there.
The water is going to create havoc.
It's wide open, 12, 1,300 horsepower, and if they don't make it up, they're coming down.
Right. He's out the top. Woo!
Man, up high on the wall.
A little squirrely right there.
I can't wait to just show people what we can do and how we can bring it together.
Family playground. I think that's what makes us unique. That's the reason why it works.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport Live stage for the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championship, presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. If I was going to go somewhere, I don't know, soon, Oklahoma would be a pretty groovy place to go.
Oh, absolutely. Mid-America Outdoors is so awesome, and AOE. The folks out there, Jason Robinette and the entire crew, have done such a good job. They're all about the grassroots racing, but the facility, absolutely mind-blowing. The pool, the lazy river that they got a pool with a jumbotron so people could actually sit in the pool, watch the racing going on. Are you serious? And a lazy river. And, of course, adult beverages will be served in that area also. But it's
When is
really,
this?
We're going in a couple of weeks. They're going to be doing the Champ Off-Road, and also they're going to be doing our Mid-America Outdoors final round there, too, for the side-by-side series.
A pool and a lazy river and
That's
off-road racing together.
It goes hand in hand. But the greatest part about that, it's kind of like if you look out around the Crandon here, but all the property is owned by Jason that we have.
Yep.
Actual trails that you can go riding around there.
Happy
So there's more to do for the family. So you can not just have to come out and watch the racing. You can hang out by the pool, or you can take your family on a trail ride. And that's what's so cool about it. Plus, we've got Travis Pastrana and the Nitro Cross crew hanging out there. So we got a little Nitro Cross. We got the Nitro Circus goes on. They're going to be doing a lot of stuff next year. They're adding a lot more stuff going on. We got TK's Rodeo when we're down there, too. So, I mean, it's just so exciting. There's so much, and it's so family-orientated.
Are you done already? Is that enough?
No, there's more to come. Just wait.
Sounds amazing. And everybody has prefaced here that's been on the box. Has been, we got Oklahoma next. We're pumped about Oklahoma next. So everybody is clearly looking forward to it. Jason Robinette is a real visionary.
Absolutely.
He certainly puts his money where his mouth is. He makes things happen, and that's what we're most excited about in just 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, and if I could say anything to Gayla and Jason, thank you for the love of off-road racing, and it's so great. And it's just like the Flannery family, what they've done for Crandon, they're doing there. And that's really becoming like the West Coast. They've got Great American Shore Course. They've also now got, working with Crandon and, of course, with Mid-America Outdoors. A lot more to come with things around the country and a lot of family-oriented events, and that's what's so great about it.
Can't wait. It's going to be amazing. We are getting ever closer to the big dance that is the Red Bull Cup, which is going to be amazing. I can't wait to hear the boys call it. I got to say, you got some of the best announcers on the planet in this sport as well. I really love listening to hear all the voices of this event. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get towards our introductions, and then we're going to have at it at Crandon, Wisconsin. That's the way I got to say it. Cheese curds and crazy fast off-roading. We'll be back in just a moment.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
It has all come down to this. We are but moments away to turn all hell loose on someone's backyard. That is the Flannery family backyard, and what a backyard it is. Drivers are coming out here very shortly for the intros. Can you just explain to me what's about to happen?
Well, we're going to line up all the trucks and introduce our drivers, the Pro 2s, the Pro 4s. Now, what they do is they're going to start the Pro 2s first, of course, after all the opening ceremonies. And, of course, the Pro 4s are going to be chasing them down. I'm not sure what the time is set, but there's going to be an actual timed gap between when they let them go. But we got a little opening ceremonies before that all happens.
Now, what kind of chance do the Pro 2s have of winning this thing?
Well, we've seen it before. Of course, Keegan Kincaid. He took it there, and of course, last year was C.J. Greaves in a Pro 4. You just never know how it's going to really shake down for you.
It must be a frightening feeling to be in a Pro 2 and know that stuff is hauling A55 to run right over the top of you.
Well, 750 horsepower in a Pro 2 to a 900 horsepower, Pro 4. So they've definitely got the power. Now, the benefits of the Pro 4, you've got those front wheels that pull you out of the corners. So they don't have to worry about so much. They do rotate through the turns, but they're a little bit quicker through the turns, so they can get a little lower also in the turns. So that's going to allow them to get it quicker around. It's always the shortest line around the track in each corner that gets you there quicker.
But the track would have slicked off, I would think, at some point, right? It's had a whole lot of laps on it by this point.
That's true, and they're grooming the track right now. They're going to lay some water, so it might get a little snotty. You never know. There might be some slipping and sliding going around, but it dries out quickly with 30-plus trucks on the track, though.
And is there
that ain't no lie.
any truth to the rumor that in a barn, in fact, a lot of people drink out of the trophy? Is that
that is no rumor. That's absolutely 100% true.
Oh.
That is an honor. In fact, we're going to have to get you in there to be part of that.
So that I can talk about that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So they drink out of the winner's trophy?
Yes.
And it's not milk like Indy, like, meh. This is like...
It would be an adult beverage. You must be 21 to be there.
Oh, I'm hearing the good word.
And it's always my favorite part. Is I always say it's the roar of the big bore when the Pro 4s come rolling down.
We are full bore in the great outdoors, folks. The Red Bull Cup is moments away. Cars are on track.
Cars on track. That's for sure. And you're going to line up
now,
right behind
cars
us.
Or trucks, by the way, because some people say
trucks.
Okay, we'll stick with that.
I mean, you call them race cars, but they're trucks. We got buggies, trucks.
I feel like everything I've watched so far this weekend has all come down to this. Like everything I've learned to this point is about to go out the window.
Now, I got to really ask you. You've been to a lot of events. You know a lot of sprint car stuff. Coming to Crandon, the big house, what is your experience to see all of you seen unfold? You haven't seen the Pro 2 versus the Pro 4 yet, but you've seen a lot. You haven't seen the crescendo yet.
This has been one of the most eye-opening experiences of my life. There's absolutely no doubt. This is one of the most insanely epic events I've ever been to. I cannot wait to hopefully come back next year and check it out all again. Dave, we're about to have at it.
Oh, I'm ready for this.
Full bore in the great outdoors. We're about to do your drive introductions. Ken is standing by. He's tickling the tonsils, and we will get after it. The voice of this epic event, Ken. I know if this doesn't turn you on, you haven't got a switch.
This is as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. Labor Day weekend, we're at Crandon International Raceway. This is the big house, and the big dogs are pulling forward. They're ready for some battle here at the 54th running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships, and, of course, the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Ken Stout and Cameron Steele standing here alongside, ready to call the action as the Pro 2s and Pro 4s roll out here and get lined up. We'll introduce you to our drivers here. We'll have 10 laps of complete madness. Cameron Steele.
Madness is an understatement. I really believe that this is one of those moments in racing where you kind of take the gloves off. You don't really know what to expect, even though you've seen it 20 times before, because anything can and will happen. Is that an understatement?
Oh, absolutely not an understatement. I mean, there's going to be carnage. There's going to be fast trucks. People are going to have a great day. People are going to have a tough day. It's going to be all over the board. The Pro 4s, we were doing a little bit of homework here. The Pro 4s seem to, depending on how the track is groomed, could have as much as a 5-second advantage. We've also seen it where they were much closer. So it's hard to say exactly how this is going to break down. It's always up to race control to decide what that split's going to be. So if you've not seen this before, they will turn the Pro 2s loose first. There will be a time frame there, and then they will turn the Pro 4s loose, and the Pro 4s will be in hot pursuit of that big trophy.
And no matter what the officials do, one group will be upset with them.
Right?
Either the 2s or the 4s are going to be upset, but they try to do it best they can and make it all even and fun when you break down the track. Now, the track has a condition I'm looking at right now. It's got a little bit of moisture on it, but it doesn't have a lot of wet slick on it. So we'll see if that changes over the next few minutes if we get any more service out there, but I do not think we are, as all the drivers are now lined up and parking right in front of our main grandstand area. Wow, what a packed house. It looks amazing. The drivers can actually hear you out there. They might actually be able to hear me. And I feel sorry for them if they can, because, I'm a tough listen sometimes. But we're here to bring you the best of the best action in off-road racing, and we're looking forward to this World Cup.
Our rundown says that we're supposed to have 25 drivers. It actually looks like more trucks than that are out there. I do know there are a couple that might not be able to make the call here. We'll see if we can get things sorted once we start this official driver intro. Right over there by the Eibach winner's circle, of course, which is where they all want to end up.
I just saw a quick look at R.J. Anderson, who won in the Pro 4s this morning, looking quite solid. And a big lineup of Pro 2s, which will be starting first. So some of the drivers thinking that it might be tougher with all of the Pro 2s out there for all the Pro 4 or for the lead Pro 4 to get through. And we'll see how that plays out, because no matter how many times you try to predict it, no matter how many times you've seen it, as I said just a moment ago, you're never really sure what's going to happen when it goes green here at Crandon for the final race of the weekend.
All right, so we do have a camera op down there ready to rock and roll. So we'll see if we can get things going there. And, yeah, why not start off with this guy? He's currently leading the points in the Pro 2 category, looking for his first championship out of Havasu. Put your hands together for Corey Winter, a winner earlier today. Winner on the winner. How about that? Talented young man. Right there alongside him, that is Ronnie Anderson. Ronnie Anderson knows how to get it done. It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle it is. His father, of course, Randy Anderson, a Hall of Famer. Right beside him, it's going to be Johnny Holcher. Johnny Holcher cutting his teeth in the Pro 2 category here this year and has entered Pro 4. He's decided to run the Pro 2 here in the Cup race, hoping he can get the whole shot and drive away. Right alongside him, how about a hometown boy? No name any bigger than the Kincaids here in this area. This is Keegan Kincaid, a 2-time Pro 2 champ and a 4-time Cup winner. Along him is going to be a Pro Light champ and another guy that is blazingly fast. His name is Doug Matag. Worked his way from the back a little bit earlier today, proved that he has the speed. Don't ever count this guy out. Another guy hoping to make a name for himself out here at the Big House. Put your hands together for Pro 2 driver, the number 73 truck, Kyle Cooper. And how about a big dog out here playing in the dirt? Former NASCAR winner, son of a Hall of Famer in Roger Mears. Put your hands together for Casey Mears. Also had a great weekend so far. Another guy that's been out here doing it in the dirt, man. He's been cutting his teeth for the past few years, has certainly developed into a talented driver. This is Troy Cox. Our next driver battled for a number of years, took a little bit of time off, and then made his way back. Driver of the Tonka-sponsored number yellow Pro 2 truck. This is Mayan Spaccarelli. I don't see Mayan. Where are you? There he is. And then it's great to have him back here with us. This guy knows how to get it done as well. How about a 6-time short course off-road racing champ? 3 of those in the Pro 2 category. Put your hands together for Jared Brooks, sponsored by General Tire. Great to have a diverse driver out here. Not only does she know how to drift, she is also part of the Ganassi Extreme team and R.J. Anderson's partner. Nice to see her out here getting it done in a Pro 2 as well. Put your hands together for Amanda Sorensen. Our next driver is getting a lot of seat time as of late. Doesn't matter if it's Pro Light or Pro 2. He'll drive it, he'll race it, getting faster every time we see him on the track. Put your hands together for Travis Milhausen Jr. Was that Bob Rand? I believe it was, so I don't see Travis. I believe that was Bob Rand. My apologies there as we are going off of the camera. Clearly by the name on the door, right? How about this next guy? They're as diverse as they come. Not much this guy hasn't competed in, driven, won in championships. It doesn't matter. He does movies, he does racing, he can even do science. Put your hands together for Tanner Faust. All right, there's a look at Travis Milhausen. Sorry about that. Certainly, they moved the trucks out of line here, man. They put it in front of me, and I'm going to read it. But great to have him out here once again, as we were talking about, getting better every single time he touches the track, running in multiple classes. Put your hands together for Travis Milhausen Jr. Next driver in the number 98 truck, and my apologies here. I do not hold on just a second. One more piece of paper here. I believe that is Patrick Dennis in the number 98 truck coming down out of Canada. We appreciate him making the effort as well. We've not seen him too much here this year, but as of late, the last couple of rounds has been beating around out there, getting it done, finishing inside of the top 10. Put your hands together for Patrick Dennis. Up next will be number 13 truck of Jay Schaefer, out here to throw down with the big dog, see if he can get it done. It could be a magical day. Put your hands together for him.
I'll cut through here.
The next driver in the number 74 truck, I believe back on the next row, currently competing in the Pro 2 category. Does have a podium finish here at Dirt City a little bit earlier in the year. Congratulations, and put your hands together for Dustin Grabowski. All right, the number 37 truck. He can get it done. You see him down there again. This is the brother of Ronnie, son of Randy, the Hall of Famer, a Pro 4 champ, a 3-time short course off-road racing champ. Put your hands together for R.J. Anderson. Also a cup winner here as well. Right beside him, it's as big as they come, a hometown champ. How about a 10-time short course off-road racing champ, an 11-time cup winner out here? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for C.J. Greaves. Right beside him, another young gun cutting his teeth, has certainly proven he has the speed. It doesn't matter if it's Pro Light or now up into Pro 4. He's shown some real speed, led a number of races, and hungry for that first win. Today just might be the magic. Put your hands together for Cole Mamer. Alongside Cole Mamer, looks like it's going to be the number 15 truck. The Red Bull sponsored driver out here getting it done in both the side-by-side categories and, of course, Pro 4. Running a limited schedule in the Pro 4s, but certainly very, very fast. A number of podiums along the way, including back-to-back podiums at Bark River. Put your hands together for Andrew Carlson. Next up, a former Cup driver, another guy that came out from underneath the tent of the Greaves camp. Dug in hard 1 year ago. They've done a lot of development on that truck. Came out here in the spring and won 2 races here at Crandon. He is extremely fast, very switched on, and great to see this team excelling. Put your hands together for the very tough Jimmy Henderson. Alongside Jimmy Henderson is going to be the number 91 truck. How about a 3-time short course champ, a 3-time King of the Hammers champ? The resume goes much deeper, but put your hands together for the championship winning Mr. Kyle Cheney. And we'll round things up here with the Wild Man. He's been in this sport for a long time, an absolute veteran, just coming off of a win at Bark River. He has done some crazy stunts inside of a Pro 4. Put your hands together for Adrian Cheney. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will wrap up our field here for this Red Bull Crandon World Cup. The 8th running of this, of course. You might be asking, where is the 9-time champ? The guy with over 100 wins, Mr. Johnny Greaves. Unfortunately, not able to make the call here. The Greaves camp had to pick either his truck or CJ's truck, which they had a lot of repairs to do too, and they focused all their efforts on CJ Greaves. So we will miss Johnny out here, but I'm sure he will join us again at another Cup race. In the meantime, they'll all be pulling for CJ out of that camp. So good stuff, man. We're ready to rip right here with the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup presented by Toyota. Lots of great things to come, including the start of this race. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here to Crandon.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Back in 1989, I was 26 years old, and I was the director of motorsports for Bosch, Robert Bosch Corporation, and was into desert racing, and I made friends with Les Unger at Toyota and a guy named Bob Mount from Yokohama, and I just felt like we needed to have kind of the super team idea where we had some of our racers all come together in one group.
He picked a handful of teams long before big manufacturer involvement from a couple different classes that he thought were the best of the best, and he pulled them all together. They shared the same sponsors, shared the same livery, the same crew uniform, and they went out and dominated. We're excited to be here. Crandon is a marquee event for Yokohama. You know, paying homage to this in 35 years, it's an amazing thing to be a part of. We took 7 of our drivers from a handful of different classes, took the same vintage livery, wrapped them all, reprinted all these cool shirts. It just so happens Marty is the promoter for Crandon, so it was kind of all able to come together.
It means a lot to be on Yokohamas. In my opinion, they're the best tire. Using this livery is just awesome. It's cool to see the old pictures. All the guys were showing me that, and to kind of bring that back has been such a cool experience.
I mean, Yokohama has just been awesome to the foundation, to the Warriorville Foundation. And then having us come out here and put that wrap on the car and just be a part of the history of Yokohama and the heritage that came with it is it's an honor.
As a young man, or young teenager, my dad rode in the truck, spent many miles in the passenger seat of the truck racing with Malcolm Vinge and Mark Hansen, who were the driver records on the truck. So as a young teenager, like I said, I was at the races, working on the truck, and then to find it again and restore it and look at all the old footage and stuff, just a lot of memories.
757 is the Yokohama Toyota, Malcolm Vinci and Mark Hansen, and they're running 4th. Right?
First off, I never thought the truck would even come to the Midwest. There, you know, so to have it here is pretty amazing, and then have all the other Yokohama sponsored vehicles wrapped the same, doing the photo shoot, you know, recreating that, and having all that together just looks real amazing to have it, you know, representing this.
Welcome back to the Speed Sport Live from the 54th Polaris Crandon World Championships presented by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Let's not go anywhere just yet. I get the feeling something's going on, Marty Fioca.
There's a lot going on. There's been a lot going on. But yeah, we're ready for the big show right here. The annual Red Bull Cup race. This is the biggest race in short course racing, the one everybody wants to win. $30,000 on the line, and this is a great show. Staggered start, as you know, it's Crandon tradition after the land rush starts for both Pro 2 and Pro 4. Fans come here, wait all year just to see this race, and we're ready to get it on here in Crandon.
I feel like I've wasted 51 years of my life, mate.
Well, you have.
Where have I been?
I don't know, but you haven't been here.
Clearly I haven't. It's a phenomenal. Congratulations, mate. And I know I'm saying that to you, but you're representing a team that puts together the biggest race in off-road history.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a big team. It's a big team of volunteers. We have about 500 volunteers here.
Wow.
Our staff, all the people who work on the racetrack, the prep, the building, starting with Cliff Flannery and Jason Flannery all the way down to his kids who are working here, every part of this track. And then never mind the hardworking Tina Kuloff, who's our general manager, office manager. She works so hard with us.
Saint.
Yeah, so her and I work all summer together here. I live in California, but I come here for the summer just to help with our 2 races, our June brush run race, and, of course, the Polaris World Championships we have here. And like I said, it's a culmination. It's kind of really getting exciting. It's kind of also really sad. But, we had the best weekend I think we've ever had here in 54 years.
Wow.
Yeah, we had the biggest crowd Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the KISS concert, all that. So it's super exciting.
Now, to put this in perspective, you had the biggest rock and roll band in American history play here on Friday night alongside this. That gives it that blue ribbon, if it didn't already have it,
It really did. No, I'm not sure if they're the biggest rock and roll band in American history, but I'll argue that with you. But it's all good. Yeah, no, we did. So, but it was all part of the big kickoff for Friday night, right? I mean, we really want to kick off, and thanks to the Potawatomi Casino Group, we were able to bring KISS here to Crandon. Who would have thought this small town, 1,000 people, KISS is playing. All we heard was, is this a cover band? Is this a cover band? No, this is the real KISS. And we had about 13,000 people show up to watch them here, and it was a great show, and it just was a kickoff really to some great 3 days of racing, and it's all coming down to this race right here.
Look at these people, mate. Have a look at that hill. Have a look at that. Crandon, can you stick your hands up for us and wave them around? We want to put you on TV all over the world.
Come on, baby.
Can we send a wave? Can we do a wave?
Where's the Crandon wave? We've done it before.
Yeah, let's do it from the barn down here, okay, in turn 2. On the count of 3, I want everybody in the barn to go up, and we'll send it back up the hill. Are you ready? Everybody down here at the barn end in turn 2. On the count of 3, go up. 1, 2, 3, go up. Good work. Make it noisy. You're going well. Make it noisy. Good work, Crandon. Keep it going.
That is beautiful.
Keep going through the grandstand, all the way through the bleachers. Oh, that's good. Let's do it one more time, but let's do it America loud, okay? Let's do it seriously awesome loud. Here we go. Everybody back here at the barn on the count of 3 and noisy. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Crandon. Keep it noisy. Let those drivers hear you. Oh, Marty, if that doesn't turn you on, mate, you haven't got a switch.
I have a switch. I'm turned on. What can I say? It's fantastic to see. So we have the best fans in the world. They came out in record numbers this weekend, and a lot of first-timers have come now fully enamored with this place. I don't know where we're going to put everybody next year, but we're going to figure it out. It's going to be our 55th anniversary next year. We'll see what we got. I'm sure we got some things to really bring up. It's going to be great.
Start working on the new grandstands, all right? You might need them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be great.
Hey, we're 5 minutes away from start time. We're about to rock and roll all night and party every day. Marty, it's going to be an epic event. What is going to happen? Tell me, what should I expect right now? Someone's going to walk out here with 30 large.
$30,000 on the line, but really they're willing to put it all on the line to win the Red Bull Cup race. It's the most prestigious race there is in the sport. What we're going to see is sheer mayhem. So fans at home to understand what happens here, we give the Pro 2s, which have a slower lap time on the long track, the 1.7-mile track here, we give them a staggered start. So they'll take off, and then you're going to sit there, going to do most of the track, and then the Pro 4s, which are the all-wheel drive 1,000 horsepower trucks, are going to take off after them. So it's a chase for 10 laps to try to see who's going to get there first.
Who was drunk and came up with this 54
I don't know.
years ago?
It was before me, my time too. But it's a Crandon tradition. It's one we only do here at Crandon. It allows us, because we have the land rush start, it's actually possible to do this. We did a Pro Light Pro Buggy Cup race the other day, just as a warm-up. That was great. But this is the big deal, and you'll see sheer mayhem going on here in about 5 minutes.
Marty, you've got some of the best people in racing working behind the scenes on this. I want to say big thanks to Joe and Ralph and all the team here on Speed Sport Live for doing a great job of the coverage. And I got to say, your announcers, mate, they are very, very good. The announcing team you have here.
We're very blessed. We've been working really hard on making sure that the world gets to see this race and do it on as high as a professional as we can, in terms of bringing great live streaming and great television to bring this day. It's not just one race, it's all day. This is the biggest race in pro off-road racing, and we're proud to be here and doing it. It can only happen at the big house. It can only be Sunday. It's Labor Day weekend. It's America, and we're ready to go racing.
1,800 people live in this town, and we've got about 50,000 in here now.
Yeah, we're expecting actually about 65,000 through the gates in 3 days here, which is a record for us.
God bless America.
It's great, isn't it?
I can't wait to have a beer with you later on. So we are 2 minutes away before we send them to the top and let them rip. You got any picks on this? Going to put you on the spot. Can CJ do it again?
Yeah, CJ, of course, can do it again. I mean, if it depends on the split. It depends on the dirt. It depends on the tire. It's a lot of grip. It's a lot of things. It's very difficult for the man who puts this all together, a gentleman by the name of Faye Stetson, who's done this for so long, to figure out the exact split. It's not the same. It depends on qualifying times. But I'll tell you what, CJ Greaves has been really consistent this year. Consistency is the key. I'm also looking, but then again, it was great to see RJ Anderson come. He doesn't race all the time. He looked really fast this morning in Pro 4. Pro 2, you know, unfortunately, Mickey Thomas isn't racing this afternoon because he's been consistent. But I got to say, Corey Winter looks really, really good. So I'm going to pick between, I think, CJ and Corey.
It's always good to see a repeat winner or someone win it again or again and again. But you know what? Nothing beats someone whose life changes in that moment winning the first one, right?
Yeah, no, and it does change these people's lives. I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, we saw the emotions today about guys winning their first Crandon Pro World Championships, and we saw it in a bunch of classes, and it's going to change it right here. It's going to be great.
Next year, can we start the Volkswagens as the first bit of this?
Well, how about you and I both get a bug and we'll build one, and we're going to do it. We'll do Class 11 next year. I'm ready.
I cannot wait. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have 25 seconds to throw up to a couple of the best voices in all of off-road racing. Marty, it's been a bloody pleasure, mate.
It's been a bloody pleasure to see you here, too. Thank you.
Hold on tight, America. We're about to get after it. Ken and Cameron, it's up to you to take us through the big one.
Thanks a lot, fellas. It was great to hear from Marty Fiocca down there. People don't realize how involved he is, how much he has a part of what we see here today. Of course, it's an entire staff, an entire team, but he herds the cats as best he can, and he does a phenomenal job. He's been a huge part of off-road racing in general, not just short course. So thank you for everything, Marty. We certainly appreciate it.
Absolutely true, and we have a lineup full of horsepower.
So real quickly before we get things started here, we just had Kurt Leduc up here as well. We want to throw some love out to our good friend Kyle Leduc. We know he's been watching here all day long. No way he's going to miss this one. We saw his truck down at the parade a little bit earlier this week, fighting head and neck cancer. He is giving it one heck of a fight as well. In great spirits, doing everything he possibly can. Looks great as well. Hey, brother, we love you, man. We miss you. Your fans are out here. Everybody wants to see you back here next year. Keep doing what you're doing until you beat this thing, and then get your butt right back out here. We want to see that 99 truck throw down.
Yeah, Crandon, how about a big round of applause for Kyle Leduc, one of our heroes. We certainly love him and can't wait to have him back. And they're on their feet.
Strong T-shirts out there, too. That is very, very cool. All right, man, it's time. It took us 4 days, but we're finally here. It's time to throw down there with this big race. 30 grand on the line. Big trophies as well. That's what it's all about. This is bragging rights. Pro 2, Pro 4. I heard Wade say, who got drunk and came up with this idea? You didn't have to get drunk for this one. All you needed was a guy with a Pro 2 and a guy with a Pro 4. It was on, right?
Bragging rights on the line. Of course, it doesn't always go as predicted. We've said it a couple times. Let's take a look at our starting grid because now we have who is going to be in the field, and there are a lot of hitters here. Who's your favorite, Ken? But let's get through this list.
Man, I don't know. It's so hard to pick a favorite. Certainly you have to think about CJ Greaves, but I love Corey Winter, who's gotten the whole shot a couple of times in the Pro 2. If he can do that and run away and have the bulk of that Pro 2, that large Pro 2 class back behind him as blockers, who knows, man? We've seen Pro 2 trucks win this many, many times, going back to Scott Taylor, who was the first one to ever do it inside of a Pro 2. Many people didn't think it could be done, but it's certainly been done a lot since then. The Pro 4s will have their work cut out for them. We'll see how big that split is and see when it comes together. No mandatory caution in this race, as you might imagine. 10 laps long, and they've got to get after it.
10 laps, get it done. Now, it'll be interesting once they turn loose. The Pro 2s will wait and find out how long it's going to take before the Pro 4s go off. It's one of those things of anticipation, right? And the spotters are probably all paying attention to the Pro 2s to when they're going to let those 4s go. There's a lot of different things going on here at one time, which is the best part about it.
So to help you differentiate between the two, the Pro 2s will have black numbers on them. The Pro 4s will have white numbers on them because they can look very similar for sure.
All I care about is if they're throwing huge roosts and the horsepower is flying high. And there was a horsepower differential we should probably talk about as well.
Yeah, there was a rule change in Pro 2 that happened just a few years ago. They went to a Spec 410 motor that was much more cost-effective, as you know, than the big race motors, but these things produce about 700 horsepower. That doesn't matter here in this particular game because they will be adjusted based on their lap times in the races. So they'll adjust that start time for the Pro 2s to the Pro 4s. The Pro 4s, as we've already documented, they are unlimited, naturally aspirated power plants producing upwards of 950 horsepower. Absolute monsters of the grid, all 4 tires digging. So as you well know, and you can hone in on this a lot better than I can, but the Pro 2s really don't have a big choice in lines if they're going to run the fastest line. The Pro 4s, man, they can really divvy it up.
For sure. The way I equate it is you got to run the ballet of apexing the corner if you're in a Pro 2. You got to hit the sweet spot. You got to know where the traction is. You got to know where it's not heavy, where you can really lay it down and carry your momentum through the turn. So there's one preferred line, so to speak, for the Pro 2. Yes, you can move around a little bit, and don't call me out on this single line. But the Pro 4, with all 4 wheels digging, they can rotate early, go down to the bottom. They can apex late and come out on the outside. It's not as hard for them to choose a different line, but they still love that same preferred line that the Pro 2's in. And I know that the Pro 4 doesn't like when it gets too far out into the loam where the Pro 2 throws that loam on the outside on the cushion.
So the beginning of the race here, the Pro 2s are hoping, and you brought this up, what RJ talked about it with all the trucks out here, the Pro 2s out here, they will sling the bottom off pretty quickly and start developing that cushion where they can get some grip.
Yeah, when we talked to a couple drivers, they were saying, oh, there's a lot of Pro 2s going to make it harder for the Pro 4s to get through. Agree. RJ Anderson said clearly, he's all, hey, with all the Pro 2s, it's going to clean the track off faster and make it faster for the Pro 4s to use different lines and be able to go further to the outside.
So we'll see how things shake down here. There's a lot of different options. What I would tell you to look for is when the Pro 4s catch up with the Pro 2s, watch the different lines that they can use. They'll be watching the drivers in front of them. If they're going high, if they're going low, they know about where they want to go, and they will go in a different direction. It is so cool to watch these masters behind the wheel do what they do.
Well, the coolest moment in motorsports is all of these trucks going down through turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
Land rush start funnel down to what I would say is probably 3 preferred lines, but maybe 6 wide. And that is something of beauty. If you haven't seen it live, it's about to blow your mind. It is something that you will not believe. But those of you at home, pay attention, watch for your favorites, watch for the whole shot, and also remember, there's a couple undulations in the start straight, so it's not exactly straightforward if someone gets a bit of a jump right out of the gate.
Yeah, we've seen that happen all weekend long where somebody will hit a jump or launch the truck just a little bit sideways. Immediately, everybody's driving, racing, steering. This is not a smooth land rush start. There's some landmines out there that they'll be running through to come down here, and I believe it was CJ that we heard running through turn 1, Forest County, Potawatomi, turn 1 at over 100 miles per hour. They'll fan them out 3, 4, 5 wide. It will absolutely be on.
Oh, it's on, that's for sure. The fans are ready. The drivers are strapped in. We're waiting for the officials to be ready, and we'll be ready to go time here. You see the bright yellow truck there, Jarrett Brooks. He had a great run going in what I would call the qualifying race this morning. Had a window net come down. He had to pull into the hot pit. Therefore, he did not get one of those first couple picks on the lineup, so he's a little bit further out from the inside than he would probably like to be.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker for him, no doubt about that. But he's certainly very, very fast. We'll see how things shake down. Look at that long line of Pro 2s, and, of course, they will all be going for it to try and get that hole shot into turn number 1. So far tucked down, even if you're on the pole down there for Corey Winter, when you come in and you hit that angle that low, if he has somebody beside him, it can really pinch off the turn. If he can open it up just a little bit, he can carry that momentum.
It is, I have not driven this start straight, but every time I see that outside, someone coming around the outside, it makes my hair on my neck stand up because it does come around and pinch down on it. All the momentum of all the trucks is drifting to the outside. It's getting close. It's time to go to that starter stand.
All right, get on your feet, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. The trucks have been started. They're making some noise, waiting for the starter up in the stand to throw the green flag. We'll turn the Pro 2s loose, and then we'll turn the Pro 4s loose after them. It is time to throw down for $30,000 and the most prestigious trophy in all of short course racing right here at the Big House, Labor Day weekend. Let's turn them loose. Listen in, baby. This one's going to be good. Three, two, one, let's go racing! Big contact!
Kincaid! Jinx!
The early leader there with the Lucas Oil back machine. Former winner here. Oh, and a big wreck. One sitting right in the middle. I believe that's Mayan Spaccarelli sitting there in the middle of the track. That will force a yellow flag here, I'm sure, very quickly with the Pro 4s not leaving just yet. We'll see what race control decides to do. But in a horrible spot right there. Looks like they're going to immediately try to get him out of the way. And everybody shut down. So, yeah, they have no choice right here. No way they could turn the Pro 4s loose with that truck sitting in the middle. And I believe that that might be Amanda Sorensen. No, Spaccarelli. I really think it might have been, the 12X there of Mayan Spaccarelli. So, make sure Mayan is okay there. I saw a couple of trucks and it got dusty. Couldn't see if anybody was on the backside. But,
here's another look at it. Keegan Kincaid with the whole shot. Mayan Spaccarelli started early. He caught that big jumbo tire on the outside. Does have some contact after, but everything is okay. We're getting reports. Mayan is okay inside the truck. They're just going to move it from the course, and we're going to go back. Believe it or not, we're going to do that again. Two different number 12s out here in this particular category, so my apologies there. I don't want to give anybody a scare. That might have been an Amanda fan, but great to see that Mayan is okay. Mayan's been doing this for a long, long time. Was a regular on the tour there for a long time. He's been running on the West Coast. Great to have him back out here, but boy, this is a tough moment for him. Of course, we're glad he is okay. That's first and foremost, but a lot of work to be done to get that one race ready again. Boy, he went for a pretty big ride there. That was a big ride for sure. We'll see how they line him up, but Keegan with a great start, unbelievable hole shot. That's always a heartbreaker to get that great start and then have to go back and do it again.
Yeah, that's really tough. Well, we're going to get everybody lined back up here one more time, and that's going to take us a few minutes here, of course, as well. Hey, put your hands together for Mayan Spaccarelli out of the truck, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, safety over there chatting with him. Clearly seems to be in good shape. So, once again, safety issues doing what they need to do. All right, we'll get them all lined back up and turn them loose one more time in just a moment.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works. There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
And once again, we are back here at the 54th running of the Polaris Crandon World Championships and the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup, presented by Toyota, which is about to take place here once again. Unfortunately, we lost a couple of trucks here in the middle. You can see a couple of holes there, one of those being Jarrett Brooks.
Yeah, both yellow trucks. One was Mayan Spaccarelli, the other one,
here we go.
Obviously Jarrett Brooks, and here we go. Restart is on. See all those undulations. Here they come, setting it up. Lots of tight competitors. 3 wide. Keegan Kincaid
One more
again.
time. Corey Winter and Ronnie Anderson right beside each other as they head right in front of the crowd here. But Keegan Kincaid, 2 hole shots. He had to come from deep in the field a little bit earlier today. Worked his way back up to 4th. Certainly has a hot rod, and he's ready to show it off now. Ronnie Anderson takes over 2nd.
Corey Winter, your winner earlier today, number 67, the blue truck sitting in that 3rd position, and the 4s are off. The Pro 4s are off.
Number 53 truck in there also having a good start here.
R.J. Anderson leads C.J. Greaves as they come around the Potawatomi, turn number 1, headed for the barn. It's R.J. Anderson, your winner earlier today in the Pro 4 race. So a solid get out of the gate. In the Pro 4s, everybody's clean. Racing is clean. It's R.J. Anderson, C.J. Greaves, Cole Mamer, and Henderson running in that 4th position in the Pro 4s. Can they make up the gap? Can they make up the time? The 4s are looking fast. As they clear Calamity Corner, your leader, competition, challenge. Here comes Greaves. Watch him dive maybe to the inside, trying to set it up. Look for 2 different ways to do it. Greaves down the bottom. Kincaid back into the infield. He's still your leader. Greaves trying to get by for the lead.
Excellent stuff there between the Pro 4s. Of course, the Pro 2s already coming back around as they're getting after it. And yeah, the Pro 4s side by side. CJ down to the inside, trying to bully his way through.
And he does
touched him. He gets it done down on the bottom. RJ's going to have to scrap back, goes outside in on him, and they are still side by side. Nope, looks like CJ will get the spot here. Keegan Kincaid checking out here. Huge gap over Ronnie Anderson and Corey Winter. The 93 of Johnny Holzer in that Pro 2.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Welcome to Crandon, folks.
R.J. Anderson trying his desperate self to get back in the hunt here with CJ. CJ with some real speed in that 33 truck. Toyota making some noise here tonight.
CJ just did classic, pulled up alongside and took the same braking potential with RJ and filled up the line. RJ couldn't turn in, couldn't rotate.
Yeah, and how about that other guy, that Jimmy Henderson guy that's been flexing some muscle here?
He's coming, sitting in that 3rd spot right now.
We don't want to forget about our Pro 2 drivers. Still Kincaid out front, followed up by Ronnie Anderson, Corey Winter. They're going to be coming back around here in just a couple of moments.
Here they come, back around the Potawatomi, turn number 1. Here comes your Pro 2s, led by Keegan Kincaid in the number 4. Lucas Oil Truck, the NOS Energy number 52 of Ronnie Anderson, and the Vision Canopy number 67 of Corey Winter. But he has competition right on his back door. Watch for the pass, watch for the attempt.
We'll start getting some lap times here as well. We'll try to monitor when the Pro 4s are catching back up and how they're doing with the leaders of the Pro 2. Man, Keegan Kincaid on a torrid pace. This is exactly what he's got to do. I'm talking about 10 qualifying laps. Get it done.
The Pro 4s are back inside. CJ Greaves in the Monster Energy number 1. followed directly by that NOS energy of R.J. Anderson.
So about a 1:23-second lap time here for Keegan Kincaid. Clearly the fastest Pro 2 here out on the field so far.
They're about to come up on the back of that pack of Pro 2. Look at this, Jimmy Henderson, the United Rentals truck trying to get underneath R.J. Anderson. They're headed for Calamity Corner at the finish line. And look at this, going to the inside
Oh
is
my
CJ.
goodness, what a move there by CJ. The smallest amount of contact, but man, he set that up a month ahead of time. Incredible effort.
We call that the can opener. Coming through, gotta make the move.
Of course, that allowed RJ to get back closer to CJ. CJ crosses the stripe here as well. See if we can get a lap time on CJ. CJ Greaves on the 1:19.5. So right now, about 3 seconds, 2.5, 3 seconds.
Your Pro 2s are back on the infield. Keegan Kincaid, the Lucas Oil number 4, has put up quite a gap. He's got 20 truck lengths on Ronnie Anderson. Then Corey Winter is sitting in that third position. Quite a battle in the Pro 2s between third, fourth, and fifth as the Pro 4s come back inside your stadium right in front of the crowd.
So some quick gorilla math here, about 3.5 seconds faster. He's a total of 20 seconds behind. 8 or 9 laps to do it. That is right on par to catch him on the last lap if everything goes to plan.
Well, they seem to be catching up faster than it sounds like they should. They seem to be right there. 3 trucks all doing it their own way with Greaves, Anderson, and Henderson all looking bad fast and super solid. They've gotten by a couple of the Pro 2s. What happens now is they start to get into the better Pro 2s. It makes it a little tougher to pass. They fill those lines up. All of a sudden, it might tighten up that pass.
Oh,
Greaves is off.
CJ right front tire is flat. CJ Greaves will not go back-to-back here. That opens up the door for R.J. Anderson. We'll see if he can get it done, or maybe Jimmy Henderson for the first time ever. However, don't count out those Pro 2s. They are way out front, including that Lucas Oil pack number 4 of Keegan Kincaid. He's done it 4 times out here.
And that pack for 3, 4, and 5 right now looks so solid in the Pro 2s. That's going to be the tough spot for the Pro 4s to get through. But they also do have 6, 7, and 8 to deal with still as well. R.J. Anderson now on the back of the 25, trying to make a move. He's going to go to the outside. Watch out now. Henderson might be able to make a move here. And he has to go back to the inside. R.J. Anderson had to go outside and back to the inside. And here comes Henderson. Watch that Pro 4 action as they go into the gravel turn.
Yeah, that's the other thing that's worked out for him so far. They've not been racing each other too much. Henderson right there, but just cannot come out of the bottom of the turn as fast as RJ. No doubt a fast truck, though.
RJ has to do work. He's got a couple lappers. He goes to the outside.
Matag goes around the outside of Corey Winter. Corey Winter gets tagged from the back and spun out. Hopefully nobody else gets into it. Spotters will be going to work there. Corey Winter gets going one more time.
And here goes RJ Anderson, gets pushed wide. Henderson has the line. RJ has to tuck it in deep. Here comes Henderson running down the back.
Henderson all over the tailgate of the 37 truck's got to run down to Cowboy Corner.
They've got traffic.
Traffic as well. He stuffs it down in there. He so far has it. RJ trying to take it down in and keep it. Can he get it done? A lot of dust back there. Hard to see it, but I think Henderson got the spot.
It's right there, but here comes Anderson. He's got a truck right in front of him, a blocker. They're both going to have to deal with it. It's Henderson in front, and RJ trying to go down the inside. No, Henderson makes a move. It's the wrong move. He follows into the lap traffic.
Corey Winter changed lanes in the last second, and he ran right into the back of him. I'm really glad he didn't launch Corey Winter. He had nothing to do. He had an opening. Corey went down to the bottom. Fortunately for Henderson, R.J. Anderson followed him to the same hole. Now down to the bottom goes R.J. Anderson.
And he fills the line. He goes right out in front of Henderson, makes the move clean. He's got one to get by to get before Calamity Corner. And look at R.J. goes to the inside, tucks it into the Pro 4 using multiple lines, and he's going to be clean by. Now he's going to have to make a run. He's going to run out of time. He's only got a few laps left to try to catch up with those lead Pro 2s.
Yeah, he's got some good clean track right now. Henderson's going to have to deal with the number 96 truck, see if he can get out and around him. Of course, that is Troy Cox. Makes quick work of that, and now we'll try to hunt down RJ. In the meantime, it is all about Keegan Kincaid, who's way out front. Keegan Kincaid now with a 19.8 I'm sorry, a 19-second gap over R.J. Anderson.
He's got to keep it clean. Ronnie Anderson running in second. He's got to keep it clean. These Pro 4s are going to be faster, but he can't risk making a mistake as well. Something to think about. The good news for Keegan Kincaid is he doesn't have much in the way of lappers in front of him right now. He's got one slow truck. He should be able to get by pretty easily in the next couple corners.
I'm surprised. It looked like Keegan Kincaid lost a little bit of steam there. 1:23-second lap time, 1:24 basically last time around. R.J. Anderson, though, only a 1:22.5. Did not make up much ground dealing with that lap traffic.
That was a tough one, and a huge shout out to Jimmy Henderson and R.J. Anderson, both able to negotiate a bit of chaos there with Corey Winter. Obviously not able to run the full pace he wants to. They had to make a way around. There's only a few laps left. I don't know if the Pro 4s are going to be able to do this, but hey, R.J. Anderson ain't scared. He's going for it.
6 of them complete. We're winding things down here.
Henderson is out
quickly. Jimmy Henderson is done. It's up to R.J. Anderson if he's going to get it done. In the meantime, Keegan Kincaid, sitting in the catbird seat, just needs to keep putting together some clean laps.
What do you think, Crandon? Can Keegan Kincaid get it done?
Hometown boy, here he goes. Out front, all by himself, no pressure, no lap traffic ahead of him.
Oh, here comes.
Keep clicking off the clean laps.
That's Ronnie. I was like, here comes RJ. It's Ronnie Anderson, his brother. Here's RJ. Now he's inside in front of the stands. You can see how much closer it's getting, but it's still a long way from being close enough to make this a battle. The 13 pulls off. It's Keegan Kincaid. It's Ronnie Anderson. And I believe third place still Doug Mittag.
So 3 Pro 2s to still work around. He's quickly catching Mittag here, but a lot of work to do to get up to the front.
We still got at least 2 more laps. Yes, 2 more laps. And it's R.J. Anderson giving chase in the Pro 4, sitting in 4th overall. He's about to do work. Watch this. Complex in turns as he sets up under the Boxo Tools corner inside.
He just put 3.5 seconds on him. He's only 12 seconds behind.
He's got to get a clean pass on Mittag if he's going to have a run. He can't get bunched up with either Mittag or his brother, which I expect his brother is going to give him a pass when he gets there.
Yeah, the reason he was able to close in so much is he had that good, clean track. Now he's going to have to deal with some roos. He's going to have to deal with some really fast Pro 2s as well.
He's got it. He made the pass. Now it's his brother making the dust.
And we've seen these two go at it before. Matter of fact, a huge crash between the two of them. Not intentional. But the two brothers are not afraid to race each other.
For sure. But in this particular case, it's obvious that RJ is the faster truck. Whoa.
And I think Ronnie pulled off.
Ronnie pulled
off the track.
It's RJ now in 2nd overall. The question is, can he catch Keegan Kincaid? RJ throwing it in. Looking good in the number 37. Can he get it done? Can he catch Keegan Kincaid?
He's going to have clean track. His best opportunity to get it done here. Couple of laps to go. We're getting down to the end of this one. They cross the stripe here. The spread now 9 seconds. Again, closing up about 3 seconds a lap here. Can he get it done in the last 2 laps?
The time says he's going to need a little bit of mistake from Keegan or a lapper to help out. Keegan setting it up down here at the bottom in Cowboy Corner. You can see RJ racing that way. We're going to catch the gap here shortly. RJ still, that 9 seconds back, rotates down on the inside, trying to shorten up the racetrack in that Pro 4.
Keegan Kincaid making his way through the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. Still hard on the pipe right there. Not let up at all, nor can he. It's going to come down to just a couple of seconds. 1 to the good, 1 to the bad. Here comes R.J. Anderson right after him. R.J. under that Red Bull arch, chasing the number 4 truck. 2 of the biggest names in short course off-road racing. The families are legendary on both sides. One the West Coast, one right here in the Midwest.
Unbelievable. Let's see, here comes the white flag for Keegan Kincaid. I think it's a dream scenario for Kincaid. I think there's too much of a gap. If he keeps it clean, if he doesn't get tangled up with the lappers, this one is likely all his, but R.J. Anderson is giving it all the snot.
The spread now 7.5 seconds. It looks like R.J. Anderson's going to need one more lap that's not in the books. Don't say it's over till it's over, though. This is short course. Anything is possible.
Anything can happen. They're going to be coming down in front of you for the very last time, Crandon, and those watching around the world. Your leader.
Putting together one more time through Cowboy Corner goes R.J. Anderson.
It looks like about a 5-second gap. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Keegan Kincaid right down in front of the stands. He can hear you. At least his family can.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 5-6 seconds there. Probably about 5.5 seconds actually. But as you can see, just not enough for R.J. Anderson to make any sort of dive bomb move here at the very end. Oh, and a big moment for Keegan landing on the right front wheel.
One lapper.
Looks good.
The lapper's going
wide. He moved up high.
Giving up the space. It's Keegan Kincaid in the Lucas Oil number 4.
Very respectful move right there. R.J. Anderson right back there as well, but it's going to be a Pro 2 truck once again that's going to get it done. Keegan Kincaid, your winner here at the 8th running of the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Oh, it almost got tagged. Put your hands together for R.J. Anderson as well. He drove a spectacular race. I got to say, if they stayed out front, if CJ had not broke, given the gap that he had, who knows? Maybe that was the spread. But nonetheless, Keegan Kincaid driving a fabulous race here. Right behind him, of course, R.J. Anderson. The Pro 4s put on a great battle, but the Pro 2s did what they needed to do. They got strung out. They had good, clean laps, good, clean track. He ran great pace the entire race. Boom, your winner.
Absolutely. Shout out to R.J. Anderson, who had a brilliant day winning this morning, giving himself his 80th win. And of course, he comes second here in the Red Bull Cup. Third place to Doug Mittag, who kind of had a quiet weekend overall, comes through shining here at the end. Doug, definitely one of the stars of our sport.
Yeah, Doug dug back from deep in the Pro 2 race a little bit earlier today, so we knew he had a fast truck as Keegan Kincaid gets out and waves to the fan. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Let him hear it. What a fabulous race driver is Keegan Kincaid in one of the toughest races on the planet to come out here and win.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Good stuff right here as they pull up, and of course they will make their way up to the podium.
It's going to be Keegan Kincaid first out of the truck, first to the finish line, first to celebrate, Crandon.
We'll make it 5, baby. How about that? 5 big cup races for Keegan Kincaid. Of course, his father, a multi-time champion in Pro Light, went up, started running in Pro 2. About that time was the changing of the guard. Keegan came in there. Look at the camaraderie as well. Here's a look at the final standings. But it was Keegan Kincaid that kind of took over the reins and spent some time there in the Pro Light ranks, moved his way up into Pro 2, was in Pro 4 for a little bit as well, and certainly proved that he had the driving talent that Dad had, and they got behind him and made that push. Since then, he is an incredible developed driver and certainly has proved it out here at the Big House on a number of occasions. Great stuff. They're celebrating down there. When we come back, we'll have a chance to talk to our winner up at the Eibach Winner's Circle.
Introducing the all-new Polaris Expedition. Purpose-built to elevate even the most exciting journeys. Polaris Expedition takes you beyond what you thought was possible and drives you towards endless new adventures. Overcome new challenges, explore new horizons, all in complete comfort. The only limit is your own imagination. Keep chasing the wild.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Presented by Toyota. Come on, Crandon, get rowdy. Boy, oh boy. That was one heck of a race. They just weren't going to catch him.
That's right. You know, luckily, you know what? We had Keegan Kincaid early on today.
Yeah.
Talked about it. Said he's looking for that win. It's been a one-year hiatus, and I said, "You're going for it, aren't you?" And he said, "Yes, I am."
Claw to the floor, baby,
Floor to
and
the
just
floor.
did not
Yes.
get run down. I know this is going to be a hugely popular win here for a lot of the local fans as well.
Yes.
Very shortly, we're going to go down to that Red Bull Cup presentation stage and speak to our podium. Boy, that is something of a spectacle, isn't it, when they come down the hill like that? I like to jump on the other side.
Oh, it's just insane.
It's like
Hit
a
it from the
ski
skybox
jump.
too. Yeah.
Ah, just amazing. Hey, I hope everyone's okay, too, after that nasty wreck earlier on, because that was scary.
Yeah, Mayan Spaccarelli was unfortunate. Hit that tire there, did a little pirouette in the air, came down, saw him climb out of the truck. You can see, unfortunately, the truck's still on the side. But the good thing is he did get out on his own, walk to the truck, and that's kind of a scary thing to see.
There's a chant in the background. I think it's Keegan, not Let's Go Brandon this time.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Boy, what an event. What a spectacle.
It is packed behind us. They're all here to see the local hometown hero, Keegan Kincaid, celebrate with the Red Bull Cup.
1,800 people in this little old town and 50,000 show up to have a bit of a party.
And you multiply that over 3 days. That's what's so nuts about it.
It's just an incredible spectacle. Wow, Ken and Cameron, fantastic call, guys.
Absolutely.
We are about to go down to Erica, who's done a wonderful job. Erica Allreed. Let's go down to Erica now. Boy, Erica, what a race that was. Let's go down to the IBAC presentation area right now. Come on, Crandon, get noisy.
Keegan with the wreath around his neck, showing it off to the hometown crowd. First off, let's start with our third place finisher, Doug Mytag. Doug? Doug, a big congratulations to you. It really seemed as though you were able to keep cool, calm, and collected behind the wheel as you drove this one home to a third place position. So tell me, was it as smooth inside the helmet as it looked out on course today?
Definitely not. We got a second chance at a restart. I don't even think I bettered my position. I think it was the same exact position. And, we just put our head down and started charging. We've had a rough couple of rounds getting the truck together and stuff. So big shout out to my little brother and my dad for getting the truck ready. I haven't been able to really help. I've been super busy, but couldn't do it without them. And, my friends and family that come and help. Travis, Mark, my mom, my dad, my fiance. Like I said, my dad, my brother, and everybody that comes out and helps. This is a low budget deal, and we're making it happen. So to end up on the podium at the biggest race of the short course, like in short course history, is pretty awesome. I just got to give it up to my sponsors for getting me up here. The Maxxis tires were hooked up, and we did our best to catch Keegan, but he was on a mission, and I had to get by 3 other guys. So I made my moves and made it happen. Bilstein shocks were dialed. I was able to send anything I wanted to, and Hostile Wheels, Maxxis tires, Bilstein shocks, everybody, thank you guys so much.
A job well done. Let's give it up for the 81. And the only Pro 4 driver to answer the call today, Mr. RJ Anderson. RJ, this one was an all-out brawl to the finish, to say the least. So what did this one demand of you as a driver? Because I'd have to imagine it was no easy task considering the chaos and mayhem we saw.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of emotions going through my head right now. I don't know if these guys were watching the front Pro 2s, but us Pro 4 guys had a brawl going on back there. It was good, clean racing, but me, CJ, and Jimmy were all racing really hard as we were dicing through the Pro 2s. So, I mean, these guys gave us an awesome track today. Wouldn't want to share the podium with two better guys. So, bummed for my brother. I was coming up to him right here. He was running second. We could have almost been on the podium together, so I'm bummed for him, but heck of a run for him. Man, just thank you, Crandon, for giving us this place to come race and put on this show. Your fans are awesome. I know you're going to cheer louder for Keegan, but he deserves it, man. Man, just had a fun time racing my truck today. One more lap, but that's the Cup race. We were so close. And just a quick shout out to Kyle and Duke back at home. I know if he was out here, these races would be a little bit tougher. So we're thinking about you, man, and heal up soon. And we'll see you guys next year.
A job well done. The fun definitely showed in these results here today. And now with our 2023 Red Bull Crandon World Cup winner, Mr. Keegan Kincaid. The emotions are running high as the hometown hero gets it done here today. Keegan, can you try and articulate what it means to win the most prestigious race in off-road for the fourth time?
I don't know, just listening to these guys right here puts it in prime example. You know, this is my hometown crowd. They've always been behind me, whether I've lost or won, been on this podium. They backed my dad, they backed my family. You know, the Flannerys, everybody has been great to us. You know, Lucas Oil on the track, Lucas Oil on that #1 truck. I mean, I wouldn't want to share it with anybody but these two up here. You know, these are some two fun guys. We've had some really fun on the track and off the track. But again, I can't thank my crew enough. I haven't got a whole shot all weekend long, and we really struggled. And we came out, and then they threw the yellow on me. And I'm like, oh, maybe that was my only one. And we buckled down, got our head down, and you know, these Cooper tires were hooked up. We ran away and hid, and I was scared for a while there, but I can't thank Lucas Oil, Vision Wheel, Cooper Tire, Fox Shocks. We were sending it. Like, that was the hardest we were sending. We weren't lifting off the skybox. We weren't lifting off that. I hope it was a good show for everyone.
You definitely put on a good show for us, so go ahead and celebrate and soak up this moment as you deserve it. Keegan Kincaid. And now we've got our friends at Boxes to present Keegan with an award.
Keegan, hometown boy, we are so proud as Boxo USA provides you a full 45-inch tool set, completely loaded. We're proud of you, man. Way to go, hometown.
Thank you.
Awesome job.
And now with Jason Flannery.
Keegan, on behalf of the Grand National Off-Road Raceway, I'd like to present you the Red Bull Trophy, sir.
Thank you.
And now one more special award for our winner.
All right, on behalf of all you fans that made this 3 days possible, and then see a race like this, I said if you didn't like that race, you didn't like your mother's milk. I can tell you that. I said, all these guys ain't no stranger to this stage. When you get these three guys battling, like I said, we've seen an awesome, awesome race. And what about that concert last night with Potawatomi bringing in Kiss to about 20,000 people? And I mean, we couldn't have it better than that. So we always give a gun away. We call him the top gun, the guy that won. I think he's getting a collection of them. But it's a gold-plated Henry rifle. Keegan, we want to thank you for that wonderful race, John, and all the rest of you guys.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for our top three. Guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Erica. Yeah, man, what a good time down there at the IBOC Winner's Circle. Look at that crowd out there. Everybody chanting Keegan, hometown boy here, getting it done. What a great race. Exactly what we expected. It's why we come here. It's why we've been racing for 4 days to get to this final event.
And hats off to the officials that put the timing together. I mean, R.J. Anderson was there within striking distance, caught up with a couple cars along the way. Could have been different if there was a couple more clean passes, but I got to say, overall, what a beautiful weekend. And the Cup lived up to the hype.
Absolutely. It's the most prestigious race in all of short course racing, and we hope you enjoyed every single lap of it. All right, we're done up here. It's been a great time working with Mr. Cameron Steele. We're going to send it down to our Speed Sport live from desk. One more time, Wade, Dave, great job all day long. What a fabulous race.
Man, it was just phenomenal, wasn't it? Well done, boys. You guys sounded amazing in that call. Have a look at that. I don't know if you can get a shot of that, but that is what was sitting on the desk when we were talking to Keegan before when he sat down. It just happened to be on the desk, and he's like, oh, is that a good omen?
It's actually perfect. Yeah, he knew. He saw you. He said, you laid this out here for me, didn't you? He says, that's an omen right there.
I'd like to tell you that we meant that, but we didn't.
Yes.
It was pure ass. Boy, the fans have just been amazing. Please be careful when you leave this venue, Dave.
Absolutely.
I really want to stress that as much as I can. If you had a few sherbets, a few amber nectars, maybe don't drive, maybe get your buddy to, or just leg it, do the foot falcon, whatever you need to do, but don't drive, don't take the wheel. There's lots of celebrations still to come.
Yeah, lots of great stuff. And we can't thank, of course, the Flannery family, of course, Crandon, Red Bull, of course, with that. And, of course, it was Red Bull Crandon World Cup weekend. Well, Crandon, you didn't disappoint again. The Red Bull Cup, once again, goes to Keegan. And big thanks, of course, our promoter here, Marty Yoka, did an awesome job. He always kills it. He's got a huge passion for off-road, and it shows when he's here at Crandon. He wants to have everything perfect, and it came off that way.
And massive thanks to Tina and all the amazing team that do so much great work, to Jason and this entire team of volunteers. It's like being on an aircraft carrier, Dave.
Yes,
there are
absolutely.
so many people with their signals and just making stuff happen. This has been my first Crandon. It's an event I will never forget. I'd heard a lot about it, but until you come here, Dave, you can't get your head around it.
Yeah, you can't. I've been coming here since 1985.
Wowzers.
And, it was kind of cool. My grandfather used to work for Borg Warner, and we used to
wow.
the check to the Borg Warner at the time with his partners. And it's just to see how it's grown. It's so incredible. The sea of people behind us, the crowd chanting Keegan Kincaid, that doesn't get better than that.
On behalf of all of our partners here at Speed Sport Live as well, we want to say a huge thank you to our great friends at Toyota. Let's go places with Toyota. They've been wonderful supporters from our coverage here in Speed Sport. So Buzz Bikes as well.
That's how we got around a lot. The Buzz Bikes, they helped us get to the pit.
Speed Sport 100 is the promo code you need to use. You can be riding around in comfort like Dave here on a Buzz Bike.
That's
and
right.
You can make it look like you're Lance Armstrong or something like that. It has been an amazing weekend. So many great partners. Thank you to Red Bull, of course, who supported it. Well done to all the teams, the unsung heroes in those trucks, Dave.
Yes, actually, our cameramen, the producers, all did an incredible job. And, of course, Ken Stout, Cameron Steele, Erica Allreed. Wade, thank you so much. And it's just incredible.
I've had an absolute blast. That's Dave Arnold. We saw just before us, we saw Jimmy and Miles leaving as well.
Yeah,
They've done a wonderful job. It is time to go and drink some beer or something out of that
Go drink out of the Crandon Cup, the Red Bull Cup.
That's what we're going to do. Folks, on behalf of us all here on Speed Sport Live, thank you so much for your coverage. Please be careful driving home. What an unbelievable event. The last man standing at Crandon was Keegan Kincaid, baby. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll see you next year. 365 days to go. See you next time.